welcome to the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. We are officially halfway through Season 3 at Round 3 at the Freedom Factory in beautiful Bradenton, Florida. And after some ups and downs, some car fires, some crashes yesterday, we're going to go into our first round of competition in a top 32 with our number one qualifier, Jonathan Naren, going against Brandon McDowell. It was a really odd turn of events because Brandon McDowell actually scored enough points to be a third-place finisher, but he got a 0 on his first qualifying run, which set him at the end of the bracket. So now we have our fourth-place points leader versus our fifth-place points leader going to battle on the first round of the top 32. But as I mentioned, we had some ups and downs with qualifying. One to mention is Savio Silva with Drift HQ coming out there, scoring a 79, securing his spot in the top of the bracket, but then unfortunately having a burst fuel line, as you're going to see here. The car catches on fire. Thankfully, the rescue crew was able to get out there. Savio had what he needed to put that fire, but look at the flames on that car. We were looking at it and we're just like, there's no way he's going to be able, it's going to fry everything in there. But fortunately, he had a suppression system in there. He was able to get the fire out. And as you can see, rescue jumping on the scene, ripping off that hood, getting that fire out. Savio didn't sustain too much damage. He replaced some fuel lines and some wiring, and he was able to get the car running by yesterday afternoon, securing a spot in that top end of qualifying, meaning he didn't have to go back out again, so he's able to, compete today. Here we go. We got Brandon Whitnick and Bradley St. Germain. Bradley St. Germain, boom, right into the wall right there, having to get checked out by the EMS. Both drivers having a shaky run on their battle for the top 64, both in borrowed cars. Brandon Whitnick in the second round of a borrowed car, and Bradley St. Germain still trying to work out that kinks in that new Chevy Corvette that he's been riding. Both drivers did a great job. Unfortunately for Bradley, Brandon Whitnick got the win. Now Brandon McDowell versus Will Couch. As you can see, Will Couch in the chase position. This is the second run, but Will Couch not quite able to hang with the line and angle of Brandon McDowell. Brandon McDowell throwing down a solid lead line. Will Couch trying to apply the pressure, unfortunately making too many corrections, giving Brandon McDowell the win. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and we're going to take a look at today's bracket. Ben, can you tell me what's going on? What battle are you excited to see today?
I'm actually very excited to see Taylor Hall going up against Matt Shulman. If you recall last round, we didn't get to finish, so we had the final 8. And two of the drivers that were part of that final 8 was Taylor Hall and Matt Shulman. So we're going to get to see this battle unfold today. So I'm really curious to see how this is going to play out. Another battle that's going to be interesting to watch, Adam LZ against Nick Ward. Adam LZ, seasoned veteran, #1 points right now, going up against Nick Ward. You could say a rookie for the series.
Yeah.
So I'm looking to see what's going to happen there.
So today we're going to go through our top 32 competition, but we're not going to stop at the top 16. We're going to run from top 32 all the way until we get our first place finisher. So you guys want to stay tuned. You don't want to walk away from the screen. You want to make sure you lock in, stay tuned, share it, and make sure everybody is ready to just witness all the action. But the drivers are going to have to go across the course. Ben, can you please explain the course?
Exactly. So the drivers are going to need to utilize as much pace and momentum to be able to carry them through outer zone #1. Ride that wall as high as they can. Then slow down and drop down to the inner touch and go. Transition over to outer zone #2. Then they're going to worry about not only making it over to outer zone #3, but that hump that's been plaguing a lot of these drivers during qualifying and their battles. Work their way through outer zone #3, riding that outer edge, and then transition over to the only inner clip of this course.
Wow, it's going to be a challenge. We've seen some course changes during the day, but if you're new to drifting, we want to kind of educate you, help you understand exactly what are the judges looking for. Well, the lead driver has responsibilities. That's the driver that's out front in the competition. He's got to put down 100-point qualifying run. His job is to hit all the clips in the zones, but it has to be a chaseable lead run. If he's offline too much, if he's bobbling around a lot, it may not be a chaseable run where it's going to cause the chase driver to make too many corrections in order to do his job. The chase driver has responsibility as well. He's got to initiate alongside with the lead car, maintain proximity, match or better the lead car's angle, and match the lead car's lines and transition. They want that chase driver to mimic that lead driver. the lead driver's deductions. If he has shallow angle, incorrect line, poor transitions, or if he's compromising angle, line, or style for speed in order to try to pull away from that chase driver, the judges are going to frown upon that. They're not going to award him the points or give him the edge that he needs to win the competition. The chase driver, as mentioned before, he can't be cutting the line compared to the lead car. He can't have less angle than the lead car. His location and timing of initiation and transitions are important that he has to mimic. It's like they want him to mirror that lead car. If that lead car is offline, you're going offline. You basically using that lead car as a mobile clipping point. Now let's take a look at the championship standings. Ben, what we got?
We got Adamus at the very top. Then not too far behind, we got Taylor Hall and Dirk Stratton. But as I was talking to Brandon McDowell, he mentioned that he needed to finish big in order to be a contender in the championship standings. So he's someone that you're going to be looking out for. But he has a top battle going into top 32, going up against the #1 qualifier, Jonathan Naren. At the same time, we have Alec Hollandale, our previous season's winner, championship winner, and he's not too far behind. So Adamus is not running away with this just yet. But let's take a look at the other side. Nick Ward, right at the bottom. He's still a contender, and we're going to actually take a look at what he's about.
Right, exactly. We got a chance to catch up with Nick Ward. Nick Ward excited to be in today's competition. We saw how excited he was after he won his top 64 battle. We got a little Meet the Driver segment on Nick Ward to get a little behind-the-scenes action of the man himself. Let's take a look.
My name's Nick Ward. I'm from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and I am 1/3 owner of Taxi Garage, the crazy carts you guys see. So I drive a 95 Nissan 240 SX. It is the chalk gray Porsche colored car, super clean, with LS2 that's dry sump on E85. Last round was definitely my best qualifying score I've ever had in a competitive driving level, I guess, in this type of atmosphere and environment. So I qualified 6th, out-qualifying some of the bigger names here, and it was actually quite surprising to myself. But we went into top 64 battles, and I ended up going against Davey Peoples, one of my homies with the S550 Mustang. Went to put it on his door as we were coming on his lead run, chasing him. Probably put a little bit too much pressure than I feel I probably should have. It was a learning experience. And came through, and we came out of outer zone 2, and I think I stayed too deep in the pocket, went on this weird late transition, and like just looped the car. But that was a super bummer because we got knocked out in 64, and at least right now I'm sitting okay in points. We're 20th in points. We are running an Accelera 651. We went to a 200 tread wear this round instead of a 100, and I went from a 265 to a 285 to get a little bit more tire height, so I have a little bit more gear for the bank. Mid to high line on the bank is going to be acceptable in most of the judges' eyes, I feel. And then just really tight line on outer zones in the center, like round 2, and I think that we'll do pretty well. Right, so KVD is doing its thing.
All right, and as you can see, the cars are on the track. They're getting ready to start off today's top 32 competition with our very first battle of Brandon McDowell versus Jonathan Naren, our #1 points qualifier. What kind of should have been our #3 points qualifier, but unfortunately getting a 0 on his first qualifying run set him back in the bracket. You have the #4 points leader and the #5 points leader going at it right at the start of the competition. So this is going to be exciting. I know we're making sure all the cameras are ready. We don't want to miss any, because this is going to be a close call.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, both of these drivers are going to give it their all. They understand what's at stake, and they can't hold back.
No, absolutely not. Both drivers need these points in order to advance on to have a shot at that championship this season. Right now, as you mentioned before, we have Alec Hollandale, returning season champion, out here. He made the top 32, as well as Taylor Hall out here. It's going to be exciting because I know Taylor Hall's in a different chassis now. He's not in the same car as he was before. We've seen him battle the car a little bit during qualifying, but he was able to make his way into the top 32. So just the day is packed full of exciting battles. You don't want to miss it. As you can see, Brandon McDowell at Juku Racing 350Z getting his tires warmed up, and already at the line is Jonathan Naren to get locked and loaded, and the judges are going to have their hands full right off the bat. So it's going to be an exciting day to watch all these battles unfold. As you can see, Jonathan Naren is out front. He's our #1 qualifier. Brandon McDowell will be chasing. Brandon McDowell trying to utilize that roll start to try to maintain proximity down the straight. Now both cars make it. Here they go. First battle at the top 30, full top 32. Here we go. Wow, look at Jonathan Naren riding that wall. Brandon McDowell right behind him, navigating his way through the smoke. Both cars transitioning into the third outer zone. Brandon McDowell trying to dive in that pocket. A little straight correction there by Brandon. Jonathan is just putting out commanding. It looks like there's a fire underneath Brandon McDowell's car. There's something going on underneath there. Yeah, we see Brandon McDowell getting out of the car. Hopefully he's okay. We got the EMS heading down there.
That was fast.
Unbelievable. He got out of the car quick. Brandon McDowell, give it up to Brandon McDowell. Are you okay down there, Brandon? All right, thumbs up from Brandon McDowell. Wow, what an exciting first battle.
Eventful.
Oh my gosh.
Just very
I'm
eventful,
stumbling over my words. I'm so
back
excited.
Exactly what transpired. So as outer zone number 3, that's where Brandon McDowell's issues started to arise, where he was struggling there, made some corrections, and then that's when he quickly realized that there was a major problem. He had to shut it down and quickly got out.
Wow, what a shame. We don't ever want to see it. Just look at the smoke still coming out from underneath that hood. Hopefully they can get that fire out. Oh man, unbelievable. First run in the top 32 battle, and already tons of action, a lot of excitement here. Jonathan Naren putting the car where it needs to be. Unfortunately, we did see Brandon McDowell straighten out through this third outer zone. That's probably where everything went awry, right? That's when the mechanical failure began there, and then we can hear people saying there's a fire underneath the car. Brandon McDowell stopping the car, rescue out there, making sure the fire's out. Now all the drivers have been able to save their 5-minute timeout, so Brandon's going to have to utilize that 5-minute timeout to make repairs. We're going to go ahead and take a break real quick, and we'll be right back. All right, as you can see, Brandon McDowell still out there. Tow truck's coming out, ready to pull him off. Hopefully he can, I don't know what damage he sustained on there. Will he be able to fix it under 5 minutes? He does have the chance to be able to pull his car back and start working on the car. But here you go. We got a replay. Ben, walk us through it.
Yeah, Jonathan Naren was high on the bank, and Brandon McDowell was struggling a little bit to maintain that proximity, but he was looking to go on the attack over here when they got into outer zone number 3. But then that's where, unfortunately, he was having some problems, and I think also at the same time he was realizing that the car was acting up, so he was just trying to just make it through that finish line, just so that way he avoids zeroing out.
Yeah, one of the things I look for, and you can kind of tell, especially with these drivers that have these higher horsepower cars, is you kind of look at tire smoke. That tire smoke is a gauge of how much throttle that driver is applying, and you can see the tire smoke drop off right about here from Brandon McDowell. I mean, you can't see it there in that shot, but there you go. Brandon McDowell, not much tire smoke, so he's definitely down on power. Something's going on mechanically with that vehicle, and as you can see, it catches fire underneath.
Yeah.
So these are a lot of things that judges also utilize. When the judges are making their calls, they'll watch the drivers go on. They can use the lack of tire smoke, depending obviously on the vehicle and the amount of power, what they're expecting to see, when that driver is lifting off the throttle. And there's certain areas of the track that they're not supposed to lift off throttle. So it's important that these judges are watching every inch of the track, utilizing the replay. Right now, Brandon McDowell has got to get that car back and hopefully, use his 5-minute timeout. And the 5 minutes doesn't start until he gets the car on jack stands, and they start the clock. He's got 5 minutes. Or maybe the damage is too much that he doesn't feel he can repair it in that 5-minute time. But we'll see. The important thing is we know Brandon McDowell's okay. We had just a tremendous first run. Jonathan Naren, I know this isn't the way he's going to want to walk away with the victory if Brandon can't get his car fixed. But nonetheless, he's going to move on, if Brandon can't fix his car.
Right, and I just thinking back to yesterday, how he had the issue with the axle breaking.
Correct, yeah.
During qualifying, and that was actually what caused him to earn a 0 on his first run. So it hasn't been a fun weekend so far.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, because as we were walking through the pits yesterday, we saw them messing with the vehicle, and yeah, he went through, and we were talking about that. He had that one tire fire going on, right? It's like almost like an open diff, but yeah, as you're right. He scored a 0 on his first qualifying run, which set him back. That put him in the position to go against Jonathan Naren, but he got that 0 suffering a broke axle. So unfortunately, Brandon McDowell and then Juku Racing 350Z has just been battling mechanical issues, which isn't typical. Usually we see Brandon McDowell just like the car being a solid rock, and him just going through competitor after competitor and working his way through the competition. But as you can see there, we got Jonathan Naren. He is out back on the track. I guess he's going to, I don't know if he's going to head to the pits, but we'll probably move on to our next battle while we get this sorted out, which will be Taylor Hull versus Matt Shulman. And Ben, as you mentioned last round, this was going to be one of the next battles, but unfortunately, is that correct? Were they supposed to battle last round?
At some point, they were supposed to battle because they were part of the final 8.
Right.
Which consisted of Adam LZ, Taylor Ray, Taylor Hull, Alec Hollandale, and I mean, it was looking to be a very exciting finale, but
yeah, but that being said, they're still cleaning the track. We want to get this all squared away, so let's go ahead and take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Last week, so you mentioned it just because I was saying that right when I first saw him kicking it out,
definitely get the score. Yeah, so look at him getting nice and deep into that first outer zone. How deep into that first inside zone was he, and how much would I definitely put the clinic down on that second outer zone. And Burkett was out of California. Here we go, right in, throwing it in that first outer zone, doing a good job getting in deep early in that first outer zone, pouring out the smoke already. Nice angle, flicking in, right past that first, looks like they're just nudging it. Here's right hand making his way through the second outer zone. Nice, right on the edge, getting deep. All the way through the second outer zone. Whoa, coming in hot, putting it together.
Hey, what's up? My name is Connor O'Sullivan. I'm from Knoxville, Tennessee, and I drive a 2004 BMW E46. So I've been driving drift cars for about a year and a half, so this is my full first season. I raced motocross till I was about 16. Got out of that, started stunt riding, so I feel like I just had a really aggressive driving style when I got into the drift cars. We just went to a lot of tracks, tried to get as much seat time as possible. I'm with Knox Power, my buddy Andrew K, he's our mechanic, and he helps out with like the setup and stuff, which definitely helps, and he has a big drifting background. He's been driving for about 10 years, so I think that had a lot to do with it as well. I mean, I had some street cars. I had a 900 horsepower Evo. I had an M3 I used to slide around a little bit, but it was nothing crazy. But I'm from Connecticut originally, and I had a 1500 Chevy truck. And I used to drift that thing in the snow with all my buddies, and I always just had a feel for it, and always so much fun. I've always just looked up to him because he's one of the bigger drifters out there. And when I didn't even know about drifting, all my buddies were watching his videos and stuff. And I was like, I really just got to put it on him. And I just made a mistake. So too much pressure. I really just wanted to get the win, and just applied too much pressure, and it got to me, I guess, maybe. Yeah, it's built by Mike Lau. It's a 427 LS dart block, naturally aspirated, made 625 to the wheels. Yeah, absolutely. I'm just trying to stay wide open the whole time. We haven't changed anything. We're gonna just try to run this track, see how it does. We might do some gear changes. We're gonna try to keep the suspension and everything the same, just because it was so fast last time. try to get that #1 spot. Just give it my all, and just we have a good team, good mechanic. Hopefully we dial the car in and just rip it.
Great driver out here today, showing that he's got what it takes to be at the top. Taking home $3,500 thanks to Clutch Kickers.
pretty late. I don't have anyone in my family that's into cars. My dad's not into cars at all. When I was 16, I found out that stunts was a potential job option, so I really started working towards that, training martial arts, and I got a motorcycle license, and I took a stunt driving course when I was 18. I just always wanted to get better, and I found a Mustang at a pawn shop. I didn't know anything about angle kits. I didn't know anything about really setting up a car. I just had a handbrake. After that, I went to a drift school and I learned a little bit more. Then I bought a 350Z. About a year into driving that car, somebody put a bug in my head, said, why don't you put an LS in there? And that's basically how I started down the road of competitive drifting. I found a guy in New Jersey that makes LS swap kits, LJ conversions, and I called him up. I was like, hey, I really want to do this. I'm kind of already spending all my money on driving, and he was willing to help me out. And the condition was that I had to go to LS Fest. Starting in April, I did LS Fest in Vegas the weekend before Clutch Kickers round 1. But yeah, we basically were doing as many grid lifes as don't conflict with either LS Fest or Clutch Kickers. Hyperfest, we hit Club Loose. I just want to meet all the drifters and drive with as good of other drivers as I can to build my skill set. Yeah, my plan was to qualify high so that I could hopefully move through the ranks. With the rain and the aborted qualification, I got paired up with a really good driver in a car that I actually had driven with in Washington, and I knew it was going to be a hard battle. But it worked in my favor. I thought we had a pretty good battle, and I know the judges took a really long time to decide that, so I'm pretty proud of that because he has 3 times the horsepower I do. For me, I think that a smaller course works to my advantage because the high horsepower cars can't run away from me as much, so my goal at this event is just to be as aggressive as possible. The money is a piece of it, but for me, what the money means is the kind of drivers that it's attracting. You know, the driver pool here is incredibly strong for an event that is so young. There's no other way I could get access to these kind of drivers, to actually battle them, to learn from them, to practice with them at any other event. To me, that's a little bit more important than the money, but the money would be really nice.
Well, I'll tell you, what of an unexpected turn of events. There are probably some songs.
What's up, guys? I'm Cletus McFarland. I'm a semi-amateur, pro, bad driver. That's right, I'm a professional at being a bad driver. And today we're out here drifting at Klutch Kickers Round 3 at the Freedom Factory. We got the Mustang, my RCR Mustang behind me. We're working on it. We lost brakes in practice. I'm covered in sweat. It's hot, very, very hot out here, but you know what? We're gonna get the car fixed, go back up into practice. Just, you know, drifting today. Yeah, if you guys don't know, last Klutch Kickers Round 2, I just bought this car. I went out there, looked like a fool, spun out on every single run I did. Pretty embarrassing, you know, all these pro drivers here, and I got one of the best cars on the property, and then I can't even drive it. So that sucks. Vaughn and Chelsea came down, and there was a lot of issues with the car that we sorted out. Now I'm feeling much more comfortable. Made 2 runs, lost brakes on the second one, still managed to get a run. The first run I knocked the ignition button off, but all in all, I can actually drive the car now, which is a great feeling. So shout out to my boy Vaughn, and looking up for round 3. Almost as good as a Crown Vic, so that I can get more prepared being on the banks for Bristol, September 3rd and 4th. Giving away Donnie basically a drift car, C5Z06. Check that info out of balddeal.com. But you know, feeling good. Thankfully I have Zach and Ty to help me fix the car because I immediately broke it, and that kind of sucks. But we're out here. Thanks for watching the live stream, and shout out to Klutch Kickers for putting on an awesome event. Let's do it.
And we're back here. They're still doing some track cleanup. Unfortunately, Brandon McDowell throwing a rod right out the side of the block. Entering outer zone number 3. Unbelievably able to maintain drift through outer zone number 3 with, missing a rod or two, I guess. Leaking oil on the track, so that's why it's taking a little longer to clean the track. So they've had to get, as you can see, they've had to get the kitty litter, is that what they use to try to soak up that oil. Brandon McDowell is okay, unfortunately, obviously not able to repair, change the motor around 5 minutes. So Jonathan Naren is going to have to, he's going to do his bye run, basically, the second half of the run, solo by himself. What they're going to do is they're going to use Jonathan Naren taking his bye run as almost like a sight lap to gauge and see the track conditions. So they're going to talk to Jonathan after he makes his lap. If he feels the track is, back to the original condition as it was, and he has the traction he needs, then they'll go ahead and advance on to the next battle, which is going to be Taylor Hole versus Matt Shulman. So interesting turn of events right off the bat. Amazing battle. We knew it was going to be exciting. Unfortunately, Brandon McDowell just suffering a lot of mechanical damage. Broken axle, and now he's going to need a new motor.
Broken engine. Yeah,
broken engine. So he's breaking stuff today. But if you know the way he drives, I mean, it's just a matter of time before he breaks something. But as you can see, we do have some cars on track. They are just finishing up a little bit. They're going to bring out Jonathan Naren back out here and have him do his bye run. Interesting also, I believe Taylor Hole was having some mechanical issues. He still has time to work on his car. Matt, he doesn't have to call his 5 minutes until Matt Shulman's ready to line up. So hopefully he's able to get that car back together, or whatever issues that he was having during practice, get that squared away, because, we want to see battles, right? We want to see the cars go at it. We want to see a clear winner and be able to advance on. Cars getting taken out due to mechanical damage, not so exciting, right? That's not what we're here to see. We're here to see these hard-fought battles, a lot of just, close proximity and just excitement. And as you can see, there's Jonathan Naren, and look at there, you see the fire underneath Brandon McDowell's car.
Yeah, that's at the outer zone number 2 as they're getting ready to transition to outer zone number 3, and then it's out of the frame, but you see already right there the fire just emanating from underneath the car.
Right. I mean, that engine's not happy, right?
No.
I mean, he's one thing we know about Brandon McDowell is, like, I think last round was called him like Leadfoot, because I mean the man just mashes that throttle, and I don't think he ever lets off.
No.
You can see it in his driving. At the last season of Clutch Kickers, we were at the Emerald Coast Dragway up in the Panhandle of Florida, and it was a different style entry, right? So you'd see Brandon McDowell coming in with these gangster entries, just blasting down the straight, throwing the car almost backwards, and just very exciting to watch here. Now we're on an oval, which is one of his favorite style of tracks. He did mention to that. He loves riding the wall. But, the interesting thing about the oval track, Ben, you were mentioning earlier, is the conditions start to change as the competition goes around. And how can you explain what you were explaining to me earlier, but explain to everybody else?
Yeah, so I had a conversation with Alberto Rosa, and he brought up something that we sort of missed to take into account, is the fact that throughout the day, as the drivers enter the track, some of the rubber that starts to kind of peel off the tire starts to kind of like land onto the outer edges of outer zone number 1. So that sort of becomes a danger zone, because you don't want to fall into that trap, and next thing you know, you don't have the grip that you expect to have when you're entering that section. So that may have caused his contact with the wall, but luckily it was nothing major. It was cosmetic for the most part.
Right.
So he was able to get through. So I think that's something that drivers are going to be taking notice. But at the same time, Jonathan Naren is going to take his side lap now. So all the drivers and spotters are going to be trying to pay attention to his run, because if they see something out of line that's not normal throughout the course, they're going to want to take notice, and we may see potentially more side laps.
Right. Well, we'll see. Here you go. But Jonathan Naren out there getting his bye run, which would have been the second half of the battle between Jonathan Naren and Brandon McDowell. Brandon McDowell suffering a major catastrophic engine failure. Jonathan Naren using his time to not just test out his car, I guess, for one last time, but also see what the track conditions are. So the track officials are going to get feedback from Jonathan Naren. I mean, it looked pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, he was getting smoke out there. It didn't look like he was struggling in any part of the track. But then again, we're talking about Jonathan Naren, our #1 qualifier.
Right. Yeah, it's a simple matter of figuring out if we need to reapply some more kitty litter, or just keep the cars running a little bit more, because maybe that burn is going to help kind of like dissipate the oil and all these materials that are on the track.
Yeah, Klutch Kicker staff and Cletus McFarland staff as well, getting together, collaborating, bringing us the third season of the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. We're so thankful, and just the way the crew comes out and they jump to the rescue when they need to, and they're ready to clean the track. They're out there, you know, doing what it needs to take to be able to provide us a venue like this that we can just watch these amazing battles.
Right. So we got an okay from Don Naren.
Okay.
So that means we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna send Matt Shulman, but Taylor Hall is calling his 5.
All right. So Taylor Hall is gonna call his 5 minutes. Hopefully, I really hope he's over there working hard on his car. Get that car together in 5 minutes. He was battling some power steering issues or some belt issues flying off. And we saw that in the driving. He was so timid, and that's not the Taylor Hall that we know. We know him to be just all out, you know, pedal to the metal, going around tons of smoke. But here we go, official results. Jonathan Naren is going to advance on to the top 16. Unfortunately, Brandon McDowell, just suffering an engine failure, taking himself out of competition. What a shame. It was an exciting battle, what we did get to see. But Jonathan Naren, #1 points qualifier, can he take it all the way to the top? Can he get those #1 points today and start working his way up the bracket and take Adam Elzey's position at the #1 spot? I don't know, we'll see. As the day unfolds, here you go. This battle is going to be Hurt in that Injuku Racing Nissan Skyline. He's going to be going against our returning competitor in Ben Hopson. Ben Hopson's been absent this season until today, so we're excited to see him back behind the seat, and I know he's excited as well. We got to see him in the pits, and you could see it in his face. He was just so happy to be back at the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series to battle it out against Hurt. Hurt, he's getting behind the competition seat. You know, we've seen, I know his fans have been trying to get him to compete for a while. You know, he's always out there having a good time drifting, but now he's behind the competitor seat in the Injuku Racing Nissan Skyline, out doing battle. And he's got, I'll tell you right now, he's going against Ben Hopson. Ben Hopson, that's going to be battle for him. You know, Hurt has his work cut out for him. So let's see what happens. Here we go. Ben Hopson out front. Hurt giving chase. Hurt not too far behind. Both cars entering that first outer zone. Ben Hopson riding that wall. Hurt trying to maintain proximity. Close that gap. Both cars in past that first touch and go. Flicking it. Whoa! Hurt coming in hot. Maintaining control. Trying to apply that pressure to Ben Hopson. Can he force a mistake? But Ben Hopson able to pull away slightly through that third outer zone. Both cars past the inside clip. There you go. All right, now it's getting good, right? Now it's getting good. We're getting some good battles now.
Yeah, and it's a great job on Hurt. I mean, you see his progression, his improvement, and the way how he held the car with that massive angle dropping in. But let's take a look at outer zone #1. Hurt just not too far behind. Ben Hopson, great job at the outer zone #1. But here we go. You see Hurt just going on the attack, held onto the angle a pretty significant amount, but then was able to transition, falling back a little bit as Ben Hopson transitions through the final turn.
Well, both drivers, now they're going to work their way back up to the line. Hurt doing a great job applying pressure. Had to make a little correction here, causing him to fall back. But he didn't fall out. You know, he's not out of it yet, right? Ben Hopson is now going to give chase, and then Hurt is going to lead. Hurt has been getting better and progressing every round, so it's going to be exciting to see this last half of this battle. So let's see. Is it going to be one more time? Is it going to be Hurt? Is it going to be Ben Hopson? We shall see. Hurt's going to lead in that Injuku Racing Nissan Skyline. Ben Hopson and his Coral Works 240SX. Both cars down straight. Ben Hopson a little closer than Hurt was in the chase position. Both cars attacking the first outer zone. Hurt and Ben Hopson working their way through that first outer zone, coming down into the touch and go. Ben Hopson right there with Hurt as they make that transition through the infield and now into the third outer zone. Ben Hopson definitely closer throughout the whole course than Hurt was in the chase position, but Hurt doing a great job with a good lead line. Ben Hopson diving in last minute. Whoa! Almost a little contact there towards the end. Ben Hopson starting to close that gap. Look, you see Hurt's excited. Definitely knows it was an excellent run. Hurt doing a good job in a lead position.
Oh, definitely. Unfortunately, though, you had Hurt didn't go as high on the bank as Ben Hopson did when they were in the previous position. But as you go through the outer zone number 1, Ben Hopson not too far behind. And that's another thing. Ben Hopson doing a great job of not so many variation in regards to the proximity. He was with Hurt throughout the entire course, so great job there.
Yeah, hats off both drivers. Judges are going to go ahead and analyze these replays. Thank God we have the replays now. I remember, 10, 15 years ago, we didn't have the advantage of replays. The judges had to call it as they saw it, and when it actually happened, and being able to utilize these replays. And as you can see, we got the Coral Works Nissan 240XX of Ben Hopson and Juku Racing Nissan Skyline that they so graciously let Hurt use for these competitions. It's awesome to see these drivers and these shops come together and collaborate and be able to provide just the level of competition that we're seeing here today. And I know Hurt, like I said, he's been progressing every round after round, but here we go. It looks like we have a decision. And Ben Hopson wins. That's not, yeah, Ben Hopson takes the victory. Ben Hopson could advance on to the top 16. Yeah, definitely in the screen there. They're not twins. Yeah. They're definitely not twins. Or
Hurt against Evil Hurt.
Yeah. Bizarro Hurt.
Yeah, exactly that.
All right, there you go. Ben Hopson, there you can see in that Coral Works Nissan 240SX advancing onto the top 16.
Like
who's he blowing a kiss to? Is it you?
I don't know. I think it was blowing a kiss to Matt there.
Yeah. Yeah, Matt, he gets a lot of kisses blown out, doesn't he?
Oh, okay.
Yes. Anyhow, there we go. We're working our way through the top 32 competition. Up next, we have Taylor Ray, which is going to be leading versus Cabot Cardoza. Cabot Cardoza, both of these guys have been driving the Clutch Kicker series almost since the beginning. And Taylor Ray, Cabot Cardoza has been progressing, and we caught up with him. He's always out here with his family. It's great to catch up with them every round. But right now, he's got his hands full with Taylor Ray. Taylor Ray way out in front. Cabot Cardoza has to catch up to Taylor Ray as he makes his way through that first outer zone, starting to close that gap, but Taylor Ray just pulling away from down the straight. Whoa! Cabot Cardoza starting to close that gap. Both drivers into that third outer zone. Cabot running a shallower line. Taylor Ray doing a good job trying to fill out that outer zone. Both cars flicking it past the inside clip. Whoa! Pretty far off line there, Cabot Cardoza coming past that inside clip. Man, Cabot, not the way he wants to start off this battle against Taylor Ray.
No, definitely not. And you could tell Cabot was in trouble from the get-go as they go ahead into outer zone number 1. Taylor Ray high in the bank. Cabot Cardoza knew that he had to attack, and he utilized outer zone number 2 to do that. But then, of course, making a correction, Taylor Ray, great job of filling in that outer zone number 3. But Cabot Cardoza, though, unfortunately had a problem there, transitioned a bit too early, and ended up knocking out that inner clip.
Yeah, look at Cabot. It's very shallow in the line. One thing I want to point out to the drivers, and not the drivers, but the spectators that are here live and also on the live stream, you'll notice that if you look at the first outer zone, there's a white chalk line across throughout that first outer zone. That chalk line is like, I want to call it's almost like the zero line, right? The judges told all the drivers if they drop any part of that car below that line, it's going to equate to a 0. So the drivers need to make sure that they keep the car above the white line, which isn't usually a problem, especially with the higher horsepower cars. But once you get to the mid horsepower cars, if they're not entering with enough momentum to carry them through that first outer zone, we've seen it in qualifying, a lot of zeros that little white line has caused for some of these drivers. It's definitely been a thorn in the flesh there for some of those drivers trying to stay above that white line and trying to get close to the wall. But then now, as Ben mentioned earlier, there's the tire shreds are building up on the edge of the outside of the outer zone number 1 and causing the traction to just not be there for the drivers, right? Making it a little more slippery as they work their way up the bank. So it's definitely going to be a balancing act for all the drivers. They want to stay high on the wall, but they want to be safe as well.
Right, it adds to the difficulty of the track, as we mentioned before, the different grip levels of the bank, the infield. But let's take a look at the action.
All right, here we go. Cabot Cardoza in that Bell Raceworks 350Z, followed right behind closely by Taylor Ray. Both drivers making their way through that first outer zone. Cabot doing a great job riding now really high on the bank there through that first outside zone. Taylor Ray's, though, he's right there with them. Both cars transitioning into that third outer zone. Cabot running nice and wide. Here you go. Taylor Ray diving in for attack, trying to close that gap as they make their way off the course. Cabot Cardoza taking out that inside clip. Taylor Ray right there behind him. Definitely a better job, it seemed like, for Taylor Ray in the chase position.
Exactly, and one of the differences was in outer zone number 2, Taylor Ray didn't go into the attack compared to Cabot. But as we take a look at the replay, we see Cabot high on the bank, right where it needs to be. And as you mentioned, there's not that big of a difference in regards to the proximity. So Taylor Ray has some room to give in order to go on the attack, and he does so in outer zone number 3. But Cabot Cardoza does knock down again that inner clip.
Yeah, you know, there are certain, we were talking about yesterday, there are certain things that could cause zeros, right? One of those being taking out a clipping point with the leading end of the car. So, I mean, the drivers want to be close to the clipping points. They don't have to tap them. They want to be close. And they also want to make sure that if they are going to, you know, hit that cone, they want to make sure they don't get too deep into that area where they totally knock out the cone, because then you're leaving it in the judge's hands, right? The judges, they're not going to want to fault you for taking out a clip, but unfortunately, those are the rules, and that's what the drivers were told. Hey, listen, you can touch it or you can hit it, but just it depends on how bad and where on the car that you actually hit it.
Don't knock it out of the park.
Yeah, don't knock it out of the park. Okay, here we go. It looks like it's unanimous. Taylor Ray is going to advance on to the top 16. Cabot Cardoza, unfortunately, going to call the weekend. Give it up for Taylor Ray, taking the victory over Cabot Cardoza. Thank you. All right, thumbs up from Taylor Ray. He's excited. I know we were expecting to see him in his. He's building a new Chevy Corvette.
Oh,
and
yes.
yeah, he's been working on the build. I know he was really working feverishly to try to complete that car for today's competition. But hopefully he'll be out here next round in his new build. And it's going to be interesting to see how he transitions from that little Miata to the Chevy Corvette. It's going to be very interesting to see how he makes that transition. He's definitely have to get some seat time in a different platform, that's for sure.
Right, so our next battle was supposed to be Matt Shulman against Taylor Hall, but unfortunately Taylor Hall was not able to fix his car in time after he called the 5 minutes.
Man.
So Matt Shulman now is going to get his bye run to be able to progress into this competition.
Well, what a shame. Well, you know, one thing we know about Taylor Hall is that he's going to be back better next season, but unfortunately Taylor Hall really needed to get some points this round. Really work his way up, you know, if he wants a chance to take home that championship title this season. Not being able to complete a finish in the top 32 and being taken out by mechanical issues is a shame. It would have been an excellent battle to watch. But here we go. We got Matt Shulman. Matt Shulman, we got to catch up with him with dinner last night. That was kind of fun.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Yeah, he was very excited to be in the top 32. He was a little bummed out. He wasn't able to complete the competition last round because of the rain. Kind of wiped out the finals. But he's here. He's back again. The car is working. You had mentioned before he's had some issues with that car.
Right. I think he was most surprised by your chili tolerance.
Oh, yes, I love hot sauce. And he was like, it's going to kill you, but it didn't. But here we go.
You're here.
I'm here. Matt Shulman able to use this lap to maybe get some last-minute checks on the car, dial in maybe a little more, feel it out. So, unfortunately, he's not battling Taylor Hall. Taylor Hall not able to compete because he was taken out. He used his 5-minute timeout, but not able to make the repairs necessary in order to compete against Matt Shulman. So Matt Shulman kind of taking his little victory lap, and he's going to advance on to the top 16 battles.
Right, and he is actually going to do battle against Jonathan Naren.
Ooh, Matt Shulman versus Jonathan Naren. Well, Matt Shulman, he's... you know, it was funny because you pull a name like Taylor Hall, you're like, oh gosh, you know, I got Taylor Hall in my first round at top 32, but Taylor Hall not in his typical Comp Cam Chevy Corvette. He's in another Chevy Corvette, but unfortunately, you know, suffering mechanical issues. And there you go, Matt Shulman taking his little victory lap. They're able to walk away. Matt Shulman's still on the track though. Hopefully everything is okay. Once again, I want to thank everybody for joining us at the Freedom Factory. This is the third round. We're halfway through the season of the third season of the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. Thanks to Cletus McFarland and his crew at the Freedom Factory, just getting together with the Klutch Kickers crew and just providing this venue for us. And there you go, Matt Shulman. It's official. Matt Shulman's going to take the win. Taylor Hall, we'll be looking for him. Oh, Matt Shulman. Matt Shulman looks like he broke something. I think I heard something. He may have something wrong with his suspension. Fortunately, he's got some time to fix that, and hopefully he has the parts. And here we go. We got the tow truck coming out here to tow him off the course. Well, you know what? I mean, he got a lucky break. He's going against Taylor Hall. If Taylor Hall was out there and he was competing. And then he had this mechanical failure, having it, if it's a suspension part, depending on which part it is, may not have been able to finish the competition and getting taken out in the mechanical failure as well.
Yeah, it would have been him calling the 5 minutes.
He would have been him calling a 5-minute timeout, and then Taylor Holman. So Matt Shulman really getting a series of lucky breaks. There's Matt Shulman himself putting his head on his car. Be careful, man. Here comes the tow truck. All right, he's checking. Yeah, you can see the wheel there all.
That's not normal.
No, that's definitely not normal. That's a little too much toe in. He's really looking for that traction. That's what it is. Yeah, these drivers, one thing they've been battling is how much grip they want to dial into their car. You know, it comes down to the size and how much pressure you run in the tires is going to help, obviously, with the grip of the car. But also a lot of the mechanical grip that you can achieve by adjusting your rear alignment in such a way that helps the car grip up when it's in drift, what they call a side bite. You want that car to, you don't want to lose speed.
Or maybe it has 4-wheel steering.
Maybe he forgot to disconnect the 4-wheel steering. That might be it. All right, but there you go. He's got, he's assessing the car. I'm sure he's trying to get word to his pits and say, hey, listen, I think this is what's wrong. Make sure these parts are ready, because as soon as they put that car up on jack stand, that clock starts. He's going to have 5 minutes. Well, or maybe not.
No.
Actually, no, he doesn't have 5 minutes. That's right. He doesn't have to use a 5-minute timeout because that was his victory lap, so he doesn't have to go back out again.
Yeah.
So he can go ahead and take the time he needs. Hopefully he can finish it by the time we get to the top 16, and then if he still has to finish it, then he would use his 5-minute timeout. So while we get this car up the track, we did another Meet the Driver segment on Nate Hamilton. So let's take a look at that.
All right, what's up, everybody? My name is Nate Hamilton. I've been drifting for over 15 years. We're back at Clutch Kickers round 3, and I'm in the Corvette. So my Golan engine is not back home, and it's not in my 240 yet. So I'm on my second rental with the Corvette, which I'm really enjoying. This is like a fun and challenging situation for me, as I've been in a 240 like almost my entire career. So last round was the first time for me to ever drive a Corvette, like ever. Clutch Kickers, they had a rental program. I thought it would be a really good time to show up and continue my points chase. Recap on last race: qualified 5th, ran into Chris Jackson in the top 64. We got through that one, and then in the top 32, the young kid Conkling took me out, which was me kind of running underneath him and looping out. I miscalculated the distance of this front end, which definitely was my error. So sorry about hitting you, bro. Glad you got the win. Super cool to see those young dogs kind of come up in the ranks. So kind of a win-win for me either way. But yeah, talking about a little car setup here. The car basically arrives, our guys align it, we move the seat adjustments, kind of make me happy in the cabin. Then from there, this round that will be different to tackle the bank, I'm gonna run nitrous. So I've never really dabbled in nitrous yet, so this will be my first race to run some bottles and spray this thing. It makes 710 horsepower to the wheel, and I'm excited to run some walls. 9th in points right now, so this race is pretty important. To be completely honest with you guys, my brain is pretty split. So I have a wife at home who is 39 weeks pregnant, and at any moment I might get a call that I need to jet back to Texas. So I'm just really grateful to be here. Thanks for watching this little recap. Wish me luck. I'm gonna enjoy this thing. Practice is about to start. See you guys soon.
Welcome back to the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. We just saw Matt Shulman taking his bye run because Taylor Hall, unfortunately, getting taken out by mechanical failure, not able to, repair his car in the time allotted. But then Matt Shulman suffering suspension damage during his sight lap. But right now, we're gonna go to the battle of Catron versus Nate Hamilton. Nate Hamilton in the Klutch Kickers Chevy Corvette.
Hey, what's going on
way
here?
behind there. I'm not sure exactly. That was an interesting start there. But Nate Hamilton out front in the Klutch Kickers Chevy Corvette, being chased by Christian Catron in the BMR Chevy Corvette. Christian Catron looks like he's a little shaken up because he kind of passed Nate Hamilton down the straight, having to slow the car down and get back into drift, proving to be a little bit of a struggle as both cars make their way past that inside clip. That was interesting. It was. I don't believe that was a restart there. I'm really interested to see that replay.
I mean, that was
It's confusing. I'm like, wait a minute, what's going on?
Who's leading and who's chasing?
Yeah.
I mean, are they in the right positions? What's going on over here? But finally, once they figure it out, you had Nate Hamilton high on the bank. He was working his way, and then unfortunately, when they were coming down off the bank, Christian Catron tried to check up, tried to make a correction, and kind of lost control of the car, but was able to regain his composure and then went in on the attack on outer zone number 3. But what transpired
Right
at the exit at the end of outer zone number 1?
Yeah.
I think that was key.
Yeah, it was very interesting because one of the things we talk about is, wow, look at that, almost pushing Nate Hamilton around that third outer zone. Christian Catron able to get back in the pocket, but like you mentioned before, not a very interesting start. I know that a lot of times a chase driver will utilize a roll start, try to roll start the car in order to maintain that proximity down the straight as they enter in to that first outer zone. Was that the tactic that Christian Catron tried to utilize, but unfortunately didn't seem to work out because Nate Hamilton was way behind? Or did Nate Hamilton miss a gear? Because we talked about earlier, you said Nate Hamilton's not in his typical vehicle, so he's having to make adjustments, not to just, we talked to him before about adjusting to that electronic throttle, but also trying to get used to that gearbox. So was that the issue? We don't know. Both cars going down straight. Christian Catron out front in that BMR Chevy Corvette, followed closely behind by Nate Hamilton in a Klutch Kicker Chevy Corvette. Both cars make it around that first outer zone, diving back in. Whoa! Christian Catron way off that first touch and go as they've come across and through the infield, now into that third outer zone. Nate Hamilton trying to close that gap, apply that pressure. Catron doing a great job staying at the outer edge of outer zone number 3. Both cars off the track. Wow, that was a little interesting. Catron doing a great job on the bank, but towards the end, just coming out of the bank too hot.
Right, and it's some, I mean, you hate to see it. Christian Catron having the same issue in the same area on the track. It was looking solid, but then as you saw, when he got off at the end of outer zone number 1, he went way too wide, had to apply a lot of angles and try to not lose the car, and then that's kind of slowed things down a bit. So you have to wonder, was it unchaseable?
That brings an interesting point. We were going over the different lead and chase drivers' responsibilities, right? I mean, the lead car does have to maintain a line and, put his car in all the right spots, and the chase driver is utilizing him as a mobile clipping point. Now, at that point, Christian Catron is way offline, coming out, doing a great job on the outer zone itself, but coming out of the outer zone number 1, coming out way wide. Nate Hamilton is going to have to make some adjustments because he's trying to stay online. So as you see, Nate Hamilton kind of cutting, not really cutting the line, but since Christian Catron is so far offline, Nate making those adjustments, trying to get back in the pocket. But it looks like we do have a decision here. And there you have it. Nate Hamilton, unanimous decision, is going to advance on to the top 16. Unfortunately, Christian Catron, not sure what was going on during that first run, but definitely way offline. Shout out to Nate Hamilton. We got to check him out a little while ago. It's awesome to see him moving on and just getting, a lot of drivers getting used to new chassis here today. And the Chevy Corvette is proven to be like the new competitive chassis. We see Taylor Ray going to it. Obviously, Taylor Hole is switched over from this Cadillac from last season. And then here we have Nate Hamilton renting out the Chevy Corvette as well.
And another Corvette.
And there we go. We got Jaden Martirano with Jackson Performance out of Pompano Beach, Florida. Jaden actually from Canada makes the trip down here and then brings out the Chevy Corvette that Jackson Performance, almost, as you can see on across the side of it, sponsoring that vehicle and keeping it together out here, making sure the pit crew is all out here supporting Jaden. So Jaden definitely one of the youngest drivers out here. I believe he's 14 years old. So he's out here battling it out. Definitely one of the youngest drivers. You want to check him out, Jay the Drifter. But then he's got to go against Ryan Kaufman. Ryan Kaufman, one of the OGs out here, taking a hiatus from drifting for quite a while, throwing his hat back into the competition ring this season of the Klutch Kickers in his, FCRX, I almost said FD, but FCRX7, I want to make sure I correct that, V8 powered. As you can see, Taxi Garage, he's one of the Taxi Garage crew out here with his teammate, Nick Ward. When they're not here drifting, they're just going crazy on their crazy karts, just like everywhere. Having fun. That's what they're all about. If you know any of their crew, the Taxi Garage crew loves to have fun, and that's what they are. They're going to have fun, but they're also fierce competitors. Jaden's going to lead in that Jackson Performance Chevy Corvette, and then Ryan Kaufman in that Taxi Garage RX-7. Of course, we don't hear any rotaries in there, right? There's no squirrel cages in that car. That's a V8 powered rotor. Not V8 powered rotary. No. V8 powered rotary.
Oh, that's something.
No, that's not. All right, here we go. Jaden out front. Ryan Kaufman not too far behind. Both cars making their way into that first outer zone. Jaden running kind of midline, trying to get his way up to the top of the bank. Both cars coming down. Ryan doing a good job in a chase position, trying to apply pressure. Jaden pulling away a little bit. Oh, there we go. Ryan surging forward, trying to close that gap as they make their way through that third outer zone. Ryan really shallow, though, trying to maintain that proximity. Jaden, good job in the lead position. Could have been higher on that first outer zone, but seemed like he had a consistent angle, and nonetheless, it did seem like a solid lead run.
Oh, definitely. And as we take a look back at the replay, we see Ryan Kaufman not too close alongside Jaden, but Jaden doing a good job on outer zone number 1 as they transition down to the outer zone number 2. Ryan Kaufman does fall back a little bit, but then he's able to surge back again going into outer zone number 3. He does shallow up, so you could argue that, say that Ryan Kaufman could have done a little bit a better job of aligning himself up against Jaden in that section of the course.
Well, both drivers going to work their way back to the line.
Wow.
Ooh, yeah, Ryan definitely trying.
Significant.
Yeah, it is significant. Ryan definitely trying to apply that pressure, as you mentioned before, really going shallow through that third outer zone. But both drivers back at the line, ready to do battle once again. This time, Ryan Kaufman in Taxi Garage Mazda RX-7 is going to go battle out and try to put down a stellar lead run. Jaden Martirano with the Jackson Performance Corvette is going to apply the pressure as much as possible. It's going to be interesting. I think these cars are, I think Jaden maybe edges them out in power a little bit here, but both cars down the straight. Ryan Kaufman attack. Jaden right there, almost on his bumper as they make their way through that first outside zone. Ryan nice and high in the wall. Whoa! Jaden making a little contact. Ryan staying in it to win it as they make their way into that third outer zone. Both cars still drifting. There was a little contact, but that's okay. Rubbin's racing. Jaden really applying that pressure in that chase position. Jaden coming, whoa, give it a little bump. Wow, give it up for Jaden Martirano. What a chase. And Ryan Kaufman, he's not flopping. He's going to keep going.
Yeah.
He just loves it. He loves it. If you see that man is crazy. When he gets on a crazy car, he's doing all kinds of flips and crashes. He just loves it. He just loves it.
And Jaden just kept reminding Ryan, like, hey, buddy, I'm right here.
I'm here, buddy. I'm knocking at the door.
It's like, speed up. Come on, let's get going.
Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah.
We're missing the replay. We're missing the replay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, going back to outer zone number 3. Here we go as they make their way over to the inner cliff. That's where they make contact again. And it does disrupt Jaden's performance throughout that section of the course. But look at this. Not phased at all. Both drivers side by side, contact. And I mean, they could have lost it, but they held it together.
Yeah, I mean, Jaden, he was a little aggressive there, caused him to go way offline in the chase position, unfortunately, coming off that bank. I did notice that this time. I mean, he was aggressive, and the judges will award aggression, but at what point does aggression cause too many corrections, right? So, yeah, it was a stellar chase run, but that bumping is pulling him offline.
Definitely.
And, we'll see. I mean, it made major correction. Coming off the bank, Jaden, even though, like I said, he applied that pressure, very sloppy coming out of outer zone number 1.
And it's very reminiscent to what we saw in the last round with Chelsea Nofa going up against Savio Silva and Matt Shulman. Same areas, contact on the transition from the back.
Right, so it's interesting. Like I said, you see the great proximity, and it was a great chase run by Jaden Martirano, but was he over-aggressive? And as you can see in the replay of both cars going, Ryan Kaufman's doing a great job staying high on the bank and coming down, putting his car where he needs to be. Jaden tapping him, putting him offline, but also causing himself to have a very, very almost a straighten out there coming off the outer zone number 1. So it's great that we see the aggression, but you know, there's a balance there. You want to be aggressive, but at the same time, you don't want to you know, hurt yourself when it comes to, look there, you see the contact right there, pushing Ryan maybe a little wide coming off the outer zone number 1. As you see, we're rewatching this replay because the judges are trying to analyze this portion of track. So it may come down, the winner may come down to what happened there. Once again, I want to thank everybody for joining us for round 3 of the Clutch Kickers. We're halfway through. If you got friends or family that weren't able to make it, tell them to log on to baldeagle.com. They can click on the events tab and they can go ahead and sign up for the live stream and be able to help support Clutch Kickers and the Freedom Factory to be able to provide you the world-class drifting that you're seeing before you. And also, if you guys are curious on what's happening, what driver's coming up next, you can go ahead and log on to Clutch Kickers 100K Drift Series, and you can go ahead and see the bracket. The bracket is continually updated. You just refresh the page and you'll be able to see if your favorite driver has gone yet, who they're going to go against, and be up to date on all the information that's happening as the event unfolds. As you can see here, though, both drivers waiting for the judge's call. Well, it was definitely an exciting matchup. Ryan Kaufman did a pretty good job from the chase position, but Jaden definitely more aggressive. We're seeing a young man develop and to be a formidable opponent as the more he competes.
Now we got to take a look back at again. Try to get a sense as to, again, that contact there.
Right. So judges really just analyzing that area of the track.
Well, they have to assess who's at fault.
Right, exactly, assess fault. Well, we'll see.
Did Ryan slow down too much? Or was, as we've been talking about, Jaden was too aggressive?
Right. Ryan definitely excited to be back behind the seat. As I mentioned, him and his teammate, Nick Ward, out here representing Taxi Garage. Also, you got Charlie there too, right? Their member. Yeah, I mean, I know he gets behind the seat. He has a 350Z, and maybe we'll see him out in competition one day as well, and see the full Taxi Garage crew out here competing. That'd be nice. You know, Ryan Kaufman's had that car for quite a while.
Oh, definitely.
He's been competing. He used to compete back in the SWD Pro-Am days in that vehicle as well. So
he's taken it out of the country too.
Oh, that's correct. Yeah, where did he go?
He went to Curacao, Aruba, and Jamaica.
Oh wow! And in that vehicle?
In that vehicle.
So wow! So shipping that vehicle over there, I'm sure that was a interesting turn of events.
Yeah. At one point, a lot of mode.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I guess when it's in a shipping container.
Yeah.
And you don't put any sort of dehumidifiers or anything like that. It's
sitting there for about a couple months. Yeah, I can imagine all that sweat and everything in the seat. Probably doesn't sit in too well inside that container.
No.
Yeah. But you know, Jaden Martirano at such a young age, being able to develop his skills as definitely a formal opponent here. You see him in the chase position. He's just improving every round after round after round. Oh, looks like I am getting word that we do have results. All right, it's on the left, Ryan Kaufman. On the right, Jaden Martirano. Will Parsons saying Jaden Martirano. Dwayne Ramsey saying one more time. Jeremy Lowe, one more time. One more time battle between Ryan Kaufman and Jaden Martirano.
Too close to call?
Yeah, too close to call, at least for two of the judges. They just say, hey, listen, you know what? Let's just run this back again. And up next, as you can see, we have our returning champion from Season 2 of the Clutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series, Alec Ordandale, going to lead. He's going to be followed by Brian Bocha as they both make it down. Whoa, what a distance. Alec Ordandale just gapping Brian down the straight and just riding that bank. Brian has a lot of work to do in front of him to try to close that gap as both cars make it around. Definitely seeing a difference in vehicles, but Brian actually starting to close that gap as he makes his way throughout the track. Whoa, yeah, that's a David versus Goliath, unfortunately. And this one looks like Goliath's going to win.
I mean, well, that's a little too early. We have to see the other half of the battle.
Right now, Alec Ordandale definitely sitting on the advantage.
I mean, look at the significant difference in the pace and the momentum as they go through outer zone number 1. Brian just not even a part of the equation. You maybe even say it almost looked like 2 solo runs. But Brian, though, just trying to find some way to just close that gap and tries to sacrifice some of his angle, some of his line to just close in on outer zone number 3, but it was just no match.
See, when you get a driver like Alec Hunnedale and you know you're underpowered, it goes back to those different tactics that the chase driver can utilize, right? In this situation, it would have benefited Brian to try to utilize that roll start, because that Alec Hunnedale, that's a rocket ship. So unfortunately, he doesn't seem like he utilized that tactic. It definitely would have helped him to get that roll start to try to keep that proximity as he makes his way down the straight. But here we go, drivers reverse the positions. Alec Hunnedale now has to chase a much slower vehicle. We've seen Alec Hunnedale pull it off in the past, but as you mentioned, it's not over yet. Brian Bocha is a good driver in that car. He's done very well in that G35 sedan, and able to put the car in all the right places. So as long as he keeps his car on track, in line, in the zones, he's doing his job. Alec Hunnedale is going to have to follow a much slower vehicle. So you'll probably see him utilizing that left foot brake or whatever he needs in order to apply the pressure. But like I said, Alec Hunnedale is our returning champion. So if anybody is capable, obviously he's going to be able to do it. Here we go. Both cars down the straight. Alec Hunnedale looks like he's giving him a little distance and able to try to close that gap as they make their way through that first outer zone. And you can see the power and the grip of Alec Hunnedale's vehicle as he surges forward, trying to maintain that proximity, almost at a safe distance, diving in now, putting some pressure on Brian Bocha as they make their way through that third outer zone. But yeah, you can just see him surging forward and trying to keep that car from straightening out because it's so grippy, right? You saw it there. He lunged forward, but then he had to like slow down really quick, and then that may cause a major correction, but it looks like he held it together.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that when I spoke to Alec, he mentioned that he wasn't a fan of is the fact that when he has to go up against a slower car, he can't give it his all. He can't drive 110% because that's his way of driving. That's what his preferred way of driving. But even though he's not a fan of it, but he's able to make it work. He's able to get through the course, not making any contact with Brian, applying the pressure. But I think he did what he needed to do to get through.
Yeah, was Alec Hunnedale able to tame the beast inside, and it looked like he was able to put that genie back in the bottle and just kind of keep it under control there, and he did make a little contact there, but still holding it together, applying the pressure he needed, closing the gap gradually throughout the course. He gave him that little lead because he knows that Brian Bocha is a much slower vehicle in that G35 sedan. And Alec Hunnedale in that monster, that beast of a car in that ISR Nissan 240SX. Like I said, once again, our returning champion from Season 2. But here we go. We got the official results, and it is unanimous. Alec Hunnedale will advance on to the top 16, taking out Brian Bocha. Brian Bocha, valiant effort in that G35. He's going to be like, man, maybe I need a little more power. I think I need a little more power because one thing that's great about the clutch kickers and what so many drivers love is that, hey, listen, I can enter the Clutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series and I can put my skills and my car to the test. What can I do against these drivers like Alec Hunnedale, and how am I going to be able to compete, and how do I stack up against? And sometimes we've seen in the past where these drivers come out of nowhere and take out some fierce competitors, but unfortunately not the situation this time. Brian Bocha going to call it a weekend. Alec Hunnedale advancing on to the top 16. Up next, we have one of my favorite cars, even though he's he's an underdog here, right? Yeah. Reed McGivney in his Wrenchmasters BMW E30 going to go against Josiah Felice in his FDF Race Fab Nissan 240SX. Josiah, the higher qualifier, he will lead first. Reed McGivney in that Wrenchmasters BMW E30, he's going to give chase. Now, Reed McGivney, as you mentioned earlier, last round, he was a little underpowered, so this time he added some nitrous, right, to try to even the scales. He is a V-powered, I believe it's an M60 powered BMW E30. He's out here with a little bit of nitrous to help him just be more competitive. Now, is he going to utilize that roll start that we talked about for the chase driver? He may want to do that against a driver like Josiah Felice, Mr. FDF Race Fab himself, out here putting his product to the test. We know that Josiah tends to be very fast down the straight, so is Reed going to utilize that roll start? We shall see. It's going to be interesting. He's going to need to do whatever he can to be able to stay in the pocket and close that gap as Josiah makes his way around the track. It looks like they're about ready to start, locked and loaded. Once again, I want to thank everybody for joining us for the third round of the Klutch Kickers. We're officially halfway through season 3 of the $100,000 Drift Series. If you guys are taking pictures and post them on Instagram or any social web, hashtag Klutch Kickers, hashtag Freedom Factory. What happened here? Reed, not even in consideration here. Way back, Josiah just this definitely Sunday, and I can say we just witnessed a baptism. Good Sunday to you, my friend. Good Sunday to you. Unfortunately, Reed, I don't know what happened there, and now spinning out. Josiah, flawless victory so far. We're going to go back into the second half of this battle, and we have another situation like we just saw where we have a lower horsepower car against a higher horsepower car. Will Josiah be able to put on the performance that Ordandale did? We'll see.
I don't know. Just Reed has just a lot to fix, a lot to work with. It's not only the fact that there's the power difference and the speed difference, but it's also the fact of just getting through the course. He can't be spinning out like he did in outer zone number 3. Josiah just walking away with this, really just handing it off. And you don't want to leave it over to the judges.
No, you definitely don't want to put it in the judges' hands. The judges, it's one of the toughest jobs in the drifting world, and it's one of the most thankless jobs in the drifting competition world. And it's not somewhere I like to be. I've been there before. Not fun. But when you make it easy for the judges to give somebody else the victory, you're making it easy for the judges, but you're not making it easy for yourself. So, all right, so Reed McGivney, he's not out of it yet. Josiah's going to have to follow a slower car throughout the course. So Josiah may want to give him that little bit of cushion as they make their way down the straight. Doesn't look like maybe about a car or so ahead. And now Josiah's going to go ahead and try to close that gap. Reed doing a good job going through that first outer zone. Nice and high on the bank as they come off. Wow, Josiah a little sloppy. They're coming out of that first outer zone. Both cars working their way into the third outer zone. Reed doing a much better job in the lead position this time around as they make their way off the course and past that first inside clip. Was that a little bumping action there?
No.
What happened?
The tire wanted to come off the wheel.
For which car?
For Reed.
Oh, for Reed. Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, we'd have to take a look at it from another angle, but as I was mentioning before, he needs to complete the course, and Reed does do that as he goes high on the bank. Josiah does have some issues coming off outer zone number 1, but he doesn't fall back too far. And as they make their way through outer zone number 3, that's where Reed is having some issues of his own, and that's where the tire was trying to escape the wheel, and he was working through that. It was able to luckily make it through.
Yeah, Josiah doing a good job in the chase position, chasing down a lesser horsepower car.
See, look at that.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Well, oh, wow, yeah. Nice angle, though. He's got good angle out of that little P30, doesn't he? But Josiah maintaining composure, doing a safe run, keeping his distance, but not being too far away. May have been enough to edge out a victory. There you go, Josiah Felice in the FDF Fab, Nissan 240SX, Reed McGivney in at Wrenchmasters, BMW E30, and it is unanimous. Josiah Felice is going to advance on to the top 16, taking out Reed McGivney. Reed McGivney making his way into the top 32 competition. Great job. A newcomer to competition here at the Klutch Kickers. Last round was his first time competing. And now, he made top 32 finish, so I'm sure he's happy. Up next, it looks like we have Adam LZ versus Nick Ward. Adam LZ, our current points leader in the third season of the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. Going to be going against Taxi Garage's very own Nick Ward. We got to see a little bit of him earlier, so I'm sure his partner Ryan Kaufman is going to be rooting him on. And but he's got to get past Adam LZ. Can Nick Ward upset? In the top, can this be an upset? Can Nick Ward take out Adam LZ in this top 32 competition? Anything can happen. Indeed. Anything can happen. You see Nick Ward starting back a little bit. Looks like he may be utilizing that roll start because Adam LZ definitely the faster vehicle here. Nick Ward doing a pretty good job, but wow, that rocket ship of Adam LZ just right out in front. Nick Ward gonna try to apply that pressure. Adam LZ high on the bank. Both cars coming off outer zone number 1. Past the touch and go. Nick Ward right there with Adam LZ trying to apply that pressure as they make their way to it. Give it up for Nick Ward doing a great job in the chase position, starting to draw back a little bit through the third outer zone, but definitely making sure Adam LZ knows he's there. Good job, Nick Ward, in that chase position.
Oh, definitely. I mean,
wow.
Like you mentioned before, doing a great job of utilizing that rolling start to his advantage as it go into outer zone number 1. Nick Ward side by side with Adam LZ. Falls a little bit under, but that's okay because he's trying to be there alongside him. Adam LZ with massive angle through outer zone number 2. Nick Ward does fall behind on outer zone number 3, but is able to regain and go for the surge on the attack and is able to get through.
Well, Nick Ward, he's got to be excited. He's got to be happy with his performance because he's going against the season points leader, the FD Pro driver that is Adam LZ, in that rocket ship of an E36, able to even be in the ball game. He's doing a tremendous job. Nick Ward, he's got to be excited to be back in the competition this season. But they're back at the line, locked and loaded. Now Nick Ward in that taxi garage Nissan 240SX is going to lead, and I know he's going to be feeling the presence of Adam LZ in that Drift HQ BMW E36. This is going to be exciting, and it's just going to get better and better as the day unfolds. And the weather is beautiful, the track is hot, and here we go. Nick Ward out front, Adam LZ not too far behind. Adam LZ is going to have to apply as much pressure to Nick Ward. Can Nick Ward be able to stay cool under that pressure? Nick Ward nice and high on the bank. Adam LZ right there with them as they make their way into the infield. Nick Ward a little off that touch and go. Both cars transitioning together into the third outer zone. Nick Ward doing a good job filling out that third outer zone, but Adam LZ is right there with them, applying the pressure. Very smooth in that chase position. Both cars off the track. Nick Ward, Adam LZ, give it up for these drivers. What an amazing performance.
I think what's going to come down to is outer zone number 3. But let's take a look back at what happened over here. You see Nick Ward high on the bank. And again, Adam LZ much more aggressive on the proximity. Is very there side by side next to Nick Ward. And much better job here as they transition to outer zone number 2. And then again, Adam LZ does not fall back like Nick Ward did as they enter to outer zone number 3. So I think this is going to be the main difference and maybe the decider.
Well, what a performance though by Nick Ward, coming out of retirement basically this season of Clutch Kickers, throwing down with the big boys, making his way into the top 30 competition, top 32 competition over his victory yesterday in the top 64 battles, and he was super excited watching him. But it does look like we have a decision. Slide him left, Nick Ward. Slide him right, Adam LZ, and it is unanimous. Adam LZ takes the victory. He's going to advance on to the top 16. Unfortunately, Nick Ward, he wasn't able to take out Adam LZ, but what a great run, what a great effort. Hats off to Nick Ward, just really applying the pressure and showing us that, he's going to be somebody you want to keep your eye on. Nick Ward out of South Florida, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, Taxi Garage, and Ryan Kaufman, his teammate, they got to be excited with their performance this weekend. Up next, we have Billy Mitchell, BMR Racing, 350Z, and then we have him going against Randy Noah. Randy Noah in a new vehicle this round. He's in a BMW E46, powered by Volkswagen VR6. So he stayed German, but chose a very different power plant. Wunderbar. Yes. Very interesting. Randy Noah came out last round in his first time competing in this vehicle with this power plant. Still working through the bugs, right? He's got definitely decided to take a different route. And it's oh, what are we're getting word here. Looks like Randy's pulling off the line. Randy Noah calling 5-minute timeout. So he must, like I said, it's a new build, and he didn't take the easy route and throw a JZ. He said, everybody does that, right? He's like, I'm going to do something different, putting a VR6, but being original and doing something different, it's not easy, right? You're going to have to work out bugs and develop parts and things that aren't made for that vehicle, right? When you go that route, you have to, everything's got to be custom. So hopefully, the car's still driving, so that's good. So maybe he's going to work something out, be back in 5 minutes. So we're going to put this battle on pause and move on to the next battle, which is going to be Lee Yearwood versus Ethan Hodges. So as you can see, Billy Mitchell in that BMR 350Z, he's going to go ahead and pull off, and hopefully Randy Noah can get his car fixed in 5 minutes. You know, we did get a chance to catch up with Randy Noah. Actually, we had dinner with him last night, and yeah, it was pretty cool.
Right.
Yeah, there's a interesting story. I mean, we've seen Randy Noah develop as a driver over the years, and one thing we know is he was very close with his brother. His brother was involved in drifting as well, and so he ended up starting a Breathe Free Foundation, and then we interviewed him about it earlier, and he just, you know, we'll get a little more information here. We did a Meet the Driver segment, so let's take a look at that. That's be better.
My name is Randy Noah. I'm 28 years old. This is the I was about to call it S14. Used to drive an S14. This is the E46 that we built this year. It's a VR6 powered drift car. I mean, there's not many drift cars in the US that are powered by VR6, so it's an oddball altogether. Custom manifold, custom intake, everything's all one-off. I'm an aircraft mechanic by day, and this is kind of my passion that I've worked towards building. So when I was about 16 years old, I kind of got into drifting through my brother. My brother got his first S14 around that age when I was 16, 17 years old, and we kind of just wanted to get into drifting, so we started doing the street drifting and trying to hang out with all these friends and having a lot of fun. So I started to grow a passion for it, and in 2014 he ended up passing away. I kind of decided to build his car kind of as a memorial and a awareness build. He passed away from a disease called cystic fibrosis, and that is a very shitty disease in the aspect that your livelihood is limited and you know it. We kind of lived the best life that we could with the driving and everything, but I took it over and I decided to really bring awareness and just build his car in his memory. So 2 seasons last year and the year before, and I feel like he would have been by my side just cheering me on, seeing how well we were doing. We were getting top 16 every round last year. We ended up getting 1 podium last year, so we did pretty well, and I think it definitely helped kind of just bring the whole awareness to the build. As I said, the S14 is a memorial build, and it's kind of the only thing I really have left of him. So I didn't want to really put it at risk every time I went out on the track. The last 2 years, it was kind of like, he would want me to do it, and that's why I kind of just decided to go for it. But this year, we had another build in mind, and we figured it's time to finally make it and put it into work rather than risk the S14 every time. Last round was actually the first time I even drove this car. I hadn't done any donuts, hadn't done anything. We were actually building the car up to the point where we were pulling here. We didn't have the seats bolted down, didn't have the harnesses in, didn't have anything going. We dyno tuned the car the weekend before and just kind of loaded it up with just the let's see what happens mentality. And it turns out we built a pretty decent car because nothing failed, no wiring failed, everything seemed to have held together. Last round, we went up against Colette. She had good power up top, no power on the bottom, and that's kind of what we were experiencing with this setup first. It was just really hard to drive. If you would let off the throttle at any point, I'd fall out of power. I battled Taylor Hull in the top 32, got knocked out by him. To kind of address those issues that I had the first round, we added a smaller rear turbine housing, we added a smaller rear turbine wheel, and we also added a shot of nitrous. That made a significant difference. Just driving up and down the road, the car wakes right up as soon as you hit the clutch, so it's a different animal than what it was before. So hopefully this round, I think we'll be all right. Well, super excited to be here, guys. Hopefully I can put it on a good show for you guys. It's definitely a different animal than it was the first round, so I think I have the right tools in my bag this time around. So thanks for watching, guys. Tune in, watch all the competition. It's going to be real exciting today.
Randy Noah. And there you have it. We're back to the action here. And right now we have Ethan Hodges and Lee Yearwood getting ready to line up. They're warming up their tires. They're a very essential part of the competition. These drivers want to make sure that they have the traction they need. Most of these drivers are switching tires and going to brand new tires every round of competition. So they do a battle, they put brand new tires on. So we want to make sure they have the tires. One thing that we noticed during practice is that the original layout was so long, some of the drivers were not able to compete 2 full laps on 1 set of tires. So they're not just having fun, which they are having fun doing some donuts and stuff, but one of the purposes of that is to warm the tires up and maybe shake off some little bugs, check out the vehicle right before they start. But as you see, Ethan Hodges in that red 350Z is going to be going against Lee Yearwood in his monster performance Nissan 240 SX. Ethan Hodges out front. Lee Yearwood going to give chase. Lee Yearwood, definitely a fierce chase driver. So it's going to be interesting to see. Ethan Hodges is going to try to go out there, and both drivers making it down the straight. Here we go. Lee Yearwood is almost on the back bumper as both cars initiate around that first outside zone. Ethan Hodges right in the wall like a pro, coming down off the bank. Both drivers making their way through the infield. Lee Yearwood closing that gap, almost touching the back bumper through the transition. Diving in, applying that pressure to Ethan Hodges as they make their way through that third outer zone. Ethan Hodges on the throttle, both cars side by side coming off the course. That was a great run, the way to start off this next battle.
Yeah, definitely. When you take a look back at the replay, you see Ethan starts off midline to the course, but then works his way up to outer zone number 1. Lee Yearwood does fall behind a little bit, but is able to close in that gap when it comes down to outer zone number 2. Then as they transition to outer zone number 3, Lee Yearwood stays right alongside Ethan Hodges. But Ethan Hodges, great job filling in that outer zone and transitioning over to the final course.
Wow, both drivers doing a good job. Lee Yearwood could have been a little closer around the first outside zone, playing a little catch up, not too far behind, but he was able to close that gap as he made his way throughout the course. But unfortunately, I would have liked to see Lee Yearwood apply more pressure in the chase position around that first outer zone, but drivers are swapping positions. Lee Yearwood definitely is able to put down a high qualifying lead run, and Ethan Hodges is going to have his hands full. He's going to try to apply that pressure. Can he better Lee Yearwood's chase performance? I don't know, but already Lee Yearwood way out in front. Ethan Hodges, he's got to close that gap. Look at Lee Yearwood riding that wall. Look at the smoke, the commitment. Ethan Hodges trying to run a shallower line, able to gain proximity, but Lee Yearwood way out in front. Can Ethan Hodges close that gap? And he does pretty well as he makes his way through that third outer zone. Lee Yearwood just on the throttle. Tons of smoke, tons of angle. Both drivers making their way out. Wow, that is very interesting to see how far Lee Yearwood was able to gap Ethan Hodges. Ethan Hodges able to gain some proximity, but maybe not enough.
Yeah, and this could be a case of a decision being made right from the start. As you just mentioned, is that there was a significant gap formed right from the start of outer zone number 1, and Ethan Hodges having to play catch up throughout the course until outer zone number 3. That's where it's able to actually get through alongside Lee Yearwood. So I have to wonder, how are the judges gonna weigh that?
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be interesting. There you see the gap. I mean, Ethan Hodges just has a ton of ground to make up. Wow, that's interesting, because you know, for a second there I was like, man, Lee Yearwood wasn't as close, right, on his chase run, and then Ethan Hodges was even further back than Lee Yearwood. So the judges got to analyze both runs back to back and see who they can. I mean, both drivers seem like they put a decent line in the lead position. I really think it's going to come down to who had the better chase run, who was able to apply the pressure they needed to. And unfortunately, I'm not sure if maybe something happened with Ethan Hodges out the start. Did he miss a gear? Did he, you know what I'm saying, did he miss the light? But Lee Yearwood on point, right? Taking off down the straight, able to increase that distance down the straight and just put that commanding lead run. It's not, like you said before, you don't want to make it easy for the judges, right? I'm sure the judges like it because, like, oh, this is an easy call. I can make this one no problem. But you really don't want to make it. But it looks like we do have a decision. It's going to be slide him left for Lee Yearwood, slide him right for Ethan Hodges. It is unanimous. Lee Yearwood advancing on. Team Monster Performance going to make their way into the top 16. Congratulations to Lee Yearwood. All right, he's excited. Unfortunately, Ethan Hodges, it may have come down to just how far Lee Yearwood gapped him off down the straight, and we've seen that already a couple times. So chase drivers really need to be aware of what's going on and who they're going against and what kind of tactics they're going to have to utilize in order to maintain proximity throughout the course.
So let me go ahead and give you an update. Randy Noah was not able to fix his car in time after he called his 5 minutes. So that gave Billy Mitchell a bye run. And we're going to see him move on in the top 32 competition.
Wow. Well, hopefully Randy Noah, you know, we always enjoy getting together with them, and you know, he did make the decision to go a little more original and try that VR6 power plant, and along with it is going to come, you know, so a learning curve, right? So I'm sure he's going to be back at the dyno, back in the shop, working at that again, trying to make sure it can make a full pull next round. But hey, he just, unfortunately, Billy Mitchell, I'm sure this isn't the way he wants to walk away with the victory, but I know he'll take it. right? It's an easy path to the top 16. Unfortunately, Randy Noah taken out by mechanical issues, not able to repair his car. Billy Mitchell is going to advance on to the top 16.
Yeah, Billy Mitchell, rookie of the series. Not a lot of competition experience, but the way how he's driving doesn't really show.
No, Billy Mitchell, along with Connor O'Sully and Jaden Martirano, those 3 drivers, newer to the Clutch Kicker series and to drifting as well. All of them very young in the sport with a few years of competition experience underneath their belts, proven to be forces to be reckoned with, and people and drivers you want to keep your eye on. So definitely, there we go. That was official results. Billy Mitchell will advance on to the top 16, and we're going to go ahead and move on to our next battle, and I believe that's Eric Conkling, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. He's going to be going up against Brandon Whitnick.
Oh, so Brandon Whitnick. Brandon Whitnick, definitely an interesting story. Last round, borrowed car, the king of one more times. That's got to be weighing in on Eric Conkling's mind, because is his car, is he going to be able to handle the onslaught of one more times that he's going to have to face going against Brandon Whitnick? Brandon Whitnick, he's out here last round. He was, I believe he was in a 4-door, he was in, what was he in? He was in some sort of sedan that he borrowed, and right-hand drive. Challenging JZX, yeah, challenging himself as a driver. He's got his hands full with Eric Conkling. Eric Conkling has been in that vehicle almost his whole drifting career. Brandon Whitnick, he's got to close the gap. Both drivers making their way through that first outside zone. Brandon very low on the bank. Eric Conkling riding the wall like a pro. What's going to happen? Brandon Whitnick learning that car. He's got to apply that pressure. Eric Conkling a little wide through that second outside zone. Both cars into the third outside zone. Brandon starting to close that gap. Eric doing a great job in that lead position. Brandon having his hands full, learning a new vehicle. I know we caught up with him, and that's our very own Mike Midyet, is his vehicle that he's loaning to Brandon Whitnick. And I think one of the things we're talking about is how big the turbo is and keeping it in boost. But hey, let's take a look at the replay.
Yeah, and one of the things to consider is how Brandon wasn't nowhere near Eric on outer zone number 1, so he was behind. He did fall beneath that line, so I gotta wonder, did that zero out his run? Because if it did, then Eric just needed to complete his run. And even though it wasn't perfect, he did knock out one of the clipping points, but may have given him the advantage.
Well, you know, I'll tell you, we were able to catch up with Brandon Whitnick in the pits, and one of the things that I found interesting that he said, he goes, you know, I've been finding drifting boring. He goes, I've been drifting for so long. I'm looking for new challenges. One of the new challenges is driving and competing in different chassis every round. And he's putting himself to the test, but he may have bitten off more than he can chew this round of competition, because he's definitely struggling. We saw him struggle during his top 64 battle against Bradley St. Germain, but he was able to edge out the victory there. Will he be able to edge out the victory over Eric Conkling? Like I said, Eric Conkling is he's been in that chassis almost since he started, so he's comfortable. He knows what he needs to do. He knows the car. Brandon Whitnick challenging himself in a different vehicle, a very capable vehicle, but new challenges, learning how to drift on other vehicles, keeping it in the power band. Let's see what happens. Brandon Whitnick is going to lead. Eric Conkling going to give chase. Can Brandon Whitnick bonk the conk? We shall see. But right now, it looks like they're trying to pull something off of Brandon Whitnick's car.
Yeah, it looks like the fender.
Yeah, it looks
maybe
like
going for a little weight reduction.
Yeah, maybe it was a little too heavy. He's I'm gonna pull this off, and yeah, so maybe lighten up the car a little bit. I don't know, probably not.
Who knows? Just a quick update. Randy Noah, he broke an axle.
Oh no. Okay, Randy Noah. You know, I saw him working on. I think he broke an axle during practice as well. I know he was underneath the car during practice. So unfortunate. So at least it's an easy fix. And nothing to do with the VR6. They kind of rhymes, right? Easy fix, nothing to do with the VR6. But anyways, here we go. Both drivers going down the straight. Eric, looks like we may have a restart.
Yeah, looks like it. I see the lights flashing.
All right, there you go.
Maybe hard to see from this angle, but towards the end, right at the start of outer zone number 1, you see some yellow lights flashing. That indicates that it's a restart.
Right, so then that means something went awry during the startup, and they're going to go ahead and line the drivers back up again. This is going to be the second half of the battle between Brandon Whitnick and Eric Conkling. Brandon Whitnick is going to be out front in, like I said, a borrowed chassis. Eric Conkling, he's at home in that S14. Both drivers going to do battle. Can Brandon come back? bonk the conk. Eric Conkling's got to keep calm, cool, and collective. He's definitely no stranger to competition, and he's out here ready to do battle.
I haven't heard that in a while.
I haven't heard that in a while. I haven't said that in a while. But it's true nonetheless. All right, here we go. Looks like we got a thumbs up. Both drivers locked and loaded. Eric looks like he's going to try to roll start, keep that proximity down the straight. Here we go. Both drivers going down the straight. Eric Conkling not too far behind. Brandon throwing into that first outside zone. Brandon getting high on the wall. Yes, man, look at Eric right there with him, almost touching, but making a correction, causing him to fall back, taking out those outer zone or inside zone markers. Both drivers working their way through the third outer zone. Eric very aggressive from the chase position, but it too much as he's way offline in the chase position. We talked about this before. You want to be aggressive, but you don't want to put yourself in a bad position. So yes, it was aggressive. Yes, there was proximity, but it was kind of sloppy.
Right, and it was very messy from both of the drivers. As we take a look back.
Will this go one more time?
Oh, no. Don't start already. But you see a major correction on Eric's part as he went too aggressive on the chase position. So he's able to actually get through, knocks down some of the markers around the course. And he's able to actually go in, falls midline, shallows up on outer zone number 3. Although you have Brandon, though, having a struggle of his own, dropping a tire through outer zone number 3. So, again, not the best run. Very messy.
But if you look at Eric Conkling through that outer zone number 1, it almost looks like he straightened out twice. And very close. Very, very shallow angle coming towards the end of outer zone number 1 and coming down through that inside touch and go. Brandon Whitnick did not take out the touch and go. He didn't get that deep into the touch and go. Eric Conkling going very deep in that touch and go. So, you know, the chase driver has to follow, use that lead car as a mobile clipping point. But here you can see, I'll show you right. They're working their way through the bank, doing a good job. Eric closing the gap right about there, almost making contact, causing almost a near straight, taking out those inside zone markers, getting back on the throttle, closing the gap once again, but then very wobbly, doing what we call the truffle shuffle as he makes his way through that third outer zone, kind of shuffling that car back and right, not maintaining a consistent angle is Eric Conkling. But will it go one more time? Or did Eric Conkling's lead run, was it better than Brandon Whitnick's lead run? I guess they're going to have to analyze both runs, but definitely almost right there. It looks like he almost went straight. Very interesting turn of events. I'll tell you, you know, anytime Brandon Whitnick is behind the wheel and he's competing, you don't know what's going to happen. There are times where we've seen it where he's like, oh, he's definitely got the loss, and then come back and something happens and he's able to get it one more time and then take it in that one more time. I think he's gone, how many times against Taylor Ray did he go last season? Like 2 or 3 one more time battles in a row, was it?
Give or take.
Yeah, give or take. I mean, the man, it just, like I said, I call him the king of one more times, and the man has done in more one more time battles.
On that marker.
Oh yeah, you really send that flying.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, great job, both drivers. Working our way through the top 32 competition. If you're just joining us now, we're working our way through the top 32 competition of the Klutch Kickers Round 3 of the $100,000 Drift Series, and we're happy that you're joining us. We are here, and if you guys are wondering if your favorite driver has advanced or if he's battled yet, go ahead and log on to Klutch Kickers 100K Drift Series, and you can go ahead and take a look at the live bracket that will be continually refreshed throughout the day. You can see if your favorite driver has gone yet and what battles are coming next. So that's definitely interesting. There you see.
Well, interesting development. There's some kitty litter being dispersed around the end of outer zone number 3. So I wonder, did something break with one of these vehicles?
That's very interesting. I do see Eric Conkling's car on the track, but I don't think I see Brandon Whitnick's car on the track. So typically both drivers stop by the entry to the track and wait for the judge's decision. And as you mentioned, they look like we are doing a little track cleanup here. So was that Eric's car, or was that, oh, hey, that Brandon Whitnick's right there. There he is at the start line in his invisible vehicle. There he goes. That's Brandon Whitnick in the invisible Batmobile. I guess he's riding right there. Just
oh, there he is. Okay, all right.
He's still got his helmet on. You know, so Eric doesn't have his helmet on.
Yeah.
And Brandon has the helmet on. Yeah. Hey, there's something wrong here. Yeah. But there you go. You know, one thing that we always we talked about Brandon. I was like, you know, one thing I love about watching him drive is that win, lose, or draw, he's out of the car because he's just so excited. You know, you would think he's bored, right? I mean, he's so excited, you know, congratulating the driver that maybe takes the victory over him, or just thanking the driver that he defeated, just saying, hey, listen, that was a great battle. Thank you so much. And, of course, like I said, Eric Conkling looks like he's a little hot there, trying to cool off.
Yeah, I think that's another reason why they got off the vehicle, because it does get hot.
Yeah, I was talking with Nick Ward. I think he said it took the temperature of his vehicle. It was almost 120 degrees inside that vehicle.
Sheesh.
Right, so it gets very hot. And these drivers, and also the pit crew and spotters, you guys want to make sure your drivers staying hydrated. And we did have some drivers in past seasons where they were passing out, right, because the heat, there's tremendous heat. But it looks like we do have a decision. It's going to be slide him left for Brandon, slide him right for Eric Conkling, Dwayne Ramsey, Eric Conkling, Jeremy Lowe, one more time, Will Parsons, Eric Conkling. Eric Conkling taking out Brandon Whitnick, advancing on to the top 16. I thought it was going to go one more time. We had one vote for one more time. I was a little suspense there. All right, congratulations. Unfortunately, Brandon Whitnick getting taken out, but you know what? I'm sure he's got to be happy. He's in a different car. He's challenging himself. Hats off to Eric Conkling. He couldn't bonk the conk, right? Eric Conkling's still in competition, so there you have it. Eric Conkling going to get back and get ready for the top 16. But while we clean up the track, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. Guys, don't go anywhere.
Hey, what's up? My name is Connor O'Sullivan. I'm from Knoxville, Tennessee, and I drive a 2004 BMW E46. So I've been driving drift cars for about a year and a half, so this is my full first season. I raced motocross till I was about 16. Got out of that, started stunt riding, so I feel like I just had a really aggressive driving style when I got into the drift cars. We just went to a lot of tracks, tried to get as much seat time as possible. I'm with Knox Power, my buddy Andrew K, he's our mechanic, and he helps out with like the setup and stuff, which definitely helps, and he has a big drifting background. He's been driving for about 10 years, so I think that had a lot to do with it as well. I mean, I had some street cars. I had a 900 horsepower Evo. I had an M3 I used to slide around a little bit, but it was nothing crazy. But I'm from Connecticut originally, and I had a 1500 Chevy truck. And I used to drift that thing in the snow with all my buddies, and I always just had a feel for it, and always was so much fun. I've always just looked up to him because he's one of the bigger drifters out there. And when I didn't even know about drifting, all my buddies were watching his videos and stuff, and I was like, I really just gotta put it on him. And I just made a mistake, so. Too much pressure. I really just wanted to get the win and just applied too much pressure and it got to me, I guess, maybe. Yeah, it's built by Mike Lau. It's a 427 LS dart blocks, naturally aspirated, made 625 to the wheels. Yeah, absolutely. We just try to stay wide open the whole time. We haven't changed anything. We're gonna just try to run this track, see how it does. We might do some gear changes. We're gonna try to keep the suspension and everything the same, just because it was so fast last time. Try to get that #1 spot. Just give it my all, and we have a good team, good mechanic. Hopefully we dial the car in and just rip it.
Great driver out here today, showing that he's got what it takes to be at the top. Taking home $3,500 thanks to Klutch Kickers.
like an adult when I'm drifting with older people. The drivers out here, it's because of them that I'm so good. I take like all the style of the different drivers and I put it into my own style, and that's what makes me the driver that I am right now. Unfortunately, it didn't pass my top 64, so I was against Eric Conkling. The lead run, it went really well. I was like on my line, I had a lot of angle, I was fast. Unfortunately, on my tandem, I was a bit too low, so unfortunately, like I hit a bump and it made my car spin out, and we maybe think that since I hit someone, the bash bar moved back and it hit the tire when I was turning, so maybe that's what happened, but we're not sure. But I spun out, unfortunately. Banks are really cool. I love banks, but since here there's like very low power cars and very high power cars, I'd say it's a very good thing that there's no bank, because it's like fair for everyone. It'll be like a better show because we'll do tandem and we'll be able like to stick it on the door easily. So if ever I win the $10,000, if I win one round, I think that most of the money will go back to my dad for all the money that he spent on the car, and we might put like a portion of that money towards like just some upgrades on the car, so I could come stronger the next year.
All right, welcome back. That was a little behind-the-scenes Meet the Driver edition of Jaden Martirano, which is at the start line now. He's going to be going against Ryan Kaufman in their one more time battle. Thank you guys for joining us here live, and those of you guys are watching on live stream, thank you so much for supporting Klutch Kickers and the Freedom Factory in their third season of the $100,000 Drift Series. We couldn't do it without the drivers and without the fans, so if you guys are new to drifting, we ask you to like, follow, share some pictures, hashtag Freedom Factory, hashtag Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. But right now we have Jaden Martirano with the Jackson Performance Chevy Corvette going against Ryan Kaufman in his Taxi Garage Mazda RX-7. Jaden Martirano is going to lead first, and this is the one more time battle between Jaden Martirano and Ryan Kaufman. All right, both drivers down the straight. Ryan Kaufman very close behind Jaden Martirano. Both drivers attacking the first outer zone. Jaden doing a great job high on the bank. Ryan applying the pressure like he needs to. Can he force a mistake from Jaden Martirano as they work their way past the second outer zone into the third outer zone? Ryan Kaufman right diving in for the attack as they work their way through the third outer zone. Jaden and Ryan both shallow through the third outer zone, working their way off the course. Ryan doing a great job staying right there with Jaden. Jaden, for the most part, nice solid lead run, except towards the end, seemed like he was a little shallow through the third outer zone.
Yeah, and one of the benefits with the one more time battles is that the competitors get a better sense of what they're going up against, so they're able to make adjustments to improve their runs in time for the one more time battle. So as we see here, Ryan Kaufman doing a great job of staying side by side with Jaden, but Jaden does take some time to get back in formation, to get back on the power as outer zone number 3. It did struggle there, and Ryan Kaufman was able to capitalize on that opportunity, so that way Jaden doesn't take off from him.
And a lot of times you see the chase driver dive in very shallow. It almost reveals the poor line of the lead driver, right? Because you see Ryan is very shallow, and you're like, wow, man, he's really shallow. But Jaden Martirano was shallow as well, going through that third outer zone. So Jaden Martirano, he has his work cut out for him. Ryan Kaufman, he's got to put down that solid lead run. Jaden Martirano, we saw him very aggressive in the chase position, applying a lot of pressure to Ryan Kaufman, but almost too much pressure, forcing the judges to force it into a one more time battle. As we see both cars going to get ready to line back up again. Oh, well, there you have it, folks. Unfortunately, Jaden Martirano debeated a tire. And one of the rules that Klutch Kickers has enforced, and I believe it's in Formula Drift as well, is you cannot debeat a tire while drifting unless there's some type of collision. Then they'll allow the driver to get the tire back on the wheel. But unfortunate for Jaden Martirano, tire popping off the wheel. These guys run such a low pressure. Ryan Kaufman advancing on to the top 16, taking his not sight lap, but just I guess a little parade lap, right? As he works his way throughout the course. Ryan Kaufman, well, he kind of got a lucky break there, because we saw how Jaden Martirano, how aggressive he was in the chase position. Ryan Kaufman did a phenomenal job applying that pressure. Jaden Martirano, you know, these guys run sometimes like 10 psi. I mean, I think I've even heard numbers of 7 psi of air pressure in these tires as they go around trying to achieve as much traction as they can. Very similar to drag racing. But there you go. Ryan Kaufman is going to work his way out. Jaden Martirano deep beating a tire without making a collision. So he's not able to move on to the competition, handing the win to Ryan Kaufman. And that's the official results. Ryan Kaufman, top 16. Here it comes. So I'm sure his teammate Nick Ward is rooting him on. Taxi Garage made their way into the top 16. I can see he's excited inside that vehicle right there. Up next, we have a long time, actually both of these drivers are long-time Klutch Kickers competitors. Ryan Acevedo in his ISR Nissan 350Z is going to be going against Sean Booth. And his monster performance? I don't know. That's 15. All right, both drivers, no stranger to clutch kickers. They're out here ready to do battle. Ryan Acevedo will lead. Sean Booth will give chase. It's going to be an interesting battle because we saw last round of competition, Ryan Acevedo suffering some mechanical failure in his power steering, causing him to collide against the wall as he exited out the track, very shooken up, able to make the repairs. One of the things we got a chance to catch up with him, say, hey, you know, what have you done to prepare for this round? And he's like, you know, he goes, I've done more pre-competition practice in my vehicle than I've ever done before, trying to make sure the car is at 110%. So hopefully that paid off. He seems to be consistent. He's confident in the car. He's not afraid, right? He did take a collision, which can sometimes shake somebody up, but also affect the driver mentally and dial back their aggression. But he said it hasn't affected him at all. He's ready to do battle. He's ready to take home the #1 prize today. But will he be able to edge out Sean Booth in that Nissan S15? We've seen Sean Booth take out competition left and right before. Very fierce competitor. It's going to be interesting to watch. I'm getting where judges are ready. It looks like the cars are ready. Sean Booth is dropped back. And anytime I see a car faded back like that a little bit, not even, it tells me that he's probably going to try to utilize that little roll start. I mean, that proximity, especially if you know you're going to chase down a competitor like Ryan Acevedo, you know he's going to be fast, you know he's consistent. He's been at clutch kickers, he's competed at clutch kickers for many years, so he's out here throwing down. So Sean Booth, he's like, okay, I want to make sure I'm close because he doesn't want Ryan Kaufman to run away in that ISR Performance Nissan 350Z. Ben, what are your thoughts on this battle?
Well, it's also, like you mentioned, battle of inline 6 V8, so the V8 is going to have low end torque. It's going to benefit the takeoff. So Sean Booth is going to try to capitalize on that roll start.
Right. Well, here we go. Looks like Sean Booth is doing a good job trying to stay close. Both cars entering that first outer zone. Ryan working his way up the bank, doing a good job. Sean Booth not too far behind. Nice angle, nice speed, working away off the bank through that touch and go. Good job. Sean Booth doing a good job matching transition and transition, angle to angle, keeping a good amount of proximity, trying to dive in for the attack. Ryan Acevedo, nice lead run so far as both cars make their way past that inside clip.
I gotta tell you, both of these cars, both of these drivers looking solid throughout that run. No major mistakes, no wavering. This is actually going to be difficult for the judges to figure out who has the advantage. But as we look back at the replay, we see Ryan Acevedo high on the bank, Sean Booth just right there with him throughout that section of the course. If anything, you could say Sean Booth could have avoided that marker, but that's, you know, minor details. At the same time, Ryan Acevedo could have filled in the outer zone #3 as we take a look at the bald eagle cam. So,
well, you know, it was a good job, as you mentioned. I mean, the only area of maybe concern for Sean Booth was how he came off the first off the bank in that first outer zone, making his way through that inside touch and go. So he was a little shallow through angle, but he was able to use that to his advantage and maintain that proximity, not letting Ryan Acevedo pull away, right? So the chase drivers allotted some shallow angle and some cutting of the line in order to maintain that proximity, but there's a balancing act, right? You can do it, but you don't want to do too much. You definitely don't want to make it easy for the judges to make a call, but here we go.
This is interesting. Ryan Acevedo is actually further back
in
his chase position compared to Sean Booth.
Well, you know, definitely seems like he's going to utilize that roll start maybe a little further back, gives him a little more time to time the light, because the lead driver, he's not allowed to take off until that light turns off. So he's watching that light. The chase driver is trying to time that light and trying to be there side by side. Now, the chase driver is not allowed to impede the initiation of the lead car. He has to let the lead car make his transition. Sometimes you see a little feint or manji entry down the straight. So the chase driver, it's his duty to make sure he allows the lead driver. But wow, Ryan Acevedo didn't really get much of a roll start. Both drivers down into that first outside zone. Ryan actually higher on the bank than Sean Booth as they make their way off the bank, past that touch and go. Whoa, Sean Booth way too deep into that touch and go, and looks like he's going to bring that home. Yeah. Is that a unicorn? I thought it was a unicorn for a second. Sean Booth shutting it down.
What is going on?
Yeah, I thought we'd witnessed a unicorn. Wow, too bad. Too bad he shut it down.
Promising.
It was looking very promising. Unfortunately, Sean Booth shutting it down, giving us the unicorn treatment, bringing that marker all the way around the course. I mean, the car's still moving, but looks like he's almost trying to rush off the track there. I'm not sure what's going on. Hopefully we can get word back on what's happening there.
Maybe hitting those markers may have damaged something that
it could have.
We're not aware of. See here, knocks on both of them, picks up that cone, was looking to work his way to bring it back over to us, but something happened as he progressed towards outer zone number 3, went off course, finally ate it. He was not happy with himself, slaps the car, and just shuts it down.
Wow, very unfortunate turn of events for Sean Booth. I mean, both vehicles are still on track as we wait the official decision, and it looks like we have it. Yep, it's unanimous. Ryan Acevedo is going to advance on the top 16, taking out Sean Booth, or some could say Sean Booth almost kind of took out himself, unfortunately. But nonetheless, I'm sure Ryan is happy. He's making his way into the top 16. We are almost completed with this top 32 round of competition. Like I said, don't go anywhere because we are going right into the top 16. So this is the marathon. This is the machine gun of cars and drifting that Klutch Kickers always provides. Just a ton of action nonstop. As little downtime as possible to try to make sure not only can we deliver a great show for the fans and the spectators here, but also just be able to provide a lot of information and excitement. But one thing I do want to point out, we have our next battle up. It's Savio Silva with Drift HQ and Albert Rosa with Big Boost with his BMW out here to do battle. Here you go. Here's a little flashback of what happened yesterday. Savio Silva doing a great job in his qualifying run. As he's pulling off the course, a fuel fire right in the engine bay. And he's out there. Fortunately, he was able to get the fire out and repair some fuel lines and some wiring and be back out here today to do battle against Albert Big Boost Rosa himself. Here we go. Savio in the Drift HQ, Nissan 240SX. Albert not too far behind him in the BMW. Both cars making their way through that first outer zone. Savio nice and high in that wall as the cars make it off that bank through the touch and go. Alberto not too far behind. Both cars making their transition into that third outer zone. Savio's doing a good job trying to stay on line. Almost seems like he's underpowered. I'm not seeing the smoke that I'm used to seeing out of Savio's car, but Alberto Big is right there with him in that BMW of his. That just thing's a monster. Wow.
Wonder if Alberto has an issue. His hazards are on.
Yeah, interesting. But here you notice that Savio not putting out the smoke that I was expecting to see. I don't know if he's under power or what's going on there.
Definitely, but at the same time, he was high on the bank. And again, outer zone number 3 is just a nightmare for a lot of these drivers.
Yeah.
And so Savio just having an issue there, kind of getting the car in formation in outer zone number 3. At the same time, Alberto having issues of his own as he knocks over that inner clipping point, which I'd have to argue was perhaps way offline where he needs, where he shouldn't have been.
Yeah, Alberto Big Boost, longtime engine builder and building and working on a lot of these drifters' vehicles. Last season decided to get behind the wheel and start getting just more into the competition aspect of drifting, and he's doing a great job making his way into the top 32, but he's going to have his hands full as Alberto Big Boost is going to lead. Savio Silva is going to give chase. Savio definitely aggressive in that chase position. Both drivers looking to get into the top 16. We'll see what happens. Here we go. Alberto out in front. Savio right behind him as they make their way down the straight. Savio not too far. Both cars going to initiate through that first outside zone. Albert much lower on the bank, causing a little correction for Savio. I don't know how much of that correction from Savio was affected by Alberto's shallow line through that first outside zone, but nonetheless, both cars still maintaining drift, working their way out. Oh, Alberto very shaky, way offline, and not really facing Savio. Savio staying in it. Oh, that was
holy moly.
Holy moly. Holy guacamole. Well, I'll tell you right now that I don't know. Yeah. Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, look at this lead run.
Yeah, and I think, what happened right at the end of outer zone number 1, Alberto just crossing that line. And once we get an official word for the judges, but if you forget about that, again, just messy run from Alberto as he went through and shadowed up way too much on outer zone number 3, way offline. And let's take a look, focus in on, yeah. Because one of the things the judges mentioned is that if the bumper crosses over that line, that's going to be on the lead driver, that's going to be 0.
Yeah, it looks like we do have results here. as he both drivers at the line there, and it is unanimous. Savio Silva, Drift HQ, taking out Alberto Rosa, advancing on to the top 16. Congrats out to the Drift HQ Nissan 240SX of Savio Silva as he advances on. Unfortunately, Alberto not able to take out his competitor, is going to get taken out of competition. You know, what a story there. You can see he's really excited, right? I mean, his car caught on fire yesterday. They had to repair fuel lines and wiring. And, you know, a fire like that typically is just, you're done, right? I mean, you have a fire. I mean, it was up, you know, fuel was everywhere, the engine was on fire, but thanks to his Drift HQ crew, able to repair the car and get it, and now he's able to work his way into the top 16. Here we go. Our next battle is Rafael Adamus from Dominican Republic, going to do battle against our very own Cletus McFarland of the Freedom Factory, doing battle in his new Ford Mustang. Last round, you see a lot of him struggling with the vehicle quite a bit, trying to learn a new vehicle. It's a total different animal than his Donnie's Chevy Corvette was. But he's going to have to get past Rafael Adamus
and still having some issues to work with during practice. He lost brakes, Cletus. So hopefully he has that figured out. He's going to want to utilize those brakes in the chase position if he wants to be aggressive with the proximity.
Yeah, brakes are a little important, I would have to say. Kind of important, need those. But here we go. Cletus McFarland going to get chased. Rafael Adamus out front. Both cars making their way down the straight, throwing into that first outside zone. Rafael getting nice and high in that wall, but look at Cletus applying the pressure from the back. Wow, almost touching Rafael as they make their way. Throwing Cletus a little offline. Very aggressive, but holding it together. He looks way more dialed in this time around in that Ford Mustang. Cletus diving back in for the attack. I'll tell you right now, you know, Cletus, very aggressive. I don't know what happened on that first outside zone, but I'll tell you right now, it is a night and day difference from last round to this round from Cletus McFarland's performance.
Right, and Cletus is like a shark. He's just going in for the attack, even though he fell back a bit, but he got back on it just to go ahead and just apply that pressure against Rafael Adamus. You see he knocks down both of the markers on the inside touch and go, and then he's back at it again in outer zone number 3. Rafael Adamus does shallow up on outer zone number 3, and that allows Cletus to go zero in next to Rafael Adamus.
Wow, I mean, Cletus is just, he's down that car. You know, it's going to be interesting to see how the next couple rounds, how much more he's able to just work on his just a familiarity with that vehicle, and the more comfortable he gets in that vehicle. Because we know Cletus, one thing he's not worried about is crashing something. You know, we see him crash a lot of vehicles and do a lot of burnouts and a lot of crazy stuff. So he has no fear. The man is ready to do battle and ready to throw that car into the side of his competitor if he has to apply that pressure. But Rafael Adamus, it's his turn now to see if he can apply the pressure, and maybe he can shake up, or I don't know, maybe force a mistake with that pressure, maybe force Cletus McFarland to make a mistake. We'll see what happens here. Both drivers locked and loaded, ready to go. The second half of this top 32 battle, we're almost finished. We got one more battle after this to complete the top 32. Once again, log on to the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. You guys can see the bracket as it's constantly updated throughout the day. Stay up to date on your favorite driver and who's going to do battle. Just waiting for everybody to get ready, get the thumbs up, get these cars down the road. It doesn't look like Rafael Adamus seems like he needs a roll start. It looks like he's going to start off side by side with Cletus as they make their way down the straight.
I don't know, it's a gamble. That car is quick.
Yeah, it's a whole nother animal. Donnie and Chevy Corvette was good to him, but this, he's getting more serious about it. But here we go, both cars down the track, and as you mentioned, Cletus able to put about a car-and-a-half gap on Rafael. Both cars make their way through that first outside zone. Cletus riding the wall like a veteran, doing a great job. Rafael way too wide towards the end, taking out those inside zone markers. Cletus holding it together. He doesn't have much pressure. Oh, no! Yes! No! Oh, man. It was in the bag. He had it in his grasps. Oh, no. Cletus. Oh, what are we going to do? Oh, man. Ben, what do you think? Your hands on your head still. Get your hands off your head. What's going on here? I know you can't believe it.
I don't know what's going on. I mean, he talked about the frustration for the previous round, and again, just a frustration. So now you just hate to see it.
So what can the judges look for here, right? Cletus did zero out his lead run by going way off track, but Rafael Adamus, way offline coming off the bank.
Exactly.
So did Rafael Adamus zero out his chase run before Cletus McFarland zeroed out his lead run? That may be something. So Cletus, he's not out of it yet. The judges are going to have to deliberate. They're going to look. That's why they're watching this first part of this run here. But look how far offline Rafael Adamus is. 2 or more tires off track, considered a zero. Was he far enough offline coming out the first outer zone to zero out his chase run? That being said, Cletus' zero may not even be an issue. So we'll see. Man, Cletus, he may get lucky here. We'll see. But it looks like judges do have a result. Cletus McFarland and his Mustang right there, the Fun Haver Freedom Factory Ford Mustang, and Rafael Adamus on the right, and his BMW E46. Here we go. And it's unanimous. Unfortunately, Cletus McFarland got the call. Rafael Adamus advancing on, taking out Cletus McFarland. Rafael Adamus going to win and take on, or advance on to the top 16. Definitely excited. Cletus McFarland, valiant effort, had it in the bag. And no, it's all right, man. It's all right. You're going to be back next time. I know it. Wow. I know he's got to be kind of beating himself up with. I think we saw in the interview, he goes, "I'm a professional bad driver." That's, and I disagree with that. You're out there, you're throwing down, you're having fun. At the end of the day, everybody's excited to see him go from, just doing kind of crazy stuff with vehicles and actually jumping into drift competition. So it's awesome. We're so glad that he's out here, not just providing an amazing venue, but out here doing battle as well. But who do we got up next?
We have Sebastian Gutierrez going up against Dirk Stratton.
Oh, Dirk Stratton in that Oracle lining, Lingenfelter Chevy Corvette. Got to do battle against Sebastian Gutierrez in that, I believe it was SSG Nissan 240SX.
Sebastian making the trip all the way from Canada, so.
Yeah, a few drivers coming down from Canada making that trip, maybe trying to get away from that colder weather. But it's not that cold right now in Canada, I don't believe. I think it's the nice time. Maybe in November they'll be happy they're coming down to Florida because it's going to be snowing a lot then. But here we go. We got Dirk Stratton in that Oracle lighting Lingenfelter Chevy Corvette. He's going to lead. Going to be chased by Sebastian Gutierrez as they make their way down the straight. Both drivers almost side by side as they make their way down the straight. Dirk Stratton about a car and a half ahead of Sebastian as they both enter the first outer zone. Look at how high Dirk Stratton is riding that wall. Sebastian right there with them. Both cars making their way past the touch and go. Sebastian diving in for the attack. Look at him matching angle for angle, transition for transition. Dirk Stratton trying to stay nice and wide. Sebastian diving in to try to close that proximity, close that gap. Both cars flicking it past that inside clip. Give it up for these two drivers. That was probably one of the best, most consistent chase runs and a great lead run. Give it up for these two drivers, Dirk Stratton and Sebastian Gutierrez.
Oh yeah, what more can be said? That was just exciting right off the bat. You see Dirk Stratton high in the bank, riding that wall, but Sebastian just doing a great job of being alongside him as they work their way through the course, transitioning over to outer zone number 3. You see Sebastian does fall back a bit, but quickly gets back on it as he goes over for the attack. Sebastian checks up again for the inner clip, but it's just a matter of just realizing how quick his car is and putting himself in position right after the transition.
Yeah, great job by Dirk Stratton out in lead position, throwing down that 100-point qualifying run, hitting all the marks, being in the zones, nice transitions, good angle, good speed. But Sebastian Gutierrez right there with him, not giving him room to breathe. Will he be able to edge out a victory over Dirk Stratton? Dirk Stratton has had that championship title in his sights since the first season. It's unfortunately he hasn't been able to capture it, but will he be able to this season? I know he needs these points to move up. He has, he still has to take. He's gonna have to battle Adam LZ for that #1 position if they get closer and they work their way through the competition, or will Adam LZ get taken out in the next round? So all sights are on the current points leader, Adam LZ. But right now our focus is on the second half of this battle between Sebastian Gutierrez and Dirk Stratton. Sebastian in that blue Nissan S15, both cars rocketing down the straight, falling not too far behind by Dirk Stratton. Dirk Stratton, definitely a very aggressive chase driver. Both guys high on the bank. Look at Sebastian almost pulling away a little bit from Dirk Stratton on that bank. Whoa! Too much angle. Dirk Stratton having to make the corrections. Oh man, I don't know what's going on. Sebastian coming off that outer zone, maybe too hot. Dirk Stratton not shutting it down, staying in drift. Both cars doing an excellent job of not colliding, but unfortunately Sebastian way offline coming out of that first outer zone.
Yeah, it seemed like Sebastian got a little carried away, forgot to just position himself accordingly just to be able to get through. But let's see here as we look back at the replay, you see that he starts to actually got a little too early, and that's what happened. He just could have maintained it a little bit, stretched it out a little bit longer, so that way he could just hit that inner touch and go. And I have to wonder though, was it too much for that it deemed him a 0, or was it just a major deduction?
Right.
But when you take a look back at the previous battle, you saw that it was side by side. That was looking pretty solid. So I think what happened there at that inner touch and go may have decided this battle.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've seen it before where the driver. It's a great battle up until the point where a driver takes himself out, or maybe a mechanical failure or something. We just saw with Cletus McFarland running off the course, taking himself out of competition after a great first run during the battle. And here you go again, Dirk Stratton in the Oracle Lighting Chevy Corvette going against Sebastian Gutierrez in that blue S15. And it looks like we do have a decision. Dirk Stratton, it's unanimous. Dirk Stratton's going to advance on to the top 16, taking out Sebastian Gutierrez in an SSG blue Nissan S15. I love that. That's one of my favorite cars out here. But also, Dirk Stratton's probably got one of my favorite cars as well. So it's a shame to see one of those guys have to take a loss, you know. But one man wins, one man loses. There can be only one at the end of the day.
And one thing I wanted to mention, I got a chance to talk to Dirk, and he adjusted the suspension so that way he could absorb those jumps that we've been seeing around the course, and he's done a good job of getting the car set up to deal with that.
Yeah, you know, well, that it looks like that officially makes it. We have finished the top 32 competition, so we're gonna, I think, we're gonna go ahead and take a break while they do a quick little drivers meeting, and we'll be back shortly for the top 16 competition. Don't go anywhere.
What's up, guys? I'm Felice McFarland. I'm a semi-amateur, pro, bad driver. That's right, I'm a professional at being a bad driver. And today we're out here drifting at Klutch Kickers Round 3 at the Freedom Factory. We got my Mustang, my RTR Mustang behind me. We're working on it. We lost brakes in practice. I'm covered in sweat. It's hot, very, very hot out here, but you know what? We're gonna get the car fixed, go back up into practice. Just, you know, drifting today. Yeah, if you guys don't know, last Klutch Kickers Round 2, I just bought this car. I went out there, looked like a fool, spun out on every single run I did. Pretty embarrassing, you know, all these pro drivers here, and I got one of the best cars on the property, and then I can't even drive it. So that sucked. Vaughn and Chelsea came down, and there was a lot of issues with the car that we sorted out. Now I'm feeling much more comfortable. Made 2 runs, lost brakes on the second one, still managed to get a run. The first run I knocked the ignition button off, but all in all I can actually drive the car now, which is a great feeling. So shout out to my boy Vaughn, and looking up for round 3. Almost as good as a Crown Vic, so that I can get more prepared being on the banks for Bristol, September 3rd and 4th. Giving away Donnie basically a drift car, C5Z06. Check that info out at balddeal.com. But you know, feeling good. Thankfully I have Zach and Ty to help me fix the car because I immediately broke it, and that kind of sucks. But we're out here. Thanks for watching the live stream, and shout out to Klutch Kickers for putting on an awesome event. Let's do it.
My name's Aldonado. I'm from Destin, Florida. It's a little bit more up north. This is the car I brought out today. It's a Nissan S14. It's got a Golden-built 427 with the Magnuson supercharger. I've had this car for like 7-8 years. We ran Pro 1 with it for a few years, and now we've been doing clutch kickers. You know, when it first came out, there's nothing really paying out for us. You know, this stuff ain't cheap to do, especially at a high level. Obviously, the payout's good. You meet a lot of new people. It kind of gives the grassroots people a good chance to compete with the Pro 1, Pro 2 guys and see how they would stack up. The first round definitely wasn't the best one to come out with. Our clutch was slipping the whole event from Friday to Sunday. They realized there was a reservoir that wasn't allowing the clutch to bleed. And then we also realized, because last season we went through like 8 transmissions, so our bell housing was just slightly off. So we put a new bell housing on for this round. So as a lot of you have seen, we're in the works of building a 350Z. It's an LS, it's going to be NA with nitrous. It was supposed to be done for round 1, as a lot of people are having issues right now getting parts. That's been our biggest kind of factor in it not being completed. It should make around 600 to 700. So I'm excited. It'll be a new car. I think with the payout of clutch kickers, it brings a lot of people in. You really wouldn't have 75 to 80 drivers coming out if there wasn't a decent payout. I think a lot of these guys know you're not making anything off the payout. It goes straight back into the program. But it is nice to kind of offset the cost of the weekend. I like having different layouts because each round you don't get accustomed to. You kind of have to change your style. Everybody's got a different strong suit of what they're good and bad at. I personally like banks a lot. I think it separates the boys from the men a little bit. But having an infield, you kind of get the lower horsepower cars being able to compete. But we'll see. I mean, we got 3 more rounds coming up. So I like the idea of switching the layouts. Hey, fire out here. Getting saucy.
Behind him, Taylor Ray doing a great job getting high on the bike. Ben Hopson right there with him, step for step, as they make their way out of that first outer zone. Both cars doing a great job transitioning. Ben doing awesome, diving in for the attack. Almost some collision there, but holding it together. Taylor Ray not affected whatsoever, still running an excellent line. Ben Hopson, you just got to, you know, Taylor Ray's got to just hear that monster of a vehicle in that little Miata just out there trying to work his way around the track. Little Miata. That's funny. Not going to be like that next round, maybe.
But I got to tell you, what an exciting way to start the top 16 competition. You see Taylor Ray high in the bank, Ben Hopson right alongside him. And the great thing about Ben Hopson's run, Chase, is that he didn't waver. As we see some other drivers have issues through the inner touch and go. But as he makes his way, I think if anything, Ben Hopson could have done a better job transitioning over to the final inner clip that we have on the course. Yeah, Ben Hopson showing us the pro that he is, and Taylor Ray as well, coming out here throwing a great lead run, giving Ben Hopson the confidence and the ability to be that aggressive in the chase position. So both drivers locked and loaded, ready to go. You see that little tiny Miata of Taylor Ray getting a little roll start. He's very good at timing that roll start, and he's done it in the past. So here he is, side by side, as they make their way down the straight. Ben Hopson, Taylor Ray throwing it for the second half of this battle. Look at Ben Hopson high on the wall. Taylor Ray right there with them, both cars transitioning. A slow transition there for Taylor Ray. Ben Hopson taking out those outer zone markers. Both cars throwing into that third outer zone. Both cars on fire, both on point. Ben Hopson, what a lead run. Taylor Ray right there with him, taking out that last inside clip. But still, what an exciting run. It was kind of interesting. Taylor Ray coming off the bank, very shallow angle in that transition. Right, and what a difference compared to the first one, where you have both drivers looking solid, but this time around, both of them making mistakes. Like you mentioned, Taylor Ray having an issue getting off the bank and going into that inner touch and go. So he did fall back a bit, but Ben Hopson having an issues of his own on outer zone number 3. Taylor Ray falling back into formation, but unfortunately Taylor Ray knocking out that inner clipping point. So yeah, so I mean, this is, I mean, like, we're really nitpicking the runs here, right? And the only reason why you were forced to do that, Ben Hopson was pretty far off that touch and go, right? And he hit that marker there too. Right. So it gets to the point where it was a great run. Both drivers did an awesome job, a phenomenal job of making their way in the lead and chase positions. But we try to point these things out to help those of you that are watching understand what is going on in the judges' mind. They have to come up with a winner. I mean, they could throw it one more time, but they have to decide a winner. So when you get two drivers that are this level competing and throwing down back to back the way they are, you're just going to have to nitpick every part of the run. So definitely, like we mentioned, just Taylor Ray having issues there. Ben Hopson knocking out that marker on outer zone number 2. And then Taylor Ray knocking out that inner clipping point in the chase position.
Yeah, what a shame. It just... but both drivers did a phenomenal job. The judges, were trying to work out the decision. Let's see what's going to happen. Is it going to go one more time? Did Ben Hopson do enough in the chase position? Or did Taylor Ray apply the pressure he needed to, right? So going back and forth, looking run to run, lead to lead. Both drivers were doing a phenomenal job. But as I mentioned before, there can be only one. And one man has to win, or one man will lose. Man or woman, whoever it is going to come out here, do battle, and try to take home that top prize, take home that grand prize, and be able to gain those points and just work their way up the bracket in the championship standings. Can anybody edge out Adam LZ in this season?
Wouldn't be surprised if the judges take a look at some of the more replays, but but instead they have a decision.
Those aren't okay. That's Taylor Ray doesn't have twins, but there you go. It may have well been, because it's a one more time battle between Ben Hopson and Taylor Ray. We definitely want to see that one more time. You guys want to see that one more time? Yeah, of course you want to see that one more time, because we'd love to see every battle like that. Of course, we do have to decide a winner, so we don't want too many one more times. But nonetheless, it looks like Matt Shulman was able to make repairs to a vehicle, but he has his hands full, and he looks like he's going to do that roll start. Look how far back he is. He's going to try to time that off, and he's going against the #1 qualifier in Jonathan Naren. Both drivers locked and loaded, ready to go. Jonathan Naren in that Injuku Racing Nissan 240 S14, and then you have Matt Shulman right there with him in his
MSR Nissan 240 SX.
Yeah, right there with him. Kensei wheels, always on that car. Those are nice. I like those. I like the split 5-spoke. I'm a fan of the split 5-spoke.
I wouldn't be surprised if Matt Shulman is concerned with the suspension part that he replaced. So let's see what happens.
And did he have? And what about his alignment? He had to replace some suspension parts. So was he able to make the corrections to that chassis? Both cars flicking in. He definitely seems confident. Right there with them. Man, he's giving a good chase to Jonathan Naren. Jonathan Naren starting to pull away as they work their way off the bank and through the inside of the layout. Both cars flicking into that third outer zone, making it over. Matt Shulman dropping back a little bit, but Jonathan Naren just on throttle. Nice angle, nice transitions. Matt Shulman really has his hands full here. I mean, we're going to switch roles, and we know Jonathan Naren is a monster of a chase driver, so we'll see.
Right, and as we take a look back at the replay, you see Jonathan Naren high on the bank. Matt Shulman just working his way to try to close in that gap. But let's take a look at what happened over here at outer zone number 3. He does sort of apply some extra angle, Jonathan Naren, as he works his way through that section of the course. So Matt Shulman just having issues of his own alongside Jonathan Naren.
Yeah, both drivers doing a good job, but yeah, Matt Shulman definitely has some ground to make up. And Naren making a few, I wouldn't say major mistakes, some just some minor corrections. But nonetheless, Matt Shulman, he's really got to show the judges a 100-point qualifying lead run here. And then just kind of cross his fingers in hopes that he's able to cause a mistake by Jonathan Naren.
And both of the drivers actually, they're taking their time to get back in line. So I have to wonder if they're both assessing something with their vehicles.
Right. I mean, we have seen that in the past where, it's a great first run. We saw it earlier today, and it comes down to the second run of the battle. And that's what this is. This is the second half of this battle between Matt Shulman and Jonathan Naren.
See Jonathan Naren actually taking the same approach, but maybe the different idea. We're just allowing Matt Shulman to have a head start, so that way he doesn't put himself in a bad position where he makes contact.
Well, let's see. They're on Jonathan Naren, a slight roll start. He's there side by side, but it looks like that restart light has lit up. Both drivers shutting it down and heading back to the start. That restart light is something that the judges and the track officials use to assess how the start took place. Did somebody jump the light? What exactly happened? So once that restart light, which is right there before the initiation of the first outer zone, once that light's off, the drivers see it. They know they're shut the cars down, head back to the start, and go at it again. Now, they're only allowed 3 restarts, and then of course it's Eli's fault if the same driver causes a restart and makes a mistake at the start 3 times. It's going to be deemed a 0, and the other driver will get the advantage. Right now, that's the first one, and I haven't seen that happen yet. I mean, if you mess up 3 times on start, maybe have something mechanical going on. So I don't think, hopefully we never see that, because I'd hate to get somebody taken out by false starts. That would be just kind of frustrating for not just us, the viewers, but also the drivers and the team as well. But here we go, both drivers making their way down the straight. Looks like we got a full pull, no restart light. Matt Shulman throwing it in. Jonathan Naren right there behind him. Oh, Jonathan Naren looks like he made a little contact with that wall, but he's holding it together. Matt Shulman putting down a nice line, nice through the touch and go. Both cars transition. Jonathan Naren starting to close that gap, apply that pressure, dive in for the attack as they go through the third outer zone, but Matt Shulman actually pulling away through that third outer zone. Jonathan Naren diving back in at the last minute. Both drivers off the track, losing bumpers. It's okay. Rubbin's racing. What do you think?
Whoa, there's a lot to sort through over here. So we take a look at Jonathan Naren in the chase position. What happened there as he looks like he makes some contact up against the wall, but it doesn't really phase him. He's able to actually get back on the attack with Matt Shulman. But then Matt Shulman does knock out that outside clip on the outer zone number 2. But then Jonathan Naren dropping a tire, falling back, outer zone number 3, and then they transition and...
Yeah, I mean, again, from the outside, looked like a phenomenal run by both drivers, but again, the judges have to analyze every inch of the course to make sure that they can, assess both runs and determine a victor. So both drivers at the end of the track there, judges still deliberating. So we'll see what goes down here. We hear the communication going on. So until we get the official results, I want to thank you guys for joining us for the third round of Clutch Kickers, halfway through the season 3 of the $100,000 Drift Series. Guys, if you're taking pictures, hashtag Clutch Kickers, hashtag Clutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series, hashtag Freedom Factory. Share it, spread the word, let everybody know just the amazing battles that you've seen, the world-class drifting that we've been able to witness here today, and that we're going to continue to witness as Clutch Kickers continues to grow as the years go on. We're on our third year. They've been around since 2018, but this is the third season of the $100,000 Drift Series, really setting a precedent, a new mark in Drift Series with the amount of payouts, prize money, and just how it's catered towards the driver. So, but it looks like we're just still analyzing this replay. It looks like we got a side-by-side here. Judge is going to take a look and just try to find out, analyze lead versus lead, chase versus chase. If you guys get a chance, you want to go, you can go ahead and log on to baldeagle.com and down and get the live stream, so you guys can, even if you're here live, we have some of the drivers that are watching the live stream as well, using that as a tool to be able to see different camera angles in order to, for the spotters to advise their drivers, but also for the drivers to see their own runs as well and be able to see the action and adjust accordingly. But there you go, see Matt Shulman in an MSR Nissan 240SX, and right next to him in that Cosmos Tire and Juku Racing Nissan S14 of Jonathan Naren. I'm out of breath. It's a long day. We're doing good. Well, it looks like we have results. There you go. Slide him left, Matt Shulman. Slide him right, Jonathan Naren. Jeremy Lowe, one more time. Dwayne Ramsey, one more time. And Will Parsons, one more time. One more time battle. Here we go. Both drivers, judges, both drivers better be ready to go, get their cars all squared away, change those tires, and come back out and battle out again. Jonathan Naren, #1 qualifier, not able to edge out a victory over Matt Shulman. Matt Shulman trying to, gain up that points ladder and maybe make it up to the finals. We shall see. But right now, we have Alec Ordandale in the ISR Performance Nissan 240SX, and he's going to be going to battle, I believe that's Nate Hamilton in the Rent-A-Vet of the Clutch Kickers Rent-A-Vet, out here learning a new chassis as well. And I believe you mentioned that some of the challenges, Nate Hamilton, owner of 144 Print House, which has actually wrapped some of the vehicles out here, does a great job, got a good clothing line, but he is driving the chassis because he's still waiting for his other car to be finished, and he's learning it, right? He's got used to electric throttle, and he's got to get used to, I think he said transmission or something. What was it?
Well, because he's used to his race transmission, so now he's over at with a factory gearbox, so he's having to kind of like time the shifts, and it's sort of throwing him off, so he's still getting acquainted with it. Not only that, he's having to figure out the fact that it's not his vehicle, is rented, so he's trying to sort of thread that line between going all out, but at the same time being conservative, so that way he doesn't cause significant damage to the vehicle.
But will Nate Hamilton be able to edge out a victory over Alec Ordandale? Alec Ordandale rocket ship. Both cars taking up down straight. Alec Ordandale on the wall. We've seen him get close to the wall before and take himself out, but that's not the case this time. But Nate Hamilton way back there trying to close that gap. But look at that rocket ship of Alec Hunnedale making his way through that third outer zone in that ISR Performance Nissan 240SX on the throttle. A lot of smoke. Give it up for Alec Hunnedale and Nate Hamilton. Nate Hamilton, he's really got his hands full. I mean, he's definitely underdog here. We know he's a capable driver, but Alec Hunnedale is just proven to be on fire this weekend.
Right, and I think that this is an instance where Nate Hamilton has to forget that it's a rental car. He needs to just give it all, just act like as if it's his personal vehicle to go and destroy, because he has to give it 120% to go up against somebody like Alec Hunnedale. So as you see here, he's struggling throughout the entire course just to be able to make his presence known going up against Alec Hunnedale.
Yeah, Nate Hamilton got to drive it like he stole it, my man. I know Zach probably bites his nails because, I mean, we've already seen that car getting a little bit of tuffle in the first round from one of the rental car people that rented that vehicle. But Nate Hamilton renting it last round. In this round, he is learning that car, but just not enough to hang there with Alec Hunnedale, the returning champion from Season 2. But anything can happen. I say it a million times, and I'm going to keep saying it. As long as we see these battles, Klutch Kickers provide such a diverse field of drivers and vehicles. We're going to see Nate Hamilton's going to lead. Alec Hunnedale is going to give chase. Alec Hunnedale last in the top 32 battle, he had to go and chase a much slower vehicle of Brian Bocha, I believe, and he was able to give him the cushion that he needed to make the adjustments. Nate Hamilton is in a slower vehicle, but not that much slower. So Alec Hunnedale knows Nate Hamilton is a capable driver, very experienced driver, so I'm sure Alec Hunnedale is going to apply the pressure and make sure that he just wants to make sure that Nate Hamilton feels the pressure, right? He wants to make sure, hey, listen, buddy, I'm right there with you. He's going to have that ISR Performance Nissan 240 screaming in the passenger window of that Klutch Kickers rent-a-vet of Nate Hamilton.
And I think whatever the outcome is of this battle, it's going to push Nate Hamilton more to get his car back.
Yes.
Because he's in the process of rebuilding the engine.
Right.
So I'm sure he's going to actually push forward to expedite that process.
Yeah, Nate Hamilton typically out here in his 144 print house Nissan 240SX, a car that he learned and he grew in as a driver, also challenging himself while that car is finishing the build. Hopefully he'll be back out here next round in his very own car, but right now both cars down the track. Alec Hunnedale not giving too much space. Both cars into the first outside zone. Whoa, Alec Hunnedale very shallow. Not the best chase run. I mean, the proximity is there, but wobbling through that first outside zone. Nate Hamilton looking calm, cool, and collective. Will Nate Hamilton take out Alec Hunnedale? Alec Hunnedale is surging forward, but look at, he's almost really struggling to keep that car at a consistent angle. That is very uncharacteristic of Alec Hunnedale. I don't know if he has an issue with this vehicle or is just so gripped up. It's like trying to tame the beast behind the wheel. I don't know.
Yeah, it was very messy, but let's take a look back at what happened in outer zone number 1. You see there was a bit of a wavering. It did throw Alec off, but it didn't cause him to straighten out. And as they go over to outer zone number 2, that's where, again, I got to wonder what's going on. Alec Hunnedale going a bit too aggressive, falls in line, but then falls back in formation where he needs to be. And then as they transition into the final section of the course, it seemed like maybe Alec was having some trouble gauging how fast Nate Hamilton was going to do.
It's really interesting to see how this is going to, they got to watch. It didn't appear that Nate Hamilton made any corrections or made the corrections around that first outside zone. But at this level, any type of correction from the lead driver is going to drastically affect the chase driver, especially at this level. I'm not saying that's what happened, but I'm saying that the judges have to analyze every part of this competition. So it's not over yet, but by the looks of it, it definitely looks like Alec Hunnedale is not doing himself any favors from the chase position, as it seems that Nate Hamilton doing a pretty job, grabbing the e-brake a couple times, though, on that first outer zone. So we'll see what happens. We're going to have the judges analyze this, take a look at it. They're going to replay it several times. Once again, I want to thank everybody for joining us. So far, we're doing good on weather and trying to just quickly move through this competition. That's why we're going straight from top 32 into top 16, because last round, if you guys joined us or watched it online, you know that we were unable to complete the finals, and we had to, unfortunately, we had 7 drivers left, I believe, and then we had to assess the points and the prize money accordingly, and then just call it a wash. That's not going to happen today. We're going to get a full pool. We're going to complete this competition. These drivers right now, as you see on the screen, the judges are going over the run. I don't know, Ben, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, it seems like they're, I mean, this is my take on it, but they're trying to focus in on Alec Hollandale if he straightened out in the chase position. He went into it with shallow angle, but he was doing that to be to gain that proximity, to apply that pressure that he's known for. And as we take a look back at the previous run where Alec was leading, you see that gap over in outer zone number 1. You see Nate Hamilton struggling throughout the course, but did he straighten out in the chase position, Alec Hollandale? That's the question.
But then there's also inactive chase, right? How far does the chase driver have to be back before it's considered an inactive chase? Inactive chase is basically like the lead car is so far ahead that the chase car is not even in, not even in a game. So there was a considerable distance between the two on their first run. Alec Hollandale way out in front. Nate Hamilton pretty far back. Does that qualify as an inactive chase? Not really sure. Not for us to call. Thank God we are not the judges. The judges are here deliberating and want to, I give props to them. I mean, they're just sticking with it and just round after round after round taking all that abuse and having to make these calls. But they do it because they love the sport, and they are all drivers, all been professional drivers as well. So they know what it's like to be behind the wheel, be in these tight situations, have to make those corrections. That is key for a judge to be able to understand the dynamics of not just the vehicles and how they're going to perform under correction, but also the dynamics of the track and what challenges it provides for those drivers.
So we're taking back another look at the replay of that previous run, and again, it's just it's that fine line of whether he was straight or just very shallow angle,
Very
where
interesting.
he was drifting, but just very, very shallow.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, I can hear Ben Hopson and Taylor Ray warm up their tires, getting ready for their one more time battle as the judges continue to deliberate and decide a winner, victor, or possibly one more time. We've seen it before in the past. Maybe it'll go one more time. We don't really know. But we're soon to find out and get into this one more time battle between Ben Hopson and Taylor Ray. Once again, I want to thank everybody for joining us. If you guys don't forget to check out the merch. We have Clutch Kickers merch downstairs as well as the Freedom Factory merch. Make sure you guys are staying hydrated. Go ahead and check out the concession stand. Make sure you're staying hydrated and fed. And we do have results. We have results. And Jeremy Lowe, one more time. Dwayne Ramsey, one more time. And Will Parsons, one more time. We're going to see it again. I hear. Yeah, I see some thumbs down. Uh-oh. You guys better take the exit out the back there. Yeah. We don't want to see any key cards or anything. You guys just keep it to yourself. But good job. I mean, what? What happened? Somebody said rain?
Let's not talk about it.
Yeah.
Let's focus on the action. We got Taylor Ray.
No rain.
In the lead position. Ben Hopson in the chase.
That's right. That's right. All right, here we go. Taylor Ray out front. Ben Hopson right there with him. He wants to claim the victory, but Taylor Ray is not going to give it to him easy. Both drivers in tap. Look at Ben Hopson right there with Taylor Ray as they make their way through that first outside zone. Both guys making it through that touch and go. A little slow to transition was Ben Hopson in that chase position there, but there you go. Taylor Ray filling out that third outer zone. Look at Ben Hopson diving and surging forward, trying to apply that pressure to Taylor Ray. And that little Miata as both cars making their way past that inside clip. Give it up for Taylor Ray and Ben Hopson. Wow, this is getting exciting.
Yeah, we're going to zero in exactly what happened at that inner touch and go. So as you see here, Taylor Ray high in the back, Ben Hopson right alongside him. But then all of a sudden, Ben Hopson makes a major mistake. It's almost straightening out, and then realizing that he was at that deficit, he has to go ahead and reapply that pressure as much as he can to make him force a mistake on Taylor Ray, but Taylor Ray not phased at all.
Yeah, no, I can see why Taylor Ray, it's the level of competition, the level of the vehicles that Clutch Kickers is starting to provide, that's just coming here to compete. Taylor Ray is definitely looking to up the game by switching over to the Chevy Corvette. So right now he's still in his little Miata, obviously throwing down like he always has, always a #1 competitor. We've seen him take take home, get away on the podium and be able to take home that cash prize. Always a fierce competitor, not somebody you can just like take for granted, because he's going to, even though he's in that little car, but the cars are getting faster, they're getting grippier. So he's just kind of leveling up, right? He's going to level up with that Chevy Corvette. Unfortunately, not able to finish that vehicle for this round, but I'm sure he's gonna be working blood, sweat, and tears to get ready for next round. But here we go. As you can see, Taylor Ray stepping back a little bit, trying to maybe use that roll start. He's very good at timing that roll start, has been in the past, and it's done a lot of good in the past. But here we go, both drivers down the straight. Taylor Ray not too far behind, both cars flicking it into the initiation around that first outside zone. Ben Hopson, but Taylor Ray right there with him, angle for angle, speed for speed, working their way through that touch and go. Now both cars, Ben Hopson pulling out front. Wow, Taylor Ray really cutting the inside portion of that track in order to gain proximity. A little wobbly, dropping tires. Whoa. Wow, getting almost lost in the smoke of Ben Hopson was Taylor Ray coming through that third outer zone. Ben, I don't know, man. That's
oh boy,
man.
How do you look at this? I mean, you see Ben Hopson high on the bank, Taylor Ray right alongside him, but then Taylor Ray makes a major mistake getting into outer zone number 2, falls way on the inside, bad position, but then again puts himself in a bad position at the end of outer zone number 3 and falls back way too much.
Wow, so who's gonna?
I gotta wonder.
I'm confident. I think the judge is going to be able to make a decision. I'm hoping the judges can make a decision, because we're it's a little dangerous. It's racing against the clock, but it's a race against the weather. There he goes, Ben Hopson in that Coral Works vehicle, and he's just ready to do battle. It looks like he's calling somebody over.
Yeah, it's like, hey, come here. I gotta tell you something.
Was it a little sandpaper? Actually, he played rock paper scissors. He pointed something. I'm not really sure what's going on. But there you go, Ben Hopson returning back to the Clutch Kickers. Taylor Ray, just a Clutch Kickers veteran out here throwing down every round. It's always exciting. Unfortunately, his partner Ben Julian not able to compete today, having some mechanical failures, so he's representing the Miatas out there, throwing down in the top 16 competition against Ben Hopson.
I was just thinking back to that time that Ben Hopson showed up in his Corvette.
That's right, yeah, it definitely wasn't at home in that Corvette. He's definitely more settled in this vehicle. Ben Hopson, always, we missed him the first 2 rounds, and seeing him back at the Clutch Kickers for round 3, when we saw him in the pits, and you could see it in his face, he was excited, waving hello. We're just congratulating him on, joining us again. And we look forward to, there's a lot of drivers that actually didn't make it this round. We all know the drivers we miss as well. As I miss Magic Mike Pollard. I really miss his driving, very stylish. It was already a far drive for Magic Mike, so I'm sure they extended, moving further into Florida, a little further away, making it more difficult for him.
I think that's part of our problem with the weather. He's not here to control it.
He does a very good job of controlling weather, summoning tornadoes and lightning and strikes and everything like that. If you've been watching Clutch Kickers, you've been a fan of any amount of time, you'll know what we're talking about. But right now, our focus is on these replays, and we're just trying to see exactly what's going on. As you see, Ben Hopson very sloppy through that transition.
Yep.
But next round, Taylor Ray making several mistakes as well. So are they going to judge it on lead run versus lead run? Are they going to wash out the chase runs? Because if there's so many mistakes made by both drivers in the chase position, they may just say, hey, listen, both chase runs are a wash. We're going to focus lead run versus lead run in order to edge it up the decision. So we'll see. You don't want to keep saying, we'd love to see it one more time and be drifting here all day. The guys don't have the tires or the stamina. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I recall there have been instances before where you see a driver just making a series of mistakes, small mistakes that when you add it up, it's a huge mistake.
Right.
But then you see a driver that makes just one major mistake that adds up to a major mistake. That when you look at both, it's like, well, even though one made a consistent set of mistakes, when you add it both up together, they're both significant.
Yeah. Well, I can hear. I can see Matt Shulman and Jonathan Naren warming up their tires. Looks like they're going to go one more time. But we're still waiting for a decision here between Taylor Ray and Ben Hopson to see exactly what's going on. I don't know. Yeah, playing a side-by-side. Judges are still trying to figure out who a winner, but I think we may have results. Is it a one more time? Is it Taylor Ray? What do you guys think, Taylor Ray? Guys that are here live, do you think Taylor Ray took it? Yeah, what about Ben Hopson? You guys think Ben Hopson gets it? Man, you guys are quiet today. You guys sleeping? You need some energy drink? There's some energy drink downstairs. If you're here with a friend, pinch them. Make sure they're alive. Don't want to be the frozen chosen. Make sure. All right, looks like we have results. It's going to be slide him left, Ben, slide him right, Taylor Ray, and Taylor Ray, unanimous decision, walking away with the victory. Taylor Ray taking out Ben Hopson, and yeah, thumbs up. He's kind of okay. So yeah, Ben Hopson going to call it a weekend. Taylor Ray able to edge out a victory. We'll see, but we're going to advance on to the next run here. It's Jonathan Naren versus Matt Shulman. Matt Shulman getting a little bit of a rolling start, trying to maintain, keep that close proximity as both cars work their way down the track. Jonathan Naren in a faster vehicle by far. Both cars going down the straight. Whoa, Shulman, major correction. Jonathan Naren on that wall like a boss as he makes his way into the infield. Matt Shulman looks like he's really struggling to try to keep in drift and keep up with the faster Jonathan Naren. Both cars making their way through that third outside zone. And now past that inside clip. There we go. Both cars making a full pull. Really want to focus on that chase run through that first outside zone of Matt Shulman.
Exactly. And what transpired there, just looking to see, he just didn't set himself up properly. He just had an issue there just getting into outer zone number 1, so he just struggled throughout. But Jonathan Naren, in formation, doing a good job of hitting all the outer zones right where he needs to be. This time around, though, did not apply any extra angle as he went around outer zone number 3. So good job, Jonathan Naren's part. But again, just Matt Shulman, though, doing a bad job going into outer zone number 1.
Wow, well, let's see here. Both cars working their way back to the line, and they're going to do the second half of this battle. Jonathan Naren's going to chase. Matt Shulman is going to be out front here. Now, Matt Shulman looks like he's definitely sitting on a disadvantage going into the second half of this battle. Jonathan Naren is in a faster car, not by much though. Matt Shulman's car is pretty quick, but suffering some damage. May have made some adjustments to his alignment that maybe his car is not what it was prior to that last battle. So Matt Shulman, hopefully his car is going to stay together mechanically, and but Jonathan Naren is not going to give it to him. Jonathan Naren, our #1 qualifier today, and Matt Shulman, he's out front. He's going to try to put down that 100-point qualifying lead. Jonathan Naren's going to give chase. Here we go. Jonathan, little roll start. Both cars making their way down the straight. Matt Shulman out front. Jonathan Naren right behind him, almost has back bumper. Matt Shulman trying to get, a little squirrely on that wall, that first outer zone. Jonathan Naren getting high on the bank, doing a good job in that chase position, but now he's going to apply that pressure. Try to transition right there with Matt Shulman as they make their way through that third outer zone. Matt Shulman looks like he's almost dropping a tire. He is. You can see some dirt coming out there, but Jonathan Naren right there with him. Transit monster of a vehicle, and Jonathan Naren says it roars across the finish. Wow. It looks like Matt's just struggling on that bank.
Yeah. Definitely looks like that. And Jonathan Naren was expecting Matt Shulman to be higher on the bank, but then realized that that wasn't the case, so he had to readjust and bring himself back down to get in line, because remember, it's a moving clipping point. So Matt Shulman having some struggle there, and his struggles continued as outer zone number 3. He was just grinding along the outer edge of outer zone number 3, but Jonathan Naren not far behind, doing a good job of dealing with those issues.
Wow, what a shame. Matt Shulman, that's very uncharacteristic. Now, he did mention to us this is his first time really competing on that bank. So this is a new, for him to be out there and tandeming on the bank. He's more used to the straight track. So the bank does prove to be a challenge for a lot of drivers, but there you have it. Judges unanimous decision. Jonathan Naren taking out Matt Shulman, going to advance on to the top 8. There you go. He's excited. Jonathan, congrats to Jonathan Naren. He's going to advance on. He can't go too far. Get some new tires on there. Make sure you hydrate. Yep, he's ready for it. He's ready for it. Guys, once again, I just want to thank you guys for joining us for the third round, halfway through the Klutch Kickers' third season of the $100,000 Drift Series. If we can go ahead and you guys, if you want to stay up to date on the bracket, go ahead and log on to Klutch Kickers 100K Drift Series. But it looks like we're going to keep going, man. We got this battle now, and we're going to have these drivers come back out. This is Josiah Felice in the FDF Fab Nissan 240SX, and I believe he's doing battle against Ryan Kaufman in the Taxi Garage. Ryan Kaufman working his way up to the top 16. I know he's excited. I know Nick Ward is out there in the, you know, just rooting him on in the stands, and as well as the rest of the Taxi Garage crew. Don't want to forget Charlie. You know, can't forget Charlie. I mean, he's an integral part of the Taxi Garage crew.
When you talk about Ryan Kaufman, I recall just having a conversation with him, talking about like him building up his physical stamina.
Yeah.
To be able to survive whatever's thrown out at him. Doesn't matter the temperature. Doesn't matter what's going to happen. He's able to actually persevere.
Yeah, but that's Shirtless Ryan. We know him as Shirtless Ryan because he usually has a shirt off, so we call him Shirtless Ryan Kaufman with Taxi Garage. Ryan, old time, one of the OGs, right? Competing in SWD Formula Drift Pro-Am back in the day, decided to come out of retirement and just take on this Klutch Kickers 3rd season here. So it's great to see him back behind the wheel in that Mazda RX-7 Taxi Garage. And of course, you got Josiah Felice, all coming all the way down from Canada in an FDF Race Fab Nissan 240SX. All right, Josiah out front. Ryan Kaufman doing a good job staying almost right there with them. Both cars making their way into the initiation. Both cars, Josiah trying to get high on that wall. Ryan Kaufman trying to maintain that proximity. Josiah right in the wall, doing a great job coming off that bank. Both cars, Ryan Kaufman still right there with Josiah. Ryan Kaufman coming out of retirement and throwing down with Josiah as they make their way through the 3rd outer zone in the 3rd round of the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. Good job, both drivers. Man, what do you think?
Well, I think Brian did a good job of not allowing the smoke to blind him, because you see many drivers just having an issue, just falling into that smoke line, and they get lost, and they don't realize where they're at around the course. So you see he kind of got caught up in the smoke on outer zone number 2. But case in point, I think what happened here in outer zone number 3, Ryan Kaufman did a good job of surging to Josiah, but then Ryan, I think, just mistimed it, and Josiah took advantage and then was able to actually pull some distance away from Ryan Kaufman. Ryan Kaufman did drop a tire, so that's a negative mark towards him, but let's see what happens over here when they switch position.
He's doing a good job weathering the storm, that smoke, the amount of smoke coming out of Josiah's vehicle. Josiah definitely in the faster vehicle here. Ryan doing everything he can with what he's got and doing an amazing job, even just being able to stay right there with the vehicle of Josiah Felice in that FDF Race Fab Nissan 240SX. But Ryan Kaufman is out front. It's his time to shine. Is he going to take out Josiah? We shall see. Josiah, he can't sleep on Ryan Kaufman because both cars are going at it. Both cars making their way through that first outside zone. Ryan struggling to get it sideways almost at first. Josiah doing a good job, giving Ryan the room he needs to make whatever correction. Now Josiah's got to close that gap. He's got to apply that pressure. Ryan definitely seems like he's struggling a little bit through the first part of this course and dropping a tire around outer zone number 3. But both drivers holding together, maintaining drift. Give it up for Ryan Kaufman and Josiah Felice.
Yeah, so Ryan Kaufman does a major problem from the start as he enters outer zone number 1, just midline, just falling a little bit, but is able to actually get back up. Josiah, I guess he predicted that he was going to have an issue, was able to actually just give him some distance, gave him some cushion in order to be able to deal with it. And then Ryan Kaufman, though, unfortunately just having issues on outer zone number 3, knocking down that marker, and Josiah was able to finish up alongside him at the end of the course.
Yeah, Klutch Kickers being the rung what you brung series that it is. You get these imbalance of power battles like we see. You know, Ryan Kaufman definitely in a lesser power vehicle. Josiah, you know, FDF Race Fab, the car is definitely capable. But there you go. It's official. Josiah Felice will take out Ryan Kaufman and advance on to the top 8. Great job to Ryan Kaufman making his way into the top 16, but Josiah Felice was just a little too much this time, and he's going to advance on. You can see he's excited by the way he's taking off. But Taxi Garage, you guys got to be proud of your boy, Ryan Kaufman and Nick Ward, for just doing a great job in this round of competition. I mean, Nick Ward, he made his way, into the top 32 and just being dealt the card of Adam LZ. But man, I mean, he was on it, right? I mean, he did a great job of not just handing it to Adam LZ. And then you can see Ryan Kaufman doing a good job against Josiah Felice, but unfortunately not able to take him out.
Yeah, and sometimes it's not even a matter of power and speed. It's sometimes a matter of skill and experience. Oftentimes you'll see a seasoned veteran, even though he's in an underpowered vehicle, is able to actually make things happen because they've been battle tested, battle worn, and dealt with all of these issues that they're actually have experience on, and they're able to actually mitigate it much better.
Yeah, we've actually seen a little bit of that with Alec Hunnerdale when he came in a few seasons ago. He was in almost a bone stock 350Z, and he was thrown down and taking out competitors with much faster cars, and still be competitive. But it looks like we're going to take a little break before we start the next battle. So guys, stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
All right, what's up everybody? My name is Nate Hamilton. I've been drifting for over 15 years. We're back at Klutch Kickers round 3, and I'm in the Corvette. So my Golan engine is not back home, and it's not in my 240 yet. So I'm on my second rental with the Corvette, which I'm really enjoying. This is like a fun and challenging situation for me, as I've been in a 240 like almost my entire career. So last round was the first time for me to ever drive a Corvette, like ever. Klutch Kickers, they had a rental program. I thought it would be a really good time to show up and continue my points chase. Recap on last race, qualified 5th, ran into Chris Jackson in the top 64. We got through that one, and then in the top 32, the young kid Conkling took me out, which was me kind of running underneath him and looping out. I miscalculated the distance of this front end, which definitely was my error. So sorry about hitting you, bro. Glad you got the win. Super cool to see those young dogs kind of come up in the ranks. So kind of a win-win for me either way. But yeah, talking about a little car setup here. The car basically arrives, our guys align it, we move the seat adjustments, kind of make me happy in the cabin. Then from there, this round that will be different to tackle the bank, I'm gonna run nitrous. So I've never really dabbled in nitrous yet, so this will be my first race to run some bottles and spray this thing. It makes 710 horsepower to the wheel, and I'm excited to run some walls. 9th in points right now, so this race is pretty important. To be completely honest with you guys, my brain is pretty split. So I have a wife at home who is 39 weeks pregnant, and at any moment I might get a call that I need to jet back to Texas. So I'm just really grateful to be here. Thanks for watching this little recap. Wish me luck. I'm gonna enjoy this thing. Practice is about to start. See you guys soon. What's up everybody? My name is Nate Hamilton. I've been drifting for over 15 years. We're back at Klutch Kickers round 3, and I'm in the Corvette. So my Golan engine is not back home, and it's not in my 240 yet. So I'm on my second rental with the Corvette, which I'm really enjoying. This is like a fun and challenging situation for me, as I've been in a 240 like almost my entire career. So last round was the first time for me to ever drive a Corvette, like ever. Klutch Kickers, they had a rental program. I thought it would be a really good time to show up and continue my points chase. Recap on last race, qualified 5th, ran into Chris Jackson in the top 64. We got through that one, and then in the top 32, the young kid Conkling took me out, which was me kind of running underneath him and looping out. I miscalculated the distance of this front end, which definitely was my error. So sorry about hitting you, bro. Glad you got the win. Super cool to see those young dogs kind of come up in the ranks. So kind of a win-win for me either way. But yeah, talking about a little car setup here. The car basically arrives, our guys align it, we move the seat adjustments, kind of make me happy in the cabin. Then from there, this round that will be different to tackle the bank, I'm gonna run nitrous. So I've never really dabbled in nitrous yet, so this will be my first race to run some bottles and spray this thing. It makes 710 horsepower to the wheel, and I'm excited to run some walls. 9th in points right now, so this race is pretty important. To be completely honest with you guys, my brain is pretty split. So I have a wife at home who is 39 weeks pregnant, and at any moment I might get a call that I need to jet back to Texas. So I'm just really grateful to be here. Thanks for watching this little recap. Wish me luck. I'm gonna enjoy this thing. Practice is about to start. See you guys soon.
you know, I'm 28 years old. This is the I was about to call it S14. Used to drive an S14. This is the E46 that we built this year. It's a VR6 powered drift car. I mean, there's not many drift cars in the US that are powered by VR6, so it's an oddball altogether. Custom manifold, custom intake, everything's all one-off. I'm an aircraft mechanic by day, and this is kind of my passion that I've worked towards building. So when I was about 16 years old, I kind of got into drifting through my brother. My brother got his first S14 around that age when I was 16, 17 years old, and we kind of just wanted to get into drifting, so we started doing street drifting and trying to hang out with all these friends and having a lot of fun. So I started to grow a passion for it, and in 2014 he ended up passing away. I kind of decided to build his car kind of as a memorial and a awareness build. He passed away from a disease called cystic fibrosis, and that is a very shitty disease in the aspect that your livelihood is limited and you know it. We kind of lived the best life that we could with the driving and everything, but I took it over and I decided to really bring awareness and just build his car in his memory. So 2 seasons last year and the year before, and I feel like he would have been by my side just cheering me on, seeing how well we were doing. We were getting top 16 every round last year. We ended up getting 1 podium last year, so we did pretty well, and I think it definitely helped kind of just bring the whole awareness to the build. As I said, the S14 is a memorial build, and it's kind of the only thing I really have left of him. So I didn't want to really put it at risk every time I went out on the track. The last 2 years, it was kind of like, he would want me to do it, and that's why I kind of just decided to go for it. But this year, we had another build in mind, and we figured it's time to finally make it and put it into work rather than risk the S14 every time. Last round was actually the first time I even drove this car. I hadn't done any donuts, hadn't done anything. We were actually building the car up to the point where we were pulling here. We didn't have the seats bolted down, didn't have the harnesses in, didn't have anything going. We dyno tuned the car the weekend before and just kind of loaded it up with just the let's see what happens mentality. And it turns out we built a pretty decent car because nothing failed, no wiring failed, everything seemed to have held together. Last round, we went up against Colette. She had good power up top, no power on the bottom, and that's kind of what we were experiencing with this setup first. It was just really hard to drive. If you would let off the throttle at any point, it would fall out of power. I battled Taylor Hull in the top 32, got knocked out by him. To kind of address those issues that I had the first round, we added a smaller rear turbine housing, we added a smaller rear turbine wheel, and we also added a shot of nitrous. That made a significant difference. Just driving up and down the road, the car wakes right up as soon as you hit the clutch, so it's a different animal than what it was before. So hopefully this round, I think we'll be all right. Well, super excited to be here, guys. Hopefully I can put it on a good show for you guys. It's definitely a different animal than it was the first round, so I think I have the right tools in my bag this time around. So thanks for watching, guys. Tune in, watch all the competition. It's going to be real exciting today.
Feel more like an adult when I'm drifting with the older people. The drivers out here, it's because of them that I'm so good. I take like all the style of the different drivers and I put it into my own style, and that's what makes me the driver that I am right now. Unfortunately, it didn't pass my top 64, so I was against Eric Conkling. The lead run, it went really well. I was like on my line, I had a lot of angle, I was fast. Unfortunately, on my tandem, I was a bit too low. So unfortunately, like I hit a bump and it made my car spin out, and we maybe think that since I hit someone, the bash bar moved back and it hit the tire when I was turning, so maybe that's what happened, but we're not sure. But I spun out, unfortunately. Banks are really cool. I love banks, but since here there's like very low power cars and very high power cars, I'd say it's a very good thing that there's no bank, because it's like fair for everyone. It'll be like a better show because we'll do tandem and we'll be able like to stick it on the door easily. So if ever I win the $10,000, if I win one round, I think that most of the money will go back to my dad for all the money that he spent on the car, and we might put like a portion of that money towards like just some upgrades on the car, so I could come stronger the next year.
what's up everybody? My name is Nate Hamilton. I've been drifting for over 15 years. We're back at Klutch Kickers round 3 and I'm in the Corvette. So my goal and engine is not back home and is not in my 240 yet. So I'm on my second rental with the Corvette, which I'm really enjoying. This is like a fun and challenging situation for me as I've been in a 240 like almost my entire career. So last round was the first time for me to ever drive a Corvette, like ever. Klutch Kickers, they had a rental program. I thought it would be a really good time to show up and continue my points chase. Recap on last race, qualified 5th, ran into Chris Jackson in the top 30 or 64. We got through that one, and then in the top 32, the young kid Conkling took me out, which was me kind of running underneath him and looping out. I miscalculated the distance of this front end, which definitely was my error. So sorry about hitting you, bro. Glad you got the win. Super cool to see those young dogs kind of come up in the ranks. So kind of a win-win for me either way. But yeah, talking about a little car setup here. The car basically arrives, our guys align it, we move the seat adjustments, kind of make me happy in the cabin. Then from there, this round, it will be different to tackle the bank. I'm gonna run nitrous. So I've never really dabbled in nitrous yet, so this will be my first race to run some bottles and spray this thing. It makes 710 horsepower to the wheel, and I'm excited to run some walls. 9th in points right now, so this race is pretty important. To be completely honest with you guys, my brain is pretty split. So I have a wife at home who is 39 weeks pregnant, and at any moment I might get a call that I need to jet back to Texas. So I'm just really grateful to be here. Thanks for watching this little recap. Wish me luck. I'm gonna enjoy this thing. Practice is about to start. See you guys soon.
All right, and we're back here. As you can see, Alec Hodges and Nate Hamilton warm up their tires. We just got a little glimpse of Nate Hamilton. Congratulations to him and his family, expecting another child. But we also want to congratulate Cletus McFarland, because Cletus McFarland is also expecting a baby boy, I believe. He did a little gender reveal on his YouTube channel. So congrats out to those guys. I'm sure they're just going to bring some more racers and drift fans or competitors in the future. So that's exciting to see these drivers grow their family, and also just, you know, the family affair that drifting is, and how it just, everybody here just enjoys each other and always has a good time. But right now, family all aside, these guys are ready to do battle. One man must win, one man must lose. There can be only one. And right now, Alec Hodges in that ISR Performance Nissan 240SXs were pretty far out front of Nate Hamilton in that rent event of Klutch Kickers. Both guys attacking that bank, and Alec Hodges right on the wall. Tons of smoke, nice speed, a lot of angle. Nate Hamilton's going to try to reel him in and dive in for the attack as he makes his way through that third outer zone. But Alec Hodges is right in the outer edge. Look at the smoke, the power just coming out of that ISR Performance. Nate Hamilton almost getting lost in the smoke, not able to close that gap as both drivers make it off the track.
Yeah, I lost sight of Nate. I couldn't see him through all that smoke.
I know, he almost disappeared.
Yeah, but as you mentioned, Nate Hamilton just riding along that outer edge of outer zone number 1, and Nate Hamilton just falling behind and unfortunately just struggling through the entirety of the course just to try to just make his presence known going up against Alec Hodges. Nate Hamilton, from what it looked like, did possibly drop a tire to see some dirt flying into the air on his run, as we see here from another angle as they transition from outer zone number 2 to outer zone number 3. I'm going to take a look again to see exactly if we can catch that, but other than that, an uphill battle for Nate Hamilton.
Yeah, all right, as both drivers work their way back to the line, Alec Hodges is going to give chase, and Nate Hamilton in that Klutch Kickers Rent-A-Vet is going to try to just put on an amazing lead run. Alec Hodges, he's got to be aware he's going against a less or a slower car. Not that it's that much underpowered, because as you saw in the Meet the Driver, he's right around 700 horsepower. But that ISR Performance is just a rocket ship once it gets sideways. And there they go around that first outside zone. Nate Hamilton riding the wall. Alec Hodges surging forward, almost hitting the wall. Both drivers making their way through the infield. Alec Hodges right there with them. Transition through transition. Both drivers into that third outer zone. Alec Hodges shot up just a little bit, but still maintaining drift as both cars make their way past that inside clip, and Alec Hodges surging forward at the last minute. That was, yeah, you know.
That things got very dicey.
Yeah.
When they got towards the end of outer zone number 1, the car's almost making contact. Both of these drivers, you see here, just inches away from one another as they set themselves up for the inner touch and go. but Alejandro just applying that pressure, going over to outer zone number 3. Alejandro does fall a little offline, but is able to actually just regain his position and over to outer zone number 2, 3, sorry, and then in the inner clip.
Alex should make his own hot sauce.
What?
He can call it Ordandale sauce. You get it? Forget it. Anyways, we're excited to watch drifting here. I'm just, thinking outside the box there. Maybe I can talk. Yeah, I can circle back to him. But it looks like the judges do have a decision. Slide left, Nate Hamilton. But no, it is unanimous. Alec Ordandale, unanimous decision, will take the victory over Nate Hamilton. Alec Ordandale on the ISR performance. Nissan 240SX is going to advance on to the next round of competition. Unfortunately, Nate Hamilton's going to have to call it a weekend in that Klutch Kickers rent event of Zach Poloff out here, in spirit with that vehicle.
Yep.
There you go. Congrats to Alec Ordandale as he advances on. I know he's looking to gain points this round. Taking himself out of competition in the first round, not able to finish because of the weather that we had last round, not able to get those points that he needed to edge out Adam LZ. And speaking of Adam LZ, he is at the grid warming up his tires, and he's going to be facing off against Billy Mitchell. Billy Mitchell, a fairly newcomer to just drifting in general, maybe a few years of experience under his belt, but you would not, you wouldn't notice that by the way he drives. He's driving like a seasoned pro.
So Billy Mitchell knows he's going up against a fast car in Adam LZ's vehicle, so he's going to have to give it 130%.
Oh yeah, 130, 140, maybe 200%. Whatever he's got to do, he's got to try to close that gap, and he wants to apply the pressure to Adam LZ. Adam LZ, Pro Formula Drift driver as well. He's out here doing battle, but it's the level of competition. These drivers that come here, that's what they want. They want that level of competition. Adam LZ out front. Billy Mitchell not too far behind. Both cars attacking the initiation. Adam LZ high in that wall, riding that wall. Billy Mitchell trying to close that gap, doing a good job trying to stay right there with them. Now hopefully dives in for the attack. Adam LZ, calm, cool, collective as he throws it into that 30 outside zone. Billy Mitchell diving in for the attack, making a slight correction, but staying in the pocket, applying that pressure to Adam LZ is Billy Mitchell as they work their way off the course. Billy Mitchell doing a good job in that chase position. Wow.
Yeah, but he could have been a little higher on the bank, Billy Mitchell.
Right, but he knows that Adam LZ has the speed and the power to pull away.
Definitely, and I think maybe he might have utilized that position in order to actually maintain that speed that he needs to be in order to be able to keep up with Adam LZ. But something happened over here at out of zone number 3 at the entrance. It seemed like Billy Mitchell may have mistimed the transition that Adam LZ was going into it, and it may have thrown it off a little bit. So other than that, I think good job from both drivers.
Yeah, both drivers, making the corrections. Billy Mitchell, like I said, he's not a rookie this season, but last year's seasoned rookie. Out here, definitely not showing any signs of inexperience as he's able to chase down the much more experienced Adam LZ in that BMW E36. So here we go, switching positions. We got Billy Mitchell at BMR Racing, Nissan 350Z, getting chased down by Adam LZ, actually falling back a little bit. Is he going to be able to close that gap? Billy Mitchell getting high on that wall. Adam LZ still about a car behind, starting to close that gap. Both cars coming off the bank. Nice through that touch and go. Billy Mitchell actually pretty far ahead, further ahead than I thought. Wow, Adam LZ surging forward through that, just almost door to door as he makes his way off the course. Adam LZ applying that pressure and saying, you didn't see me then, but you see me now. All right. I want to see battles like that every round. Of course, I know judges drive them crazy.
Yeah, let's take a look back. So Adam LZ, much better job in the chase position of being higher on the bank compared to Billy Mitchell. But what happened here out of zone number 2, Adam LZ actually falls back a bit, but I think Billy Mitchell is utilizing that opportunity to actually gain some distance, but I think he may have forgotten to slow down the time at the start of out of zone number 3. So Billy Mitchell did make a mistake, almost going off track, but is able to actually reel it back in. Then Adam LZ is utilizing that opportunity to actually zero in, close that gap, and side-by-side action on outer zone number 3.
Yeah, Adam LZ utilizing very shallow angle, though, through that second outside zone. Almost blowing by the second outside zone in order to, you just see him just surge forward through that second outside zone in order to close that gap. He's way offline, but he did what he needed to do to try to close that gap, and the judges do take that into consideration, and it is official. Adam LZ is going to advance on, taking out Billy Mitchell at that BMR Racing 350Z. Adam LZ in his Drift HQ BMW E36, advancing on trying to secure his spot and remain that points leader this round. We still got 2 more rounds left of competition this season. We are halfway through the season of the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. And like I mentioned before, we want you guys to go ahead and log on to the Klutch Kickers 100K Drift Series. You can watch the live bracket. If you're taking pictures, post them at hashtag Freedom Factory, hashtag Klutch Kickers, hashtag Klutch Kickers 100K Drift Series as well. So that way we can all take a look at these photos. And we just want to continue to ask you guys to spread the love. Spread the love. Invite your friends. Share it with friends and family. We love to see new fans come over to drifting and just we can just show them how exciting and what are we out here doing. We're not just having fun watching these drivers go at it, but the drivers themselves are having the time of their lives as they're out here competing round after round, battle after battle, in hopes to take away that season championship title. But up next, looks like we have Lee Yearwood and Eric Conkling. Eric Conkling fighting his way through the competition, doing a great job. But he's got to get past Lee Yearwood.
Yeah. So
Lee Yearwood is definitely a capable driver. We have seen him in the past, very aggressive in the chase position. So Lee Yearwood in that monster performance Nissan 240SX going to be going against Eric Conkling in his blue Nissan 240SX. Nissan versus Nissan 240 versus 240. And both drivers are ready to do battle. All right, here they go, and away they go. Eric Conkling out front. Lee trying to stick it to him, to his door as he makes his way through that first outside zone. Eric doing a great job staying high in that wall. Lee Yearwood not too far behind. Both guys coming off the track through that touch and go, doing a good job transition. Wow, look at Lee starting to surge forward, diving in for the attack through that third outer zone. Is he gonna, oh no! Major correction by Lee Yearwood, sending him off the course, almost into one of those light poles. I don't know if he got lost in the smoke or lost power, but Eric Conkling holding it together, able to finish his runoff. Lee Yearwood, unfortunately, diving off track.
Yeah, I think what happened, Lee Yearwood just lost sight of where he was on the track, and then when he was actually able to get in position and take off, unfortunately he just was at the edge and fell off and just straightened out. But as we take a look back at the replay, let's take a better look at the angle. You see the transition, you see Lee Yearwood transitioning, the car was falling, going wide, and then by the time they actually got power, it was too little too late, and then that's where he straightened out and went off track.
Yeah, Lee Yearwood coming dangerously close to almost running into something through the infield there, as you see, just kind of dodging those light poles and stuff. So thank God he was able to maintain control.
Yeah, and at this point, with all the drivers just going off course or dropping tires at this point, that section of the course is treacherous for all the individuals that go through it.
That is true. That is true. Well, both drivers back to the line. Lee Yearwood, he's got to give it his all. Tried to put down a nice lead run. Eric Conkling's just got to hold it together, get a full pull in the chase position, throw a lot of angle through that initiation. Both cars, look at Eric surging forward. He may have the advantage, but he is not, doesn't look like he's playing it safe. He's going to apply that pressure to Lee Yearwood and just make sure Lee Yearwood knows, hey, listen, I'm still here, man. We're working our way through that third outer zone. They're going side by side. Lee Yearwood much better in the lead position this time around, but Eric Conkling not phased at all. At all. Good job, both drivers. Eric Conkling able to maintain his composure, calm, cool, and collected through the second half of that battle.
Yeah, as you see, Eric Conkling is initiating higher on the bank compared to Lee Yearwood. Lee Yearwood staying midline through outer zone number 1. And as they go ahead and transition, Lee Yearwood knocking out that marker on outer zone number 2. Going into outer zone number 3, Eric Conkling just side by side with him. Lee Yearwood shallowing up, following midline outer zone number 3. But Eric Conkling having an issue with the transition. He may have gotten a little lost on the smoke, but no major mistakes on Eric's part.
Yeah, both drivers doing a great job. Unfortunately, Yearwood not able to complete his chase run. Either getting lost in the smoke or something, maybe missing a gear. Who knows what happened there, but off course, giving Eric Conkling the advantage going into the second half of this battle. Both drivers just right there waiting for the judge's decision. There's Eric Conkling there in the blue Nissan 240SX, and there you go. You can see Lee Yearwood probably not too happy with the the first half of his performance, but he's back every year, and I'm telling you, his time's going to come where it's time to shine. Will Parsons so far, Eric Conkling just waiting. It looks like, is it unanimous? Yeah, it is unanimous. Eric Conkling will advance on. Lee Yearwood is going to have to call it a weekend. Eric Conkling advancing on. I know he's excited. I think this is probably the furthest he's made it through competition, so he's in new territory and excited as ever out here with his family as well. Eric Conkling, so far, nobody's been able to bonk the conch out here at the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. When we're here at the Freedom Factory here, just enjoying some great drifting, and I don't know, we're so far we've been able to just keep going, and we're enjoying it so far. Right now on the track, you see that is Ryan Acevedo in that ISR Performance Nissan 350Z, and looks like Dirk Stratton is coming out there. Dirk Stratton at Oracle Lighting, Lingenfelter Chevy Corvette.
Yeah, Ryan Acevedo is supposed to do battle against Savio Silva, and Dirk Stratton's supposed to do battle against Rafael Adamus.
Okay, so they're both waiting for their competitors. Looks like Dirk Stratton is staging up, and there's Rafael Adamus working his way out to the track right now. Now we're just waiting for Savio Silva with Drift HQ. Savio suffering that fire in the qualifying rounds. Fortunately able to get a great qualifying score and just secure his spot in the first round of qualifying, and that enabled him to and his team to make the necessary repairs in order to get that vehicle back to 100% and be able to compete. They had a fuel line or something burst. There was a gas leak. The car caught on fire. Rescue came out, and along with Savio, they came out there to put out the fire. His team had to make some repairs to the fuel lines and wiring, and as you can see, he's back out here.
Yeah, and he's not the only one that had suffered major issues in the series. Ryan Acevedo last round, as he was exiting his battle, he lost power steering, wheels locked up, straightened out, and he went right into the wall, really suffering a major damage not only to the vehicle, but it really knocked him out. But luckily, though, he was able to actually get himself situated and fix the car in time for today's competition.
We've seen this round of competition, these cars take a beating. Jackson Orr going into the wall earlier today. We saw Savio Silva, his car catching on fire during
Steve Bergstrom.
Steve Bergstrom, Brandon McDowell breaking an axle in the first round of qualifying, causing him to get a 0 and not place as well in the qualifying lineup as he would have liked to. Able to complete the second round of qualifying and earn a spot in the top 64 battle, but unfortunately today just blowing rods and blowing pistons out the side of that block. Again, taken out by mechanical issues.
Taylor
Hull also suffering some mechanical issues. And then we also saw Matt Shulman on his Bye Run suffering some damage to his suspension. So the Klutch Kickers in the here at the Freedom Factory has proven to be just a worthy venue to be able to challenge these drivers, and not just the variety of track layouts that the Klutch Kickers is able to provide at this facility, but also just the difference in elevation and transitions from the bank into the infield. It's proven to be difficult for some of these cars to be able to just weather this storm. And as you see right now, we got Dirk Stratton with that Oracle Lighting, Lingenfelter Chevy Corvette, and Rafael Adamus in his BMW E46 Falcon Tire sponsored, ready to do battle. Both drivers, wow, look at Dirk Stratton. Dirk Stratton walking into this round of competition with 19 wins. Wow. Dirk Stratton, definitely one of the more winning competitors here. 19 wins, 9 overall losses. Rafael, newer this round, he has 3 overall wins and 2 losses. So Dirk Stratton, definitely the veteran here of Klutch Kickers between the two drivers. And let's see, can he make it 20? Or Rafael Adamus take him out of competition? Let's see, both drivers making their way down the straight. Rafael not too far behind. Dirk Stratton throwing it into the initiation and working their way around up. Whoa, major correction by Rafael as they make their way through the bank. Dirk Stratton hold it together. Definitely a veteran of the Klutch Kickers, able to keep calm, cool, and collective, throwing it into the third outer zone. All types of corrections by Rafael Adamus. He's still trying to maintain control and apply that pressure, but it may be just a little too late. Too many corrections from the Dominican Republic all the way over here, flying from Santo Domingo with his crew, throwing down here. We want to thank him for just making that travel, but unfortunately for him, just not able to put the car where he needed to.
Right, so with Rafael, he makes a major mistake in outer zone number 1, so then he changes game plan. He's now trying to force a mistake on Dirk Stratton, but Dirk Stratton, though, not phased by it, not even allowing Rafael to get into his head, is able to get through with no problems. But Rafael Adamus continues to have issues, straining out again on outer zone at the entrance of outer zone number 3. So,
well, Rafael is definitely sitting on a deficit. Dirk Stratton has now got to start contemplating what is his game plan going into the second half of this battle. Is he still going to try to apply the pressure? I'm sure if he has a spotter, the spotter's telling him, hey, listen, Dirk, right now you have the advantage. Don't get too crazy, right? Or, you know, you don't want to play it too safe, but at the same time, you don't want to force yourself into a bad situation. He's sitting on the advantage. Rafael Adamus, he's got to put that 100-point qualifying run. Can he do it? Will Dirk Stratton make a mistake? It's not typical to see a mistake from Dirk Stratton, but we've seen this happen before. So here we go. Rafael Adamus out front. Dirk Stratton in the chase position. Both cars working their way down the straight. Rafael initiating to that first outer zone. Dirk Stratton giving him a little cushion, not too far behind, starting to close that gap. Both cars making their way into that touch and go, flicking it back. Dirk Stratton kind of dropping back, giving a little cushion. Here we go. He's going to surge forward for the attack, and he is. He's starting to gain ground on Rafael Adamus through that third outer zone. Both drivers getting a full pull, clean run. Give it up for Dirk Stratton and Rafael Adamus. Good run. Well, there you go. Dirk Stratton looks like he gave him the cushion he needed to still be an active chase, apply pressure, but not make any major mistakes.
Right, and Dirk Stratton at first may have been, cautious about the way how he initiated going up against Rafael Adamus, but then realized that, oh, Rafael Adamus is actually getting through the zones, hitting the markers right where he needed to be. So then Dirk Stratton then had to reapply that pressure because he felt that perhaps Rafael Adamus was going to make the mistakes like he did in his the first half of this battle.
Right. I mean, as a chase driver, when you go to that first run, you see how the other driver is acting. So you want to apply pressure, but you don't want to get too aggressive. But there you go. Dirk Stratton taking out Rafael Adamus, going to advance on. Unanimous decision. Dirk Stratton takes the win. Rafael Adamus, there you go. Congratulations, Dirk Stratton and his Oracle Lighting Lingenfelter Chevy Corvette, advancing on, trying to gain his position and start moving up in the point standing. Can he take out? I mean, we still have 2 more rounds left of competition. As you mentioned before, it's still anybody's game. Adamus, he doesn't have enough points to walk away with it yet, but man, everybody is gunning for that #1 spot. Once again, I want to thank everybody for joining us out here today. If you guys are here live, you have friends or family that want to watch the last portion of this competition, they can log on to baldeagle.com, watch the live stream. Those of you guys that are watching on live stream, thank you for supporting everybody. All you guys that are signing up for that live stream, it's one of the reasons why we're able to do competitions like this. We can't do it without the sponsors, and the friends and family and the drivers that all get together. The Klutch Kickers was built by drivers for drivers, and we just want to thank everybody for supporting the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series, and we want to thank Cletus McFarland for providing this amazing venue that is the Freedom Factory in Bradenton, Florida. Both drivers locked and loaded, ready to go. Looks like Ryan Acevedo, the ISR Performance 350Z.
Go through their burnout.
Ah, burnout, okay. Oh, yeah, I'm looking at it wrong here.
It's okay. But Savio finally made it to the line. Ryan Acevedo was just waiting alongside at the burnout box, waiting for Savio to appear, and he did. So we're going to have a battle between both of these gentlemen.
Yeah, and as you mentioned before, both drivers able to overcome mishaps on the track. Last round we saw Ryan Acevedo struggling with issues with his power steering as he was exiting off the track, sending him right into the wall, shaking him up pretty good. Able to get the car back together, make the repairs, do more test and tuning before an event than he ever has before in the past, and it's showing as he's starting to work his way through the competition. But then you have Savio Silva, Drift HQ, doing a great job in qualifying, unfortunately suffering a fuel fire, but thankfully scoring high enough in the qualifying, giving him the time his team needed to repair that vehicle and be back at the start line here to face off against Ryan Acevedo. Here we go, locked and loaded, ready to go. Judges ready, here the cars, both cars off the start, working their way down the straight. Here we go, Ryan Acevedo out front, Savio Silva in the chase position. Both cars attacking the outer zone. Ryan doing a great job riding that wall. Savio trying to close that gap just a little bit by running a slightly shallower line. Both cars flicking it past the infield and into that third outer zone. Savio's going to dive in for the attack, cut that line a little bit, try to gain proximity. Ryan doing a great job in that lead position, filling out the zones and getting nice and tight on that last clip. Give it up for Ryan Acevedo and Savio Silva of Drift HQ. Good run.
Yeah, I was just thinking back to Savio having that contact, and that's why his door is tinted in.
That's right, yeah.
Indeed, but going back to the battle, you see Ryan Acevedo working his way up to the top of the bank. Savio Silva just midline through the course, so evidently he needed to be much higher in outer zone number 1. Going through outer zone number 2, good job there from both of the drivers, but then outer zone number 3, it seems like Ryan Acevedo kind of like falls, shallows up just a bit, but then works his way back outside. But then Savio Silva right there with him.
Yep, and I believe this is going to round out our top 16 battles. Guys, log on to the Klutch Kickers 100K Drift Series, and you can go ahead and download and just continue to refresh that live bracket. You guys can continue to keep up to date on which driver has competed, if they've won or lost. As you can see, you got a lot of fans at the start line there. I see them all jumping up and down with their big yellow hands, waving on their favorite drivers. Here we go. Both cars going down the track. Savio from Drift HQ out front. Ryan Acevedo on the ISR Performance 350Z, not too far behind. Both cars making their way through that first outside zone. Savio a little straight as he goes midway through that first outside zone. Ryan almost right there with him. Gonna try to close that gap. Most of these guys go for the attack right here in that third outer zone. Whoa! Oh! Ryan Acevedo coming in hot. Making contact.
Savio shutting it down, so something happened there.
Yeah, definitely a significant impact now. We'll have to take a look at that, but Ryan Acevedo colliding with the backside of Savio Silva's vehicle. I'm not sure if that caused it to shut down or if he shut it down, but that car is not moving right now. It's just sitting in the infield.
Yeah, Savio just having some problems at the start of outer zone number 1. It seemed like he didn't get into the angle that he wanted to, so he made that correction midway through outer zone number 1. But then when things got really interesting when they transitioned to outer zone number 3. You see Savio Silva just slowing down, then Ryan Acevedo nowhere to go, making contact with him, and Savio just going off track. So what exactly happened there? Maybe Savio is having some other mechanical gremlins that have arisen from the moment in time that they actually took to get the car back together.
Yeah,
or it could be something else.
Right? Did Savio slow down? Was Ryan not prepared to make that correction necessary to dive in for the attack going into the third outer zone? Or was Ryan coming in too hot and not able to dial himself back? Because he definitely was gaining proximity through the infield. But there, as you can see it, the front left wheel of Ryan Acevedo making contact with the rear passenger side of the vehicle of Savio Silva's Drift HQ Nissan 240SX.
Take a look back at the overhead view of it. See the contact there. Savio shutting it down. I mean, the car was able to make it back off the course.
Yep.
So,
well, they're at the line. They're waiting for the judges to come up with a decision. Thank you, everybody, for joining us here. It looks like we're just about done with the top 16. We're going to go right into the top 8 battles here. Getting a little close look there. Is that a Band-Aid?
Yeah.
That's a Band-Aid. Look at that.
It's a big Band-Aid.
Those are big Band-Aids. Where do you get those? You get CVS? I don't know.
Good question. Oh, you see a closer look at the damage there.
Yeah, that's damage. Definitely damage right there. Not sure if there's any bash bars or anything that have been bent in. Doesn't look like anything's rubbing on that tire, but it looks like we do have results here. So let's see what the judges have come to, what decision they've come to here. Slide them left for Savio Silva with Drift HQ, and slide them right for Ryan Acevedo, also known as Ryan Avocado if you know him personally, with that ISR Performance 350Z. The suspense is killing me. I hope it lasts. Still waiting. Judges waiting for the calls here, and there you go. You have it. Unanimous decision. Ryan Acevedo taking out Savio Silva of Drift HQ. Ryan Acevedo, congratulations. And that ISR Performance 350Z is going to advance on to the next round of competition. You can see he's happy, he's excited, making his way through, suffering a collision at the during the last round. Able to get that car back together and do what's necessary, get that pre-competition practice to make sure that car is dialed in, and it's paid off. He's working his way through the competition. Great job, Ryan Acevedo and his crew. Oh, yeah. So this is This is a one more time battle, I believe.
No.
Oh no. Top 8. We're working our way into the top 8. Jonathan Naren versus Taylor Ray. Jonathan Naren versus Taylor Ray. This is going to be interesting. There's definitely two. Jonathan Naren is in a rocket ship. Taylor Ray is really going to have to put it together and play his cards right and use whatever tactics and experience he's gained through the clutch kickers and just drift. I mean, he drifts all the time. So use that experience to be able to take out just a fierce competitor in Jonathan Naren. So Jonathan Naren in that Juku Racing Nissan 240SX. Taylor Ray in that little black Miata, but don't sleep on that little Miata. He's taken out many fierce competitors, and we've seen that this weekend already, and we've seen it in the past. Looks like he's a little nitrous there, huh? A lot of these drivers utilizing whatever they can to gain that advantage. Wow, good job. Taylor Ray getting that roll start, almost able to stay side by side with Jonathan Naren. Both cars going into the initiation right through outer zone number 1. Taylor Ray, shallow angle, but right there with Jonathan Naren. Jonathan Naren right in that wall like a boss. Oh, no! What happened there? Taylor Ray almost seems like he's getting lost in the smoke. Jonathan Naren, you got to finish your run, pal. You got to make it. No! Wow, a lot of angle coming out. He still needs to complete that lead run. Unfortunately, Taylor Ray, I don't know if he got lost in the smoke or if he suffered some kind of...
I think it's something more serious because he's already making his way off the track.
Wow, so maybe he lost power.
Yeah, let's take a look back and you see Jonathan Naren high in the back riding that wall, and then this is where the problems arise for Taylor Ray. Taylor Ray straightening out, trying to get the car so that way he doesn't lose it, and then just shuts it down and then goes to exit the track. But remember, even though Taylor Ray did shut it down, Jonathan Naren needs to complete the run, and he does so without any major problems.
There you have it. Let's see what happens. It's going to be interesting if we can get some feedback and find out exactly what is going on with Taylor Ray's vehicle.
It looks like he's needing help getting pushed off the track.
Wow. So it definitely ain't good. I mean, I don't believe he's used his 5-minute timeout, so he may... Oh, there you go. It does look like he's under his own power. So utilize a 5-minute timeout. Hopefully he can get that figured out. Unfortunately, even though he's still sitting on a major deficit right now, straightening out and basically zeroing out his run there. So if he can get the car together, anything can happen. He can possibly force a mistake from Jonathan Naren, but not likely. But we've seen anything happen before in the past. So, but up next, it looks like, is that Alec Hodges? Yep, Alec Hodges and Josiah Felice. I don't know if these two have ever done battle before, but Alec Hodges definitely the returning champ from last season. Josiah coming through last season to newer to the clutch kickers, coming all the way down from Canada out here throwing down, doing battle with the returning champion. So we'll see how this goes. Both cars seem equal as far as the power plants and how they perform. So it's going to come down to driver versus driver. Can Josiah take out Alec Hodges? I guess we'll see. There you go. Alec Hodges at the line. Josiah about ready to pull up. I want to thank our sponsors here. Thank BC Racing Coilovers, Grip Royal, Nitrous Outlet, Drift HQ, Ignite Fuel, Tire Streets, Kensei Wheels, ECU Masters, Fuel Labs, Deechworks, Radium Engineering, Haltech, and Champion Oil, all for just taking part and helping support Clutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series, now in its 3rd season. All right, Josiah is in the lead lane. Alec Hodges is in the chase lane. Both drivers locked, loaded, ready to go. Here we go, down the straight. Alec Hodges almost side by side with Josiah as they initiate through that first outside zone. Josiah getting nice and high in that wall, but Alec Hodges applying that pressure as he dives in for the attack, making her way through the inside of the field of the track here, throwing it into that 3rd outer zone. Whoa, Alec almost contact with Josiah as they make his way through that 3rd outer zone. Both cars going to flick it past that inside clip. Alec Hodges right there with Josiah. Great chase run by Alec, but an amazing lead run as well from Josiah Felice.
Right, and you're also looking at the number 4 and the number 5 qualifiers of this event. So of course you expected similar performance from both of these gentlemen, and it does so here. You see here Alec Hodges just applying that pressure going into outer zone number 2. Great job by Josiah, just filling in all of those markers, filling in all of those zones as they go into outer zone number 3. Josiah could have been a little bit deeper there, but for the most part, great job.
Yeah, both drivers definitely throwing down the showing over yet They still have to swap positions, and they're going to go ahead and now Alec Honadale is going to lead. Josiah Felice is going to give chase. Now Josiah, he wants to apply whatever pressure he can. Can he force a mistake out of Alec Honadale, the returning champion from Season 2? Well, we're going to find out shortly. We're working our way through the bracket here, and it looks like it's just going to be non-stop action from this point forward. We still have, looks like Adam LZ versus Eric Conkling coming up. So Eric has been on fire, but he's going to have to try to take out Adam LZ. Can he? Or is Adam LZ going to walk away with the first place position and secure his spot at the top of the point standing? Well, that's soon to be determined. And Ryan Acevedo going up against Dirk Stratton. These are excellent battles coming up. We want to make sure, if you guys are just tuning in, we want to thank you guys for supporting Klutch Kickers, and thank you for joining us here. We're almost done with the competition, and we're in the top 8, and these guys have been battling it out, battle after battle, just working their way through competition. And right now, we have Alec Honadale going out front, getting chased down by Josiah Felice. Both drivers attacking that first outer zone. Alec Honadale almost scraping the wall all the way around that first outside zone. Josiah Felice right there with him. Alec, whoa! Josiah diving in a little too aggressive right before they go into outer zone number 2, but now both cars in outer zone number 3. Josiah very shallow through that outer zone. Alec just on throttle, full throttle through that, and just very aggressive from the lead position. That's Ben, I don't know. I want you to kind of go over towards the end of outer zone number 1. What was going on there?
Yeah, both of these runs were not clean. So just take a look again as what happened here. As you see, both of the drivers going through outer zone number 1. Alec Honadale riding that outer edge of outer zone 1, but see, knocks over that marker. Then it may have thrown off Josiah, and it does so. But then when they go ahead into outer zone number 3, Alec Honadale hitting that outer zone properly, but Josiah then just shallowing up so that way Alec Honadale doesn't escape from him.
Well, let's see. The judges are going to have to start picking apart these runs, lead versus chase, seeing who they can either decide who's at fault. Was Alec Honadale so far offline caused an error from Josiah Felice, or did Josiah just not put himself in the right position? Because chase driver's responsibility is to use that lead car as a clipping point.
Right.
So if you're taking that into consideration, yes, Alec did come too deep into that touch and go, but Josiah should have been right there with him. So Josiah putting himself slightly offline, it's interesting to see it. Here you go, both cars coming off, and he's like almost like he transitioned too soon.
Right.
So I don't know, it may not be so much where Alec was positioning his vehicle, but Josiah just kind of transitioning it maybe a little too early, putting himself in an awkward position. And you know, one little mistake in one area of the track, it's going to show up a lot of times in the next portion. You see that early transition shows a massive cutting of the second outer zone from Josiah Felice.
Right, but Josiah did cut outer zone number 3, and then when he transitioned to the final inner clip, he was offline there. So there's mistakes throughout of both of these drivers, but it's just a matter of figuring out who made the biggest mistake.
Right, right.
And then they're zeroing in, they're focusing in on what transpired on the touch and go. You see, Alec Honadale just, see, that's the problem. Was he fine? Was he okay? Did he transition in time? Did he slow down? Did he not transition quick enough? The expectation from Josiah for Alec to be able to actually quickly get through that section may have just thrown him off, because you see that he just transitioned way early than expected, and it may have been a matter of Josiah expecting Alec to actually just go quicker through that portion.
Right, right. And I'm kind of curious on Taylor Ray and what's going on with his vehicle as well, because we saw one of the previous runs, Taylor Ray suffering some mechanical damage, not able to complete his chase run. But hopefully he's get that car back so we can get the second half of that battle underway. But here you go, just got the judges asking for the footage over and over again, trying to get decide a winner, right, and be able to analyze the footage step by step, inch by inch of every part of this track, and doing a great job. The Klutch Kicker staff, along with the Freedom Factory crew, just providing this level of competition and event for everybody here that's able to witness it live. And those of you guys who are watching live on the live stream as well, we want to thank you guys for joining us. So what do you think, Ben? Are you making any calls? Do you have any idea who's going to take this victor home?
See,
he can't call it. There's too many great drivers.
See, it's a tough one because you have Josiah that he knows you know, he knows how quick Alec Hondale is. So he knows he has to actually just give it 140%.
Oh, just upping his percentage every time.
Yes. I'm glad he caught on. But actually, it's getting word that we're getting the decision, so let's take a look exactly what happened.
All right. As you can see, it's slide him left, Josiah Felice, slide him right, Alec Hondale, and Jeremy Lowe one more time, Dwayne Ramsey one more time. It looks like they're going to go one more time. Will Parsons as well. One more time battle between Alec Hondale and Josiah Felice. They're going to allow these drivers to get some new tires on their vehicle, and they can battle it out once again. And
yeah, so that's Jonathan Naren on his Bye Run, right?
Oh.
Okay. And that just confirms that Taylor Ray was not able to get his car fixed in time, back on the line, in order to actually compete against Jonathan Naren.
Well, there you go, Jonathan Naren putting down his Bye Run lap like a pro.
Getting where Taylor Ray broke his subframe.
Broke his subframe, broken subframe. Taylor Ray breaking the subframe. Not able to obviously make that repair.
How often do you hear that?
Not too often. That's not something you
tie rod, control arm, differential, axle, transmission.
Now subframe.
Subframe.
Yep, subframe. Who would have guessed it? But you know what? That's going to push Taylor Ray. If you get a chance, check out his YouTube channel. He's been building a Chevy Corvette, and that car is meticulous, and he's been doing a lot of planning and building. You can watch the step-by-step build on his YouTube channel for Taylor Ray. I know now he's got a broken subframe in that Miata. There's no other choice right now, right? All the effort's got to be applied to that Chevy Corvette so he can be back here next round. There you go. There are official results. Jonathan Naren is officially advancing on Taylor Ray. Unfortunately, broken subframe, not able to compete any further. But we know Taylor Ray is almost like one of those a staple of the clutch kickers. We see him every round battling it out.
So up next we have Adam LZ going up against Eric Conkling. And looking at my notes, actually the last time they've done battle was last year in round 1.
Wow, so they have battled before in the past. Adam LZ with an overall of 23 wins in the Clutch Kickers series, not just this round, but total of all the seasons he's competed, with only 6 losses. Eric Conkling, 6 wins, 5 losses. They've done, like you said, they've done battle before, and they're back to do battle again. Can Eric better what does that say?
Actually, a correction. They did battle last round.
Ah, okay, so last round.
Yeah, and Adam LZ won in the top 16.
All right, so Eric Conkling, Adam LZ seemed to be the one that bonked the conk last time. Is he going to bonk the conk this time? I don't know. We'll see.
Knows?
Eric Conkling has been very consistent this round, and he's been doing a great job of applying the pressure and running that lead line, but he's going against Adam LZ in that Drift HQ BMW E36. Eric, you know, just stay. I'm sure he's excited. Win, lose, or draw, Eric is going to be excited as long as his family, you know, with his family out there just rooting him on. So Ben, so far this competition, what would you say is your most exciting moment in this, just today, not yesterday, but this today competition?
I don't know. It's tough. Maybe how high the markers are getting hit.
How high the markers are getting hit.
How high they go once they get hit.
Yeah.
The air time that they get.
Yeah, definitely. There's been definitely not, you know, nobody wants to be a cone. Yeah, they definitely take a lot of abuse, but the drivers are out here just putting on a great show. You guys, you guys can check out the pits. If your favorite drivers out there, you guys can make your way over to pits. But here we go. We're getting started. Adam LZ out front. Eric Conkling going to try to close that gap. Adam LZ right in that wall, up high like we're used to seeing. But Eric Conkling following the same line, trying to close that gap. Both cars making their way through into the infield. Through outer zone number 2, Eric trying to shallow up to try to gain that proximity. Eric Conkling closing the door, applying the pressure to Adam LZ, doing a good job in a chase position. But Adam LZ, just a monster of a vehicle, able to like just pull away a little bit slightly at the end there. Good job, Adam LZ. Good job for Eric Conkling. I mean, he's out there, he's throwing down with a pro, and he's showing that he's definitely a worthy competitor.
Definitely. And you see both of the drivers high on the bank, and when they drop down to outer zone number 2, that's where there's some distance for him, and then Eric has to sacrifice some of the line in order to actually maintain that proximity that he's looking for. Then he achieves it by the time they get into outer zone number 3. Eric, though, does a better job of not getting lost in the smoke and is able to transition properly into the final turn. through that inner clip.
Yeah, there you go. You see Adam LZ in that Drift HQ BMW E36.
Where are they?
I can't see it. It was lost in the smoke.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. Lined up again. Eric Conkling is going to make his way down the straight. Adam LZ is going to be right there behind him, applying that pressure. So this is a great experience for Eric to battle a pro that is Adam LZ out here. And both drivers always excited to do battle. Both drivers love the sport of drifting, as do we do as well. So this is definitely exciting as we work our way into the top 8, through the top 8, trying to get that winner. All right, looks like we're getting word. Looks like everybody's ready. Judges are ready. Line workers ready. Getting thumbs up, both drivers. Here we go. Eric Conkling going to lead. Adam LZ going to give chase. Both drivers making their way down the straight. Eric Conkling out front, going to throw it into that first outer zone. Adam LZ surging forward, trying to close that gap, matching angle for angle, speed for speed. Watch him out. Adam LZ already in for the attack as they work their way out of the first outer zone. Both cars transitioning through the infield into the third and final outer zone. Here you go, Adam LZ diving in for the attack, almost door to door with Eric Conkling. Eric Conkling not being phased whatsoever, maintaining drift. Give it up for Adam LZ and Eric Conkling. What an amazing run. Good job, both drivers. That was amazing. Eric is he's shown his experience by staying calm, cool, and collective here in the lead position.
And definitely, and Adam LZ doing a better job in the chase position, maintaining that proximity throughout the course, did not fall back at any point, and actually apply some extra pressure into outer zone number 3. The only knock in Eric, the biggest knock on Eric's run is the fact that he knocked over that inner clip as he was finishing the run.
Yeah, I mean, you see the drivers going back and forth. Eric doing a great job in that lead position. Really such a good lead run that it just gives Adam LZ the ability to dive right in that pocket and match angle for angle, speed for speed as they work their way off the track. But it looks like the judges do have a result. There's Eric Conkling and his blue Nissan 240 SX, and then on the right is Adam LZ and his Drift HQ BMW E36. So slide him left, Eric Conkling, slide him right, Adam LZ, and it's Adam LZ. Adam LZ taking out Eric Conkling. He bonked the conk again. It's like Eric's kryptonite.
Yeah.
There you go. But I know Eric is excited nonetheless, making it into the top 8 battles. Adam LZ is going to advance on. But
Final four.
No, yeah, the final 4. And I'll tell you right now, Adam LZ, every driver he's gone against has really given him a run for his money. But the competition is only going to get steeper as it progresses. And as you can see, there you go. You have Ryan Acevedo in that ISR Performance Nissan 350Z. And Dirk Stratton in his Oracle Lighting Lingenfelter Chevy Corvette about to go and warm up their tires and get ready and do battle. I want to thank everybody for joining us once again. Thank our sponsors, BC Racing Coilovers, Grip Royal, Nitrous Outlet, Drift HQ, Ignite Fuel, Tire Streets, Kensei Wheels, ECU Masters, Fuel Lab, Deechworks, Radium Engineering, Haltech, Champion Oil. Also, we have vendors on site. We have Klutch Kickers, and also have the Freedom Factory merch downstairs below. You guys want to check that out. And if you guys get a chance, go ahead and make your way to the snack bar, the concession stands, and make sure you're staying hydrated. It is hot out there. Want to make sure everybody stays hydrated and healthy and safe during this hot weather. Next round should be a little cooler, though, as we work our way through the season. Yeah, so we're looking forward to that cooler weather, and that way we can enjoy some more drifting.
Yeah, and if you have a chance, folks that are here in attendance, make your way over to the pit area, get a chance to get to know the drivers better, and sometimes you may come across them offering merch to help support the programs that they have. That's correct. A lot of these drivers come out here and they sell merch, or I think we saw some people actually make it homemade stuff just to be able to support their program. You guys can make your way over to the pits. There are some bleachers over in the pits, so if you want to journey over there, meet your favorite driver, take a look at some of your favorite cars, go ahead and work your way over there, and then just hop in the grandstands on that side of the track. This is definitely it's been a lot of ups and downs. We've had some mechanical failures, some fires, and we'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean, the competition, we're almost done. And we're just, I don't know.
Josiah versus
So Ben, you looking forward to the next round?
Oh, definitely, for sure. I mean, you just mentioned it's going to be cooler. But what was your most exciting battle?
Honestly, I'd probably say the two battles, Nick Ward versus Adam LZ, and then Eric Conkling, Adam LZ. But you know what? We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get some things settled here, guys. Don't go anywhere because you don't want to miss the action.
Pretty late. I don't have anyone in my family that's into cars. My dad's not into cars at all. When I was 16, I found out that stunts was a potential job option, so I really started working towards that, training martial arts, and I got a motorcycle license, and I took a stunt driving course when I was 18. I just always wanted to get better, and I found a Mustang at a pawn shop. I didn't know anything about angle kits. I didn't know anything about really setting up a car. I just had a handbrake. After that, I went to a drift school, and I learned a little bit more. Then I bought a 350Z. About a year into driving that car, somebody put a bug in my head, said, why don't you put an LS in there? And that's basically how I started down the road of competitive drifting. I found a guy in New Jersey that makes LS swap kits, LJ conversions, and I called him up. I was like, hey, I really want to do this. I'm kind of already spending all my money on driving, and he was willing to help me out. And the condition was that I had to go to LS Fest. Starting in April, I did LS Fest in Vegas the weekend before Clutch Kickers round 1. But yeah, we basically were doing as many grid lights as don't conflict with either LS Fest or Clutch Kickers. Hyperfest, we hit Club Loose. I just want to meet all the drifters and drive with as good of other drivers as I can to build my skill set. Yeah, my plan was to qualify high so that I could hopefully move through the ranks. With the rain and the aborted qualification, I got paired up with a really good driver in a car that I actually had driven with in Washington, and I knew it was going to be a hard battle. But it worked in my favor. I thought we had a pretty good battle, and I know the judges took a really long time to decide that, so I'm pretty proud of that because he has 3 times the horsepower I do. For me, I think that a smaller course works to my advantage because the high horsepower cars can't run away from me as much, so my goal at this event is just to be as aggressive as possible. The money is a piece of it, but for me, what the money means is the kind of drivers that it's attracting. You know, the driver pool here is incredibly strong for an event that is so young. There's no other way I could get access to these kind of drivers to actually battle them, to learn from them, to practice with them at any other event. To me, that's a little bit more important than the money, but the money would be really nice.
What's up, guys? I'm Cletus McFarland. I'm a semi-amateur, pro, bad driver. That's right, I'm a professional at being a bad driver. And today we're out here drifting at Clutch Kickers Round 3 at Freedom Factory. We got my Mustang, my RTR Mustang behind me. We're working on it. We lost brakes in practice. I'm covered in sweat. It's hot, very, very hot out here, but you know what? We're gonna get the car fixed, go back up into practice. Just, you know, drifting today. Yeah, if you guys don't know, last Clutch Kickers round 2, I just bought this car. I went out there, looked like a fool, spun out on every single run I did. Pretty embarrassing, you know, all these pro drivers here, and I got one of the best cars on the property, and then I can't even drive it. So that sucks. Vaughn and Chelsea came down, and there was a lot of issues with the car that we sorted out. Now I'm feeling much more comfortable. Made 2 runs, lost brakes on the second one, still managed to get a run. The first run I knocked the ignition button off, but all in all, I can actually drive the car now, which is a great feeling. So shout out to my boy Vaughn, and looking up for round 3. Almost as good as the Crown Vic, so that I can get more prepared being on the bank for Bristol, September 3rd and 4th. Giving away Donnie basically a drift car, C5D06. Check that info out at baldeagle.com. But you know, feeling good. Thankfully I have Zach and Ty to help me fix the car because I immediately broke it, and that kind of sucks. But we're out here. Thanks for watching the live stream, and shout out to Clutch Kickers for putting on an awesome event. Let's do it.
Pretty late. I don't have anyone in my family that's into cars. My dad's not into cars at all. When I was 16, I found out that stunts was a potential job option, so I really started working towards that, training martial arts, and I got a motorcycle license, and I took a stunt driving course when I was 18. I just always wanted to get better, and I found a Mustang at a pawn shop. I didn't know anything about angle kits. I didn't know anything about really setting up a car. I just had a handbrake. After that, I went to a drift school, and I learned a little bit more. Then I bought a 350Z. About a year into driving that car, somebody put a bug in my head, said, why don't you put an LS in there? And that's basically how I started down the road of competitive drifting. I found a guy in New Jersey that makes LS swap kits, LJ conversions, and I called him up. I was like, hey, I really want to do this. I'm kind of already spending all my money on driving, and he was willing to help me out. And the condition was that I had to go to LS Fest. Starting in April, I did LS Fest in Vegas the weekend before Clutch Kickers round 1. But yeah, we basically were doing as many grid lifes as don't conflict with either LS Fest or Clutch Kickers. Hyperfest, we hit Club Loose. I just want to meet all the drifters and drive with as good of other drivers as I can to build my skill set. Yeah, my plan was to qualify high so that I could hopefully move through the ranks. With the rain and the aborted qualification, I got paired up with a really good driver in a car that I actually had driven with in Washington, and I knew it was going to be a hard battle. But it worked in my favor. I thought we had a pretty good battle, and I know the judges took a really long time to decide that. So I'm pretty proud of that because he has 3 times the horsepower I do. For me, I think that a smaller course works to my advantage because the high horsepower cars can't run away from me as much. So my goal at this event is just to be as aggressive as possible. The money is a piece of it, but for me, what the money means is the kind of drivers that it's attracting. You know, the driver pool here is incredibly strong for an event that is so young. There's no other way I could get access to these kind of drivers to actually battle them, to learn from them, to practice with them at any other event. To me, that's a little bit more important than the money, but the money would be really nice.
All right, welcome back. And as you can see on the camera, we have a one more time battle going between Alec Hodges, the returning Season 2 champion, versus the FDF Fab, Josiah Felice. Both cars rocking down straight. Alec not giving much space in the chase position. Josiah doing a great job riding that wall, but Alec surging in for the attack, door to door, almost putting his tire into the door of Josiah as both cars make their way into that third hour. So look at, oh no! There's something popped off. There was some collision. We need to get some track workers out there, see what's going on. I saw something around flying down the track. And it looks like, is that Josiah's? Yeah, Josiah's tire is off the car. So now I'm kind of curious, where did the tire come off? Did it come off during transition? Well, let's take a look. Ben, what do you think?
Oh boy, it's going to be difficult to unravel, but let's take a look at Alec Hodges on the attack throughout outer zone number 1. And then when they transition, you see there's a little bit of space, and then dives in Alec Hodges and makes contact, and both drivers shut it down there. So we're going to need to see several angles to make sure exactly.
It looked like that tire came off before did that tire come off before collision?
Well, I mean, we're probably going to need to see that a couple of times. Enhance.
Yes. Hopefully we have our CSI crew down there trying to zoom in, enhance that graphic. Let's see, where did that
the forensics team?
Yep.
Take a look now.
It looked like it came off as he went over that jump almost.
Right.
And
because we want to make sure that it wasn't due to the collision, to the contact.
Right,
because the rules are very specific. If it defeats all on its own, then it could be that Josiah may be eliminated.
Right, I mean, debeating a tire without contact prior to the contact. Let's see if we can see it here. Both drivers, it's hard to tell, man. That is gonna decide this right here, because if Josiah's car, if his tire debeated prior to the collision, then he's going to be at fault. But if the collision from Alec Hodges in the chase position caused it, let's see, where did Alec Hodges make contact? That's what I'm kind of curious. Did he make contact in the door? Did he even contact the tire? Okay, they're just trying to.
Both drivers making that jump. There's a contact, then there's the tire.
Magic tire appears.
You see, at first I thought it was Alec Hodges' tire that came off, but then to my surprise it was Josiah's. See, there's slow down.
It looks like
Well, it's very difficult to say. We don't want to jump to conclusions, but it's just a simple matter of just reviewing frame by frame.
Yeah, because it's like, and that's what's going to decide the call, because we already said that, and we've seen it already happen once with Jaden Martirano. Debeating a tire not as a result of contact is an automatic 0. So did Josiah Felice's tire come off prior to the contact? Is that losing the tire, did it cause him to slow up? And then Alec being so close already in the chase position, then creating the contact, or was the contact from Alec Hodges overcooking that chase run? Man, I don't know. I don't want to, either way, somebody's not going to be happy.
Oh, definitely not.
Somebody's not going to be happy either way. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens here. Both guys out there. They look like they got Josiah's car up on the flatbed. They want to make sure that, I mean, that rim doesn't gouge the concrete, cause any damage. Once again, thank you guys for joining us. We're halfway through the 3rd season of Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series, and it has just been just battle after battle, a battle of machine versus man, and it's just this track has been devastating a lot of the cars. The guys have been pushing their cars to the limit, but let's see what happens here as we get Josiah back to the pits and assess the damage, and the judges continue to review this footage.
And like we
there you go,
mentioned
give it
before,
up, Josiah Felice, hopefully in that FDF Race Fab Nissan 240XX. He's going to take it back to the pits, and we'll see what happens. Hopefully we'll get an update shortly. And he's taking a nice little parade lap. It's almost like a parade float. I like that. I like to see that, right? Being towed, like towing a big Santa or something down.
Where's the music?
Thanksgiving Day parade. Yeah, we need some music. All right.
Where's the batons, the dancers?
Yeah, we need some dancers out there. Halftime show. We need a halftime show.
Hey,
but that's the thing is, Klutch Kickers doesn't take half times. We just go bam, bam, bam. We just go right through it.
Exactly.
So it's just battle after battle after battle. And thank you for joining us. Thank you for hanging out here in this hot weather. Hopefully you guys are staying hydrated and checking out the concession stand down below. And also, like I said before, you guys can make your way over to the pits if you want to meet your favorite driver or check out some of the vehicles out here. You can watch from the other side, check out the pits, walk around, and ask them. A lot of these drivers are full, they're a wealth of information and are always willing to share their experience and how they've made it to where they are today, and also give tips and tricks for those drivers that are new to drifting, maybe how to develop a program. We talk about a lot of times driving is a major aspect, obviously, of drifting, but even more so if you're trying to go pro and you're trying to make your way into Formula Drift or higher levels of competition, you need to develop a program, because maintaining these drift cars and competing in all these events, it's very expensive. Well, up to around $100,000 a year, some of these programs have to raise in order to just show up at the events, right? And pay their pit crew and make sure they have enough tires and make sure they have extra parts, paying for travel and gas all throughout the country. So developing a program, learning how to promote and market yourself are definitely major components in developing a program. So these drivers, that's what they're going through right now. They're using the Klutch Kickers and gaining experience, not just for their driving level, but also developing the program.
Yeah, so the judge is still discussing, trying to assess who's at fault, or if anybody's at fault.
Right.
Because
right.
could be, I mean.
Right. And like you said, like we said earlier,
if the contact, if Alec was deemed at fault, then we could go ahead with the second half of the battle. But if Josiah defeated all on his own, then that might be over for this battle.
Yeah, look, here we go. Both drivers coming in. Where did Alec, man, I mean, it's really hard to tell, because Alec did make contact in that area of Josiah's car, but what came first? Was it the chicken or the egg?
Oh!
Was it the tire popping off, or was Alec making collision? The chicken or the egg scenario we have before us right now, we don't know, and that's thankfully not our decision. One of those times you don't want to be a judge, right? To be able to assess this and make the best call with the most information you have. So, want to let everybody know this is the last call for concession. So if you guys are even remotely hungry or thirsty, this is going to be the last call for concession. Concession will be closing down. If you want to grab yourself another drink or another bite to eat before the competition, we are getting very close to the end. But if you can't hold out, make your way down. This is the last call for concessions. Last call for concessions. Also, get some merchandise. Freedom. I love my little Freedom Factory hat. Right, little matches my backpack. I love it. Yeah, I got a camouflage backpack.
I just noticed.
Yeah, I'm styling, profiling. I don't typically match, but I am today.
Are you looking to get lost in the wilderness?
Yes, getting lost in my own thought a lot of times.
Oh.
But as you can see, we have all the drivers in the grid just waiting for the go-ahead. I see Jonathan Naren, I see Ryan Acevedo, and I see Dirk Stratton, all drivers getting prepared to move forward with this competition. And let's see, what is the bracket looking like? Guys, if you want to check out the live bracket, you can log on to Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. And as you can see in the sky cam, still a lot of drivers in the pits. Everybody rooting on their friends and their family as they progress through the competition. And there's still a lot of cars out there you guys can go check out. And you got to see some of these builds. Some of these vehicles are pretty extreme. The way they're rear mounting the radiator, and they're just different methods and plans that they use to build these cars. Not all these cars are the same. It's pretty much run what you brung. So you see some interesting builds.
Ooh. Now this is a very enhanced look at the run. That's
oh wow,
what
that is nice. Wow, look at that, slow motion, zoomed in, reverse. The crew here doing a great job of investigating this crime, and man, yeah, they're looking like it looks like almost like the bash bar kind of snatched that tire off.
Really?
Yeah, very close. I mean, you guys I know you guys can't see it live,
I'd like
but
to
we're
see that
watching
again.
a replay, and the crew downstairs is doing a great job of actually zooming in and slow motioning the replay so we can try to get up and close, and it's really close to looking like Alec Honordale's bash bar almost snatched that tire right off that wheel. Look at that. Man, that's...
How often do you see that?
No, this is great. I mean, they're zoomed in. I mean, a little pixelated, but they're doing a great job, you know, of just getting a glimpse of exactly what happened. Here over the judges are asking for more. They're really trying to, and I can hear them over the headset like, gosh, what else can we do for you guys? We zoomed in, we slow mode. Maybe, I don't know.
Maybe 180 degrees upside down.
Yeah, can we have a 180 degree camera? We can, 360 rotation. We can kind of view
Maybe
it.
Flip the image.
Yeah. What's up with the 360 cam on the wheels? I mean, why don't we have that?
Oh, that'd be very...
Can you imagine?
Oh,
no, that's too much.
No, definitely not.
There you go. We got a little sky cam of Josiah in the pits there in the FDF Race Fab Nissan 240SX, pitted right next to Savio over there with the Drift HQ family, just hanging out and waiting for the competition to keep going. We're almost done here. As we're going, let's go back to the bracket. What do we got? We have to finish out the top 8. We have to go. This is the one more time battle between Alec Honordale, Josiah Felice. Only one run through it, so we still have a second half of this battle. And then we're going to move to Ryan Acevedo and Dirk Stratton. That's going to finish off our top 8 competition. Then we're going to go into the final 4. And then from then on, I mean, like I said, we're almost done here, folks. So you definitely don't want to miss this action. We thank you guys for joining us on the live stream from around the world and joining us here at the 3rd season, the 3rd round, halfway through the Clutch Kickers season, $100,000 Drift Series. Shout out to Mike Castleberry and his crew. Shout out to Cletus McFarland. Congratulations on the new baby boy on his way. I'm sure he's got to be super excited, and I'm sure his fans are as well to see what, it's a baby boy. Can you imagine Cletus with a baby boy? I can only imagine they're gonna be out here doing all kinds. He's gonna probably have his own little Power Wheels with like 300 horsepower out here drifting on the bank, If I know Cletus, right? So it's congrats out to him, and also congrats to Nate Hamilton, also expecting a child. So it's a family affair, and that's what we love about drifting. That's one of the reasons why we fell in love with drifting, because whether you're blood family or you're just a family and friends, it's everybody just such a welcoming community, and that's what I fell in love with drifting so much. Everybody willing to lend a hand. And but we're going to go ahead and take a little break here while we figure out exactly what's going on and judges make the call. So guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
like an adult when I'm drifting with the older people. The drivers out here, it's because of them that I'm so good. I take like all the style of the different drivers and I put it into my own style, and that's what makes me the driver that I am right now. Unfortunately, it didn't pass my top 64, so I was against Eric Conkling. The lead run, it went really well. I was like on my line, I had a lot of angle, I was fast. Unfortunately, on my tandem, I was a bit too low, so unfortunately, like I hit a bump and it made my car spin out, and we maybe think that since I hit someone, the bash bar moved back and it hit the tire when I was turning, so maybe that's what happened, but we're not sure. But I spun out, unfortunately. Banks are really cool. I love banks, but since here there's like very low power cars and very high power cars, I'd say it's a very good thing that there's no bank, because it's like fair for everyone. It'll be like a better show because we'll do tandem and we'll be able like to stick it on the door easily. So if ever I win the $10,000, if I win one round, I think that most of the money will go back to my dad for all the money that he spent on the car, and we might put like a portion of that money towards like just some upgrades on the car, so I could come stronger the next year.
I'm from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and I am 1/3 owner of Taxi Garage, the crazy, crazy carts you guys see. So I drive a 95 Nissan 240 SX. It is the chalk gray Porsche colored car, super clean, with LS2 that's dry sump on E85. Last round was definitely my best qualifying score I've ever had in a competitive driving level, I guess, in this type of atmosphere and environment. So I qualified 6th, out qualifying some of the bigger names here. and it was actually quite surprising to myself. So we went into top 64 battles, and I ended up going against Davey Peoples, one of my homies with the S550 Mustang. Went to put it on his door as we were coming on his lead run, chasing him. Probably put a little bit too much pressure than I feel I probably should have. It was a learning experience. And came through, and we came out of outer zone 2, and I think I stayed too deep in the pocket, went on this weird late transition, and like just looped the car. But that was a super bummer because we got knocked out in 64, and at least right now I'm sitting okay in points. For 20th in points. We are running an Accelera 651. We went to a 200 tread wear this round instead of a 100, and I went from a 265 to a 285 to get a little bit more tire height, so I have a little bit more gear for the bank. Mid to high line on the bank is going to be acceptable in most of the judges' eyes, I feel. And then just really tight line on outer zones in the center, like round 2, and I think that we'll do pretty well. Right, so KVD is doing its thing.
All right, and we're back, and as you can see, we are in the pits live, trying to take a look at Josiah Felice's car in the FDF Race Fab. As you can see, he is in his car. Looks like he's ready to go, but the crew is in there taking some look to see, assessing the damage, see if there was any damage that would affect his ability to perform. So while they're getting that underway, we wanted to talk about a couple things that are coming up. One, we wanted to talk about the next event that Cletus is going to be, Cletus and Cars. Cletus and Cars is going to be on September the 3rd at Bristol Motorsports Speedway. Cletus and Cars, that's going to be a Saturday. And Ben, what's the other event that he has coming up?
The other event he's going to have is the Freedom Factory Danger Ranger 9000 happening, looks to be October 15th? 14th to the 15th.
Okay, so
right here at the Freedom Factory.
Right, so if you guys want to check that out, log on to baldeagle.com. But there's also another giveaway. I don't know if you guys that are here live, you haven't seen the commercial that we've been playing, but let's hold that thought real quick while we look at the run. The judges are just kind of reassessing the run here, and you know, I believe there's been some kind of a protest or something trying to assess fault. I mean, they're just going over every inch of this run. But Ben, let's kind of talk about as the judges are reviewing this collision. Let's take a look. What is Cletus doing? He's giving away
a C5 Corvette.
Wow!
And not just any C5, a Z06.
C5 Z06 Corvette. That's not the original Donnie though, is it?
No.
It's a Donnie
2.0.
Donnie 2.0 giveaway. So, what do you have to do to enter? I think it's
there's several ways. You to enter to win. You purchase an in-person ticket or pay-per-view for Cletus and Cars at the Bristol 1000. Purchasing a Cleater Crew subscription or being an existing Cleater Crew member will get you entered. So definitely want to take advantage of that opportunity because, hey, you may want to you could take it to the drag or take it over to the track.
Right.
And it's going to be able to perform.
Yeah, so some lucky winner is going to walk away with Donnie 2.0 giveaway, as well as details are at CletusMcFarland.com. So if you're interested in entering that competition and taking home Donnie 2.0, that C5 Z06 Corvette, I mean, it's basically a replica of his Donnie of his previous competition car. So that's exciting. Cletus always giving back. I mean, I think last time he was giving away turbos. He's always giving away something, doing something to try and give back to his
I think he gave away a jet boat.
He gave away a jet boat one time? Wow, nice. Interesting. Well, here we go. We're back in the pits there. You can see his pit crew trying to cool down that car and make any adjustments needed to make sure that car is 100%, because there was only half a battle, right? So there's still the second half of that battle between Josiah Felice and Alec Hodges. So he needs that car. He can't have any doubts in his mind about the performance and the capabilities of that vehicle, and that it's everything. Every bolt is where it needs to be, and that the alignment and everything is where it needs to be as well. So his crew, they can see there, Josiah sitting in a car waiting for his crew to make the adjustments and to make the repairs. But yeah, we're still trying to wait for an update on what exactly is going on. This is kind of where we're at right now. We're trying to figure this out before we move on to the next battle, it looks like, but we'll see. We'll see. We shall see. Once again, thank you guys for joining us for the third round of Clutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. And if you guys get a chance, make your way over to the pits even after the event. A lot of drivers are packing up, getting ready to head home, but a lot of cars are still out there, so you guys can check those out as well. So Ben, any word on update of what's going on?
believe I got word they're going to get ready for the next battle. We're going to have between what looks to be Ryan Acevedo going up against Dirk Stratton.
Yeah. So we're still in the top 8. We still have the second half of the Ordandale versus Josiah Felice. Once that's completed, then we'll probably be finished. I think what you said, we're probably going to move on to what would have been the final battle of the top 8, which is Ryan Acevedo and Dirk Stratton, which you can see on the bottom right-hand side of the screen. So we already got Jonathan Naren and Adam LZ securing their spots into the top 4. We're just trying to fill out those other 2 spots as we work our way and then work our way to the finals and come away with a victor. Klutch Kickers has been huge in just almost changing the game of drifting with the amount of payouts and money that they're awarding back to these drivers. Klutch Kickers was founded by drivers for drivers, and that's what they're here for. They want to make sure that these guys can come out and they could just they can come out and battle it against pros and maybe take home some money at the end of the day, and rewarding those drivers that are able to make their way through competition and of course put it right back into their program or their vehicle, because that's what we do. We win money, we spend it on our cars. As you can see, Dirk Stratton over there warming up his tires. Ryan Acevedo on the ISR Performance Nissan 350Z, both cars getting ready for battle.
You know, I was thinking it'd be good to see a tandem battle between Donnie 1.0 against Donnie 2.0.
Oh, but how could Cletus drive both of them at the same time?
Well, no, Cletus would be 1.0, and the winner would be on 2.0.
That would be an interesting battle. So maybe the winner, maybe we could talk Cletus to not only giving away Donnie 2.0, but providing drift lessons for the winner of Donnie 2.0 and then battling it out. Donnie 1.0 versus Donnie 2.0. That's a great idea. We might have to bring it up to Cletus McFarland himself. So that would just, imagine that you win Donnie 2.0 and you get to be taught drifting by Cletus McFarland at the Freedom Factory.
A professional bad driver.
Maybe I shouldn't be speaking for him, but I think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I obligate him. Yeah, maybe people are going to hear this. Oh, no, we heard over the last one. That wasn't official. That was just me thinking out loud. Just me thinking out loud. I'm going to pay for that later. I'm probably going to pay for that later. It's okay. I can get in trouble. My wife says I always get myself in trouble with my mouth, but that's all right. All right, we'll see. Here we go. Dirk Stratton, Ryan Acevedo, both cars lined up. Dirk Stratton at Oracle Lighting, Lingenfelter Chevy Corvette out front, get chased down by Ryan Acevedo on the ISR 350Z. Both cars in the attack. Ryan's got some ground to make up. Look at Dirk Stratton high on the wall, riding it. Ryan closing that gap. Kenny, he is starting to cut that line a little bit, close that gap. Gain proximity, oh no! Almost through transition. Man, that being that trouble area that Ben, you had mentioned earlier, that transition from outer zone 2 to outer zone 3, as this competition, these battles get fiercer and battles get closer, that bump there going from outer zone 2 to 3 is starting to show that it's it's being a challenge, right, for these drivers.
Yeah, most definitely. You look at Dirk Stratton riding that wall in outer zone number 1. Ryan Acevedo just looking to make sure he doesn't fall back. But this is where things happen, where you had outer zone 2. Ryan Acevedo misjudged the way how Dirk Stratton was going to transition and put himself in a bad spot. And unfortunately, he just had no choice but to shut it down because he made a little bit of a contact favoring Dirk Stratton in this battle.
Wow, there you go. Look, oh, yep, contact in transition. Chase driver, he cannot impede the transition of the lead driver. It didn't seem that Dirk Stratton had any major corrections that would have caused him to slow up or cause Ryan to have to make a correction. So during transition, unfortunately, Ryan Acevedo giving a little tap to Dirk Stratton as he makes through. Dirk Stratton staying in drift, though, finishing off his run. Ryan Acevedo just kind of pulling off the course. It looks like Ryan Acevedo is pulling off the track.
He's calling his 5 minutes.
Oh, Ryan Acevedo is going to call his 5 minutes, make sure his car is ready to go as he goes into the second half of this battle. Also want to make sure, he had a little collision, right? He doesn't want to go right into battle and worry about something fall off. So he's going to take his 5-minute timeout. I do see Ordandale pulling out on track, but I don't know if I see Josiah Felice. But we really can't move on until we get these battles underway. So, right. But it looks like Dirk Stratton's kind of going back. But we do, like I mentioned before, we do have two spots secured. We have Adam LZ and Jonathan Naren already in their way into the top 4. So here's a look back at Adam LZ's battle against Nick Ward. Nick Ward doing a great job in the lead position here, trying to put all on the line and going all out. Definitely showing that he's back in the competition, coming out of retirement, getting back behind the seat and competing against a driver like Adam LZ, giving Adam LZ a run for his money, but Adam LZ just showing that, not only is he dialed in and ready to compete, but also his vehicle is dialed in. And here you go, another look at one of the previous rounds also. Billy Mitchell in his 350Z trying to take Adam LZ. Adam LZ just taking competitor out after competitor and just showing a dominant performance as he makes his way through the field. And you see right there, Billy Mitchell doing a good job of trying to apply that pressure, but unfortunately Adam LZ just a little too much for Billy Mitchell to handle and was not able to edge out a victory, as you can see from the Skycam as well. Great job, Adam LZ, just really developing himself as a competitive driver. We see him in Formula Drift Pro, and the car is just well dialed in. It's a rocket ship. So, and here you go. Here's the little walk us through this one, Ben.
Yeah, you have him against Eric Conkling, and there again, this is the battle the last time. And unfortunately, Eric wasn't able to topple Adam LZ. And this time around, the same thing occurred. Eric Conkling was just trying to apply the pressure against Adam LZ. But like you mentioned, Adam LZ is dialed in. He's locked and loaded, and he's actually showing how he's a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, Adam LZ out here. Who's going to topple him? He's the current points leader in the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. There's a lot of other guys out there that are gunning for that #1 spot. We've seen drivers like Brandon McDowell unfortunately getting taken out early in the competition due to mechanical engine failure, a busted axle yesterday during qualifying, not able to work his way through the bracket. So it's going to be interesting. I mean, the point standings are up on the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series, but those point standings, I just want to make sure you guys are aware, if you're checking out the point standings and trying to see where your favorite driver is listed, that is prior to this event. That's not going to include the qualifying scores, and it's just basically going to be up to this event. Klutch Kicker's pretty good at updating the standings, so shortly after this event, you'll be able to see the updated standings. But here you go. Here's the bracket. Ben, what do you think? What's been your most exciting battle so far?
Well, let's take a look at two of the drivers that are locked in, Jonathan Naren and Adam LZ. So you see Jonathan Naren is actually one of the quickest drivers out here on the track, and Adam LZ is no slouch either. So if they actually go ahead to the final battle, that's going to be a very quick battle.
Yeah. Well, with that being said, we're going to go take another break while these drivers get ready to do battle. Guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back.
name's Ordandale. I'm from Destin, Florida. It's a little bit more up north. This is the car I brought out today. It's a Nissan S14. It's got a Golden built 427 with a Magnuson supercharger. I've had this car for like 7-8 years. We ran Pro 1 with it for a few years, and now we've just been doing clutch kickers. You know, when it first came out, there's nothing really paying out for us. You know, this stuff ain't cheap to do, especially at a high level. Obviously, the payout's good. You meet a lot of new people. It kind of gives the grassroots people a good chance to compete with the Pro 1, Pro 2 guys and see how they would stack up. The first round definitely wasn't the best one to come out with. Our clutch was slipping the whole event from Friday to Sunday. They realized it was a reservoir.
All right, we're back to the action. As you can see, we got Ordandale and Josiah Felice trying to finish off the second half of this battle. Ordandale and Josiah had a little contact. Josiah Felice is tired, debeated. Still not sure if we got 100% word.
Yeah, maybe we could get a judge after this to get clarification.
Exactly where they, because we're not sure if the tire came off and then the collision happened, or if the collision was caused by Ordandale that caused the tire to debead. We're not really too sure right now, but we have the second half of this battle. We have to finish this battle, and we still have to go back and we have to have Ryan Acevedo and Dirk Stratton battle out as well. So we're almost into the top 4, trying to round off this top 8. Here we go. Ordandale out front. Josiah Felice short right there behind him. Both cars attacking that first outside zone. Ordandale doing a great job of riding high on that wall, making her way through. Whoa! What's happening to Josiah? Way offline as Ordandale makes his way through the third outer zone. Josiah able to gain back that proximity that he lost, but very sloppy in that chase position is Josiah Felice. Not really sure if there was an issue with, I mean, he had time to take a look at his car and assess the vehicle, so it seemed like his vehicle was 100%. But what do you think, Ben?
Yeah, he got the tire back on, and he got back in grid, and it was able to take off. And something happened at the end of outer zone number 1. It looked like he made contact with the barricade there, and to me, that looks like he was way off track,
way offline, yeah.
Way offline. And so, how the judge is going to deem that? Because we don't really see many drivers going through that section of the course. So it's a matter of determining is okay, are you considered off track even though you were still on track, but definitely offline.
Yeah, off pavement doesn't mean you're on track, right? There is a layout of the course, and putting your car in certain areas of the track doesn't necessarily mean that you're still on the track, if that makes any sense. There is a course laid out by the judges that the drivers understand it, but there you go. You see Josiah, I don't know if he's getting lost in the smoke, but way offline. Just totally blowing his line coming off that first outside zone. Ordandale, look at that, high on the wall where he needs to be. So it's going to be an interesting call. I wouldn't be surprised if judges push this one more time. There's too much going on, depending on who's assessed fault for the previous run.
Definitely, and I just think that perhaps Josiah may have forgotten to just slow down in time to get information for that inner touch and go, but just hard on that understeer, and then just took him way off. And really, though, what's going to happen here? You can't forget what happened in the first half of the battle, where you had the tire debead and the contact.
Right.
And then you're seeing this unfold here. So how is that going to decide the victor of this battle?
Wow. Well, I mean, it looks like Alec out front doing a great job filling out the zones, getting kind of deep into that second outside zone, but man, filling it out completely. Great job doing that through that first outer zone. Coming in, looks like he gets nice and into the touch and go, gets the bumper. He doesn't need to be that close to those markers. He just needs to be over a box. He just has to get the bumper over there. So he definitely put the car where it needs to be, nice on that outside edge. Josiah trying to do what he can to get back in the pocket, doing a pretty good job of gaining proximity after that major correction that he had earlier on in the track, but almost straightening out. Looks like right there is Josiah Felice in the FDF Fab 240SX.
Could also be a question too with that collision that was that occurred earlier. Something may have thrown off the car in the rear of Josiah's vehicle.
It is possible, although he did look like he did pretty well around the bank and through the third outer zone. So it remains to be seen on what exactly transpired, but as you can see, we got the drivers waiting for the decision of the judges, as are we. And then looking forward to the next battle between Ryan Acevedo and Dirk Stratton. Ryan Acevedo with the ISR Performance 350Z. Dirk Stratton with that Oracle Lighting Lingenfelter Chevy Corvette. Well, let's see. Also, you guys, once I mentioned before, go ahead and take the opportunity to check out your favorite driver's vehicle, walk over to the pits, and then also make sure you get on the CletusMcFarland.com, stay up to date on all the upcoming events. I wonder if is there anybody out here that made it over to the drag racing yesterday? That drag racing was packed last night over next door at the Braden Motorsports Park. I mean, there was hundreds of cars. Wow, look at that. I mean,
yeah, we'll take a look at a very enhanced view of what happened at the end of outer zone number 1 as Josiah was chasing against Alec Hollandale. So we want to get a better sense of the extremity of the understeer and how far off he went through that section of the course. So
yeah,
it's a matter of determining exactly. Well, it's not a matter for us to decide. It's a matter for the judges to decide exactly.
Thank goodness for that.
What's happening there? So,
right, man. We're going pretty, had pretty good steam going through the top 32 and going in the top 16, and it's almost we come to a screeching halt trying to get through this top 8. But we don't have many more battles left over, so we should be able to decide a victor. The weather has been very favorable. We've dodged some storms. Looking at the radar, we've seen some storms off in the distance to left and to right, but here we go. Looks like they do have a decision. Slide him left, Alec Hollandale. Slide him right, Josiah Felice. What do we got? Oh, come on, drum roll, please. I don't know what's going to happen. The suspense is killing me. Dwayne Ramsey, Josiah Felice, Will Parsons one more time, and Jeremy Lowe. One more time. One more time. Alec Hollandale versus Josiah Felice going one more time.
Okay, but let's quickly get one of the judges over here to explain everything that transpired, because there was a lot that took place. So let's go ahead.
Will Parsons was one of the judges here. He's actually the style judge. Will, what is going on, man?
So tough battle. Neither one of those runs were clean. Coming out of outer zone 2, there was contact going into outer zone 3 on the first lap. First glance, it looked like the tire debeaded on its own, but then after further review, it appears that Alec Hollandale made contact with the tire, pulling it off the wheel.
Okay.
So that ended that run. That gave Alec Hollandale a 0. Because of the contact causing the debead, Josiah got to change his tire and spend 15 minutes repairing his car. Alec Hollandale used his 5 minutes to repair his car, and he got to change tires as well. The battle we just watched, Alec ran a very, very deep line for longer than most of the drivers have been running, but he was able to pull it into the touch and go.
All right.
And
so
Josiah had to straighten, in my opinion. We had a split decision.
Throw it one more time. All right. Well, we're going to get up to the battle. Thanks, Will Parsons, for that explanation. Guys, we are locked and loaded, ready for Dirk Stratton and Ryan Acevedo. Judges are, everything's just going so fast. We're trying to make sure we get this show under road. And, one more time for that last battle. But here we go. Ryan Acevedo on the ISR Performance 350Z. Whoa! Look at Dirk Stratton almost tapping Ryan on initiation. Ryan Acevedo making his way. Dirk Stratton right there. What may be the most aggressive initiation we've seen from a chase driver. Falling back. Ryan Acevedo holding it together. Dirk Stratton coming back to apply that pressure. Great job. Give it up for Dirk Stratton and Ryan Acevedo. Wow. Dirk Stratton. That was the most aggressive initiation from a chase driver. I thought he was going to.
I saw it right in front of me. There were like grazing bumpers right at the initiation. It's almost unheard of to see just exactly how close they got. But it was just phenomenal to see. But yeah, as you see here, back at the replay, Dirk Stratton does fall behind on outer zone number 2. And then as they get in formation on outer zone number 3, Dirk Stratton falls in line, gets back into the proximity game, surging in, and then it goes in for the final attack.
Wow, that was, Dirk Stratton definitely getting very aggressive.
That was exciting.
But was it too aggressive, right? You see, look how close he is. Almost looks like it affected his line. A little shallower. Look, you see Dirk Stratton dropping down low to that white line, not crossing it, so that's good. Ryan Acevedo doing a great job. I know he hears that monster of a car of Dirk Stratton right behind him, but able to stay calm and cool under pressure and make a full pull, get a good lead run. So hats off to Ryan Acevedo for staying in it. And Dirk Stratton just giving us that excitement, that little burst of adrenaline that we need to keep us going throughout this event.
Oh, definitely. I mean, I'm telling you, it's just like zoom, zoom.
Yeah, what do you do? I mean, this is crazy. Now, I do believe is Ryan Acevedo sitting on a deficit at this round because that last run.
Yes.
So
if I recall back, he did strained out by the entrance of outer zone number 3. He did shut it down, and so he gave Dirk Stratton a bit of an advantage there. So
did Ryan Acevedo do enough from the lead position to edge out Dirk Stratton? It doesn't look so. Dirk Stratton taking the victory over Ryan Acevedo. Going to advance on to the top 4. Congratulations to Dirk Stratton in that Oracle Lighting Lingenfelter Chevy Corvette. Wow, what a great job. Ryan Acevedo in that ISR Performance 350Z. He's back round after round battling and coming back from last round's accident, getting his car back together, making sure everything is dialed in, and it shows that his team definitely put forth all the effort and make his way to the top 8 and battle an opponent like Dirk Stratton. So who do we got next?
Well, we still need to figure out the victor between Alec Hondale and Josiah Felice, because whoever wins that battle is going to go up against Jonathan Naren. Jonathan Naren's just been sitting there on the sidelines for what looks to be about an hour.
Yeah.
So
looks like he's having a little picnic out there. I mean, at this point, you might as well, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Displayed at Injuku Racing, Cosmos Tire, Nissan 240SX. So let's take another look at bracket. Let's see what we got going on here. And as you mentioned before, we have a one more time battle on the bottom left between Alec Hondale and Josiah Felice. But Ben, what do you think?
Yeah. So I want to take note of the 2 drivers that are locked in, Adam LZ and Dirk Stratton. The last time they did battle was actually in round 1 in the finals. And what transpired there? Adam LZ took the victory. So Dirk Stratton is going to look for that redemption in that battle.
And Jonathan Naren looking on eagerly to see who is he going to go against. Is he going to go against Josiah Felice or Alec Hondale? Well, that will soon be determined. Hopefully we can get a victor and not keep going one more times between these 2 drivers. But you guys want to stay tuned and don't touch that channel. We're going to be back soon and be able to hopefully finish the event.
What's up, everybody? My name is Nate Hamilton. I've been drifting for over 15 years. We're back at Clutch Kickers round 3, and I'm in the Corvette. So my Golan engine is not back home and is not in my 240 yet. So I'm on my 2nd rental with the Corvette, which I'm really enjoying. This is like a fun and challenging situation for me, as I've been in a 240 like almost my entire career. So last round was the first time for me to ever drive a Corvette, like ever. Clutch Kickers, they had a rental program. I thought it would be a really good time to show up and continue my points chase. Recap on last race: qualified 5th, ran into Chris Jackson in the top 64. We got through that one, and then in the top 32, the young kid Conkling took me out, which was me kind of running underneath him and looping out. I miscalculated the distance of this front end, which definitely was my error. So sorry about hitting you, bro. Glad you got the win. Super cool to see those young dogs kind of come up in the ranks. So kind of a win-win for me either way. But yeah, talking about a little car setup here. The car basically arrives, our guys align it, we move the seat adjustments, kind of make me happy in the cabin. Then from there, this round, it will be different to tackle the bank. I'm gonna run nitrous. So I've never really dabbled in nitrous yet, so this will be my first race to run some bottles and spray this thing. It makes 710 horsepower to the wheel, and I'm excited to run some walls. 9th in points right now, so this race is pretty important. To be completely honest with you guys, my brain is pretty split. So I have a a wife at home who is 39 weeks pregnant, and at any moment I might get a call that I need to jet back to Texas. So I'm just really, really grateful to be here. Thanks for watching this little recap. Wish me luck. I'm gonna end this thing. Practice is about to start. See you guys soon.
Seeing is hopefully to be the finish of the top 8 battle. This is the second one more time battle between Josiah Felice, which is in the lead position, versus Alec Hodges, which is in the chase position. Alec Hodges on the ISR Performance 240 and Josiah in the FDF Race Fab 240 SX. Both cars going down the straight. Alec right on Josiah's back door as they make their way through that first outside zone. Both drivers locked, dialed in. Alec ready for the attack as they make their way through this last area where Josiah had to beat a tire. Unfortunately, it looks like Josiah struggled there making his way through that second outside zone. Alec maintaining control in the chase position, still applying pressure. Both drivers, full pull, no major incidents. Great job. Hats off to Alec Hodges and Josiah Felice in their second one more time battle in the Klutch Kickers Round 3 $100,000 Drift Series.
Yeah, but one major thing to take notice, look at the windshield of Josiah. The wipers are going back and forth. That could only mean perhaps that rain is coming down and that's causing the track to get wet.
Is that true? Is it raining?
And what has happened every time this track has gotten wet to the infield? It has gotten almost undrivable.
Did it rain?
Well,
oh yeah, okay. We can't see it. Doesn't look. Everybody on this side of the stadium, but of course it is Florida. Everybody, oh no, I see some umbrellas up there. We go. I'm looking on that right-hand side. Everybody looks like they're dry on the left-hand side. Wow, so this is gonna play, this is gonna make things more difficult. So there is a little bit of water on the track.
It may have played a factor into why Josiah went deep into outer zone number 2 and knocked down all of those markers, and then struggled to exit as he went past the inner clip.
Oh man, we're doing such a great job, trying to avoid the weather. I mean, it still looks pretty good out there for the most part, but I've watched the Never Ending Story. It was a great movie. I'm starting to watch the Never Ending Battle, that's taking place before us. One more times, and it's man, we'll see what happens here. Both drivers are at the line. Look like they're ready to go. So let's see exactly what is going on. Guys, this is the third round of the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series, and round 4 is going to be on the weekend of October 21st and 23rd right here at the Freedom Factory. And then round 5, which will be the final round of the third season of the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series, will be in November 11th through the 13th. So guys, if you're watching on live stream and you're planning to make a trip down to watch the Klutch Kickers live, I promise you we're going to have much better weather in October and November. So what we're going to do is we're just going to keep pushing forward, and hopefully there's no more rain. But we're trying to get, it looks like the umbrellas are coming down. I don't know, I can't see the rain here. I don't know, spectators, is it raining out there still? No? Good. I got some head shakes now. So, okay.
Thank you.
Now it is Florida, so it could be raining pouring on the other side of the track and totally dry over here. We're kind of used to that. But fortunately, it looks like just a little mist of water out there, and we can get this battle underway.
It's also a matter of the track personnel assessing the infield, because again, every time the rain drops, they need to make sure that it's not detriment to the safety of the drivers that are competing today.
Yeah, we saw some of the previous highlights from last round, where I believe it was Alec Hodges and Taylor Ray going out there with a wet track and then going into the second half of the battle with an actual downpour. Going through another one more time battle, in last round, having Aldale and not the judge not be able to make a call, the weather being too bad, unfortunately shutting down the event last round, having to assess points and prize money amongst the drivers left over. Not the way we want to end the competition, and we don't want to see that. We're almost there. We're just minutes and minutes, maybe a half hour or so away from declaring a winner for today's round. Unfortunately, we're just trying to get the track officials to make a judgment call on exactly what the track conditions are. Ben, what do you got there?
Yeah, so as we try to waiting to get word from the track personnel, just want to highlight Clutch Kickers Drift Series. They're actually paying out cash to these individuals. First place gets $10,000, second place gets $5,000, third place gets $3,500, fourth place $1,000, and fifth place gets $500.
Wow, with over $120,000 in payouts, Clutch Kickers has almost changed the face of drifting. Drifting competitions, it's still, even though it's been around for over 20 years in the States, it's still a new sport. It's building a fan base with you guys showing the interest today and supporting your friends and your family that may be competing or just being a new drift fan today. We welcome you, we thank you, we hope you enjoy this the competition and these battles. Typically I hear a lot of times that people, doesn't raining make drifting easier? Well, on beginner level, yes, but at the level that these guys are at, they need to have all the traction they can. There we go, down the straight. Aldale, Josiah Felice throwing it into that first outside zone. Aldale on the upper edge of that outside zone, doing a great job. Josiah not too far behind. Now both drivers make their way through the infield, doing a good job. Both cars flicking, and Josiah going to try to dive in for the attack, run a little wide as he makes his way into that third hour zone. Aldale on point, putting the car where it needs to be. Both cars make it across the finish. Give it up for Aldale and Josiah Felice. Let's watch that replay. Ben, what do you think?
Yeah.
Looks like the track is dry.
It seems that way. Aldale it has a very interesting approach to the outer zone number one, where it seems like he goes for the limited slip angle and then he gets into the wide angle when he gets towards the final portion of outer zone number one. But Josiah Felice is doing a much better job of handling the touch and go area. As you saw before, how he went way off wide and almost off course. So I'd like to see exactly how the judges decide this one.
All right, well, we'll see. And looks like we got a decision. All right, looks like Jeremy Lowe, Dwayne Ramsey, Will Parsons, all in favor. Aldale advancing on to the top four, taking out Josiah Felice in an FDF Race Fab 240SX. So, I mean, 2-1 more times, battling it. I mean, honestly, these guys could probably go at it all day, but we need to finish the competition, right? And Aldale proved to be the victor here. He's going to advance on, taking out Josiah Felice. So we have a top four. What's the top four bracket look like now, Ben?
You got Jonathan Naren going up against Aldale and Adamus going against Dirk Stratton.
Wow, so can Dirk Stratton edge out Adamus in this top four competition? Who's going to take it? Right now, we're going through all these battles, and it's looking stacked. We have Jonathan Naren versus Aldale, Adamus versus Dirk Stratton, all fierce competitors. It's anybody's game at this point. Who is going to walk away with the points? Is Adamus going to lose the points? Is Dirk Stratton or Aldale or Jonathan Naren, are they going to move up in position? Win, lose, or draw, this has been an amazing event. It's been have some ups and downs, car fires. We've seen cars go into the wall. We've seen just a whole bunch of excitement. But we need, when we come back, we're going to see the top four. So you guys want to make sure you stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
What's up, guys? I'm Cletus McFarland. I'm a semi-amateur, pro, bad driver. That's right, I'm a professional at being a bad driver. And today we're out here drifting at Klutch Kickers Round 3 at the Freedom Factory. We got my Mustang, my RTR Mustang behind me. We're working on it. We lost brakes in practice. I'm covered in sweat. It's hot, very, very hot out here, but you know what? We're gonna get the car fixed, go back up into practice. Just, you know, drifting today. Yeah, if you guys don't know, last Klutch Kickers Round 2, I just bought this car. I went out there, looked like a fool, spun out on every single run I did. Pretty embarrassing, you know, all these pro drivers here, and I got one of the best cars on the property, and then I can't even drive it. So that sucked. Vaughn and Chelsea came down, and there was a lot of issues with the car that we sorted out. Now I'm feeling much more comfortable. Made 2 runs, lost brakes on the second one, still managed to get a run. The first run I knocked the ignition button off, but all in all I can actually drive the car now, which is a great feeling. So shout out to my boy Vaughn, and looking up for round 3. Almost as good as a Crown Vic, so that I can get more prepared being on the banks for Bristol, September 3rd and 4th. Giving away Donnie basically a drift car, C5Z06. Check that info out at baldeagle.com. But you know, feeling good. Thankfully I have Zach and Ty to help me fix the car because I immediately broke it, and that kind of sucks. But we're out here. Thanks for watching the live stream, and shout out to Klutch Kickers for putting on an awesome event. Let's do it.
Well, we're back here. We're trying to get the top 4 lined up here. We already have on the track Jonathan Naren and Adam LZ. Waiting for, I assume we're going to have Dirk Stratton probably come out and go against Adam LZ. Alec Hollandale just taking the victory over Josiah Felice is going to have to change his tires. He's going to need that time to make sure he can get some fresh tires on that vehicle, because he's going to need it, because he's going to be going against Jonathan Naren, our #1 qualifier. That's going to be an amazing battle. That's going to be that's definitely a battle you're not going to want to miss. Jonathan Naren versus Alec Hollandale, but Dirk Stratton. Can Dirk Stratton take the victory over Adam LZ and work his way up in the point standing? And you know, Ben, as you mentioned before, what's at stake here? 5th place today gets $500. 4th place is getting $1,000. 3rd place $3,500. 2nd place $5,000, and 1st place $10 grand. Of course, we know all that money goes right back into the vehicles, but hey, it's something for these drivers to kind of recuperate their expenses from this weekend.
And they get those cool big checks.
And they get the big checks. Yeah, some of these drivers have several big checks. I wonder if they put them on the wall. I mean, nice wallpaper, just all these big checks over your wall, right?
Oh, that's
not too bad.
I thought about that.
Nice backdrop, right?
Yeah, just copy and paste. Make your own pattern.
Yeah, make your own pattern. There you go. But like I said, you see we have Jonathan Naren out there. He's kind of been camping out there for a little while now, ready to go, ready to do battle. Adam LZ is also out there, about ready to go into the burnout box. So we're just waiting on Dirk Stratton and Alec Hollandale to come on out. And guys, like I said before, if you guys enjoy this competition, please join us for round 4. If you're watching on a live stream and you're planning a trip down to Florida, November, especially if you're, you know, up in the colder states, coming down to Florida in October and November, definitely good weather, nice and warm. So if you're trying to get out of that snow or out of that cold weather, come on down and visit us for round 4, October 21st through the 23rd, and round 5, the finals, will be November 3rd through November 13th. So please join us. If you can't, just go ahead and get on to baldeagle.com. Click on the events tab and watch us on the live stream. We enjoy your support, and we look forward to more and more seasons of Klutch Kickers. We're on a 3rd season, and this is a round 3 of the 3rd season, halfway through the season of the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series.
Yeah, one thing I want to highlight is not only the drivers, the performance that they're actually putting out today, but also at the same time the team that they have, the support that they have. Because if you look at the final 4, no major mechanical issues, and if there has been, it hasn't been displayed, because every time that these drivers have gone up to battle, it's been, you know, ready to go, no major issues, and hopefully it continues for all 4 of them today.
Yeah, here you go. I see Dirk Stratton about to roll up to the burnout box. Hey guys, that you're here live, are you guys ready to see the top 4? I can't hear anybody. You guys ready to see the top 4? There we go. I'm in this booth. I can't hear you too well, so you got to scream. There you go. Hands together. I'm excited. Is it going to be Adam LZ? Is it going to be Dirk Stratton? Jonathan Naren, Alec Hollandale? It's anybody's game at this point, and you guys want to make sure you stay focused. Those of you on a live stream, Now's the time if you want to grab something to eat, grab a drink or whatever, because you're not going to want to get away from the screen for too long because, as you can see, we got Dirk Stratton about ready to line up and start warming up his tires, and Adam LZ as well. These drivers have been fighting their way all day, and as Ben, you'd mentioned, with a great crew behind them, support, being able to keep those cars in top shape, and then also making sure there's fresh tires on there. And, you know, it's not just it's really difficult for a driver to take on competition at this level by himself without some sort of support.
Definitely.
All right, there you go. It looks like Dirk Stratton's going to be the first up in the burnout box in that Oracle Lighting Lingenfelter Chevy Corvette. Dirk Stratton, have you mentioned they have done battle before, correct?
Yep, round one, they were actually in the finals. Fortunately for Dirk, he lost that battle, and he's looking to get some redemption. Going up against Adam LZ.
Yeah, as you can see on the screen, Adam LZ on your left, Dirk Stratton on your right. Adam LZ will lead. Dirk Stratton will give chase. Dirk Stratton seeing if he can get a little redemption here as he gets to battle Adam LZ once again this round. Last time, as you mentioned, Adam LZ took him out, but a lot has changed since then, right? So Dirk Stratton still in that Chevy Corvette. It's proven to be a worthy machine to take out competitors, as he's been doing all day. But he's going to have his hands full with Adam LZ.
Yeah, you had the #2 qualifier going up against the #3 qualifier of this weekend's competition.
It kind of shows you how qualifying plays a role in the finishing, right? We see this a lot, #1 versus #2, #3 versus #4, but here they go. Dirk Stratton out front, Adam LZ right behind him. Dirk Stratton put about a car and a half on Adam LZ. Dirk Stratton on fire, dropping down on that bank. A little low towards the end, working his way to the touch and go. Adam LZ trying to dive in the pocket, surge forward for the attack. Dirk Stratton throwing it sideways through that third outer zone. Adam LZ right there with him, trying to stick it to his door. Almost right at the end. There we go. Both cars flicking it back past that inside clip. Give it up for Adam LZ and Dirk Stratton. Wow. These are the battles we've been looking forward to.
For sure. And what exactly happened to Dirk Stratton? I'm just looking to see at the bald eagle cam. As you see, he makes some distance against Adam LZ. Dirk Stratton does skirt with that line that we mentioned before, that if they cross that line, the lead driver can earn a 0. But just so happens that Adam LZ is able to work through it, is able to actually go on the attack on outer zone #3, and both of the drivers get through.
Yeah, so Adam's sticking right there with them, using that lead car as a mobile clipping point. Both drivers doing a great job, but yeah, as you pointed out, Dirk Stratton getting dangerously close to that line right there. That is the 0 line around the first outer zone, taking out those inside zone markers. But smooth transitions, nice angle, good speed throughout the entire run. Just a little shaky in the first half of the course. Adam LZ using Dirk Stratton as that mobile clipping point as he's supposed to, putting the car right where it needs to be, applying the pressure in the chase position. Now both drivers are gonna change positions. Dirk Stratton, Oracle Lighting, Lingenfelter Chevy Corvette versus Adam LZ in the lead position in that Drift HQ BMW E36, about to take the second run of this fierce battle. All right, looks like everybody's ready, getting locked and loaded. I see a thumbs up from the track worker, and looks like here the engine's revving, and away they go. All right, Dirk Stratton, Adam LZ out front, both cars making away. Dirk Stratton right behind Adam LZ, almost tapping Adam LZ's back bumper on entry. Dirk Stratton almost straightening out around the bank. Adam LZ staying in it, but Dirk Stratton's trying to apply that pressure. Can he force a mistake from Adam LZ from the chase position? Both cars over that bump as they make their way through the third outer zone. Adam LZ on fire, just smoking the tires as he makes his way through the course and off. Wow, give it up for Adam LZ and Dirk Stratton. Adam LZ just an amazing lead run right there.
Definitely, and then you're seeing Dirk Stratton continue to have problems and struggling to go through outer zone #1. See falling mid-line and then making that major correction midway through outer zone #1. Dives in, cuts the course on outer zone #2 just to be able to actually maintain that proximity going up against Adam LZ. Adam LZ doing a good job filling in all of the outer zones as they make their way through that final inner clip.
Yeah, there you go, Dirk Stratton. That's the first run of this battle. You see Dirk Stratton out front. Adam LZ a little far back, but Dirk Stratton dropping down low through that first outer zone, taking out those inner zone markers. But, not phasing Adam LZ. Adam LZ is still applying that pressure.
Yeah, and I think the biggest question when looking at this run is, did Dirk Stratton's bumper cross that white line? Because the judges mentioned is, if that bumper in the lead position crosses that white line, they're going to be deemed a 0.
Right, so that's, like I said, Dirk Stratton really playing with danger as he's making his way too close to that white line there. That white line was designed so the drivers know how far up the bank they need to be. They need to be between the white line and the wall around the entire course. We've seen during practice and qualifying a lot of drivers struggling to stay above that. Wasn't the issue for Dirk Stratton, so I'm actually surprised to see he came that close to that white line, because Dirk Stratton, one thing we know about him is his consistency. Very consistent driver. He knows the car well. He's, just the car's dialed in, and he's just able to take, down opponent after opponent. But here, just kind of getting a little too close for comfort on that white line as the judges are replaying this back and kind of watching it over and over again. Did he, as you mentioned, drop a bumper over that? Doesn't have to be a tire. It could just be the bumper, right? So that's what they're going to assess. All right, they're just playing it back again. And as you can see in the screen right there, the next crew on deck, you have Alec Hodges and Jonathan Naren ready to do battle. But we need to get a winner first. Judges kind of deliberating.
It's very strange to see Dirk Stratton struggle on the bank. And the way that he went around it, he just started up high and then started dropping. So maybe he didn't go in with enough speed or enough momentum that he wanted to, and just somehow just lost it. Or maybe he just applied too much angle. We've seen it before when going into that first turn, when drivers apply too much angle into the very first portion, and then it just sort of just cuts them off, and then they start dropping.
Right. Well, they're lined up, waiting for the judge's decision. Once again, guys, make your way over to the pits. Check out your favorite driver's car. Maybe get to meet them, get an autograph. Who knows? Always good to be able to rub elbows with other drivers. Maybe you're a new driver to drifting and you want to get some advice on your build, your setup. Definitely want to check out these drivers because they're full of information that can help you, with your career. But here you go. We have taken a closer zoomed-in look of Dirk Stratton on that line there.
It's almost like looking to see if he crossed the line to earn himself a first down.
Yeah, I don't know. That's why I've judged drifting events before, as have you, Ben, and we don't want to ever do it again. So, not one of the one of the least fun positions, I would say. Well, actually, I talked to some judges, and they actually enjoy judging drift events.
I didn't have a problem with it.
No, you didn't have a problem with it, but it's usually the backlash that you deal with, right?
Yeah, I dealt with my fair share of it. But I mean, I knew it. I knew what I signed up for, and it comes with the territory.
Got to have some thick skin, definitely, as a judge.
Yes,
be able to take the heat. Anyhow, judges are deliberating. Hopefully, we're going to get an answer shortly, and get a victor here between Adam LZ, which is on the right in that Drift HQ BMW E36, and on the left there in that Lingenfelter Oracle Lighting Chevy Corvette of Dirk Stratton.
I could tell you another exciting moment that happened this weekend.
What's that?
Cletus with the Crown Vic, just linking the course.
Right.
Was this a backup car, I guess? Is it a backup security car?
Yeah, that was interesting. Cletus McFarland coming out here in his Crown Vic doing a burnout all the way around the track. That was actually pretty cool.
Oh, definitely
a long burnout. I mean, I think he went around the track twice almost.
Yeah.
Just
and popping the tires.
And that's right, he did. He didn't stop until he blew the tires off.
Cherry on top.
The little cherry on top, absolutely. All right, as you can see on the screen, the judges are looking the side-by-side drone footage, trying to assess a winner. Looking at it very carefully. We're almost done with this competition. After this, we're going to see Jonathan Naren, and he's going to be battling against Alec Hodges. All right, judges made the results, and it is unanimous. Adam LZ taking out Dirk Stratton in the top 4. Adam LZ taking out Dirk Stratton. What a fiercely fought battle. Great job, Adam LZ, in that Drift HQ BMW E36. He's really proven to be a force to reckon with, because he has been taking out competitor after competitor, and he hasn't had an easy road. Every battle that Adam LZ has gone out there, every driver has given it their all and just done a tremendous job of not just handing it to Adam. Adam LZ has had to earn it. Unfortunately for those other drivers, they lost, right? And Adam LZ remains victorious, and he's got one more battle left, I believe, in order to claim that #1 spot.
Right. And now up next you have Jonathan Naren, our #1 qualifier of this event, going up against the defending series champion, Alec Hollandale.
Right, and I believe the winner of this battle will go against Adam LZ to determine first and second, and the loser, are we going to battle out for third and fourth, I believe?
We'll get back to
let's
it.
get some clarification
I will check on that.
Anyhow, right now the battle before us is Jonathan Naren on the right there, and Alec Hollandale, which you just saw not too long ago, on the left. Jonathan Naren is going to lead. Alec Hollandale is going to give chase. Alec Hollandale, a returning Season 2 champion, versus our #1 qualifier in Jonathan Naren in that Njuku Racing Nissan 240SX, and Alec Hollandale's ISR Performance Nissan 240SX, both very similar chassis, both ready to battle, and it's going to be exciting. This is definitely one. If you think this go one more time?
I don't know.
I can see it go one more time, but here we go. Both drivers making their way down the track. Jonathan Naren out front, Alec Hollandale right there with them. Both cars going into that first outer zone. Jonathan Naren right in that bank, and Alec Hollandale right there with them. Both cars transitioning through the infield. Here we go. Jonathan Naren, Alec Hollandale surging forward in for the attack, lunging forward almost on the door of Jonathan Naren is Alec Hollandale. Both cars transitioning past that last inside clip. Give it up for Alec Hollandale and Jonathan Naren. What an amazing first half of this battle. Wow.
So like you mentioned before, these are the moments where you gotta have to nitpick the minor corrections. Usually we would just ignore it, but these are the moments where you have to nitpick in order to be able to decide a winner. And you're taking a look at Alec Hollandale, just with the aggression and the momentum to be side by side going up against Jonathan Naren. Jonathan Naren, though, just having some issues on outer zone #3. He may have got too much angle over here, setting himself up for the inner clip, knocks over that inner clip as Alec Hollandale is able to get through.
Yeah, Alec Hollandale, though, able to maintain composure in that chase position, doing a great job chasing down Jonathan Naren. Jonathan Naren, first half of the track, almost flawless, what it looks like, hitting that outside zone, going past the touch and go. And then, as you mentioned, maybe a little corrections. I mean, we were talking, you're really nitpicking, but these drivers at such a level, it gets to the point where every inch of the track counts. But here we go, Alec Hollandale in an ISR Performance Nissan 240SX lined up in that lead position. Jonathan Naren, our #1 qualifier in round 3 of the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series, ready to do battle from the chase position. And here they go. Wow, Jonathan Naren taking a little bit of a rolling start. Cars almost side by side. There you go, both attacking that first outside zone. Jonathan, whoa, what's going on? No! Alec Hollandale tapping the wall. Almost an exact repeat of round 1. Alec Hollandale tapping the wall, causing him to straighten out, and just, it didn't look like he did as much damage as round 1, but man, what was going on there?
That's just, well, Tim, I don't know if you're going to get the one more time. You were,
I wasn't hoping for it, but I was just saying it might happen.
Right. I mean, taking a look at Alec Hollandale, it just, again, just that unique approach that he's been applying before and going into outer zone #1. But this time around, unfortunately, it just didn't work out for him. And it just, when it came down to trying to get into angle, he had no more room left to go. And it just made contact with that wall. And as we mentioned before, like as we saw with Steve Bergstrom, that wall just sucks you in like a bear hug and just does not want to let go.
Yeah, Alec was able to pull away from the wall. I don't think he sustained too much damage. He was able to make it over to the edge of the track there to await the decision. But it looks like we do have a decision. Is it going to be Jonathan Naren or Alec Hollandale? And it's unanimous. Jonathan Naren taking out Alec Hollandale. Look at, there's Alec. Alec, you okay, buddy? Hopefully we get thumbs up from him. I know he's not too happy tapping a wall like that, but fortunately he looks like he's okay, and he's over there to congratulate Jonathan Naren. Great job. Both drivers, world-class drivers, world-class sportsmen, both having a good time. You see big smiles on their faces, having the run of their life. I know Alec Hollandale, he doesn't want to go out like that, but maybe we can, well, we'll see how this is going to fold. So Jonathan Naren is going to now have to battle Adam LZ. All right, there you have it. It looks like it's going to be a final battle of Jonathan Naren versus Adam LZ. So guys, don't go anywhere. When we come back, we're going to have the first place battle. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Like an adult when I'm drifting with older people. The drivers out here, it's because of them that I'm so good. I take like all the style of the different drivers and I put it into my own style, and that's what makes me the driver that I am right now. Unfortunately, it didn't pass my top 64, so I was against Eric Conkling. The lead run, it went really well. I was like on my line, I had a lot of angle, I was fast. Unfortunately, on my tandem, I was a bit too low. So unfortunately, like I hit a bump and it made my car spin out, and we maybe think that since I hit someone, the bash bar moved back and it hit the tire when I was turning, so maybe that's what happened, but we're not sure. But I spun out, unfortunately. Banks are really cool. I love banks, but since here there's like very low power cars and very high power cars, I'd say it's a very good thing that there's no bank, because it's like fair for everyone. It'll be like a better show because we'll do tandem and we'll be able like to stick it on the door easily. So if ever I win the $10,000, if I win one round, I think that most of the money will go back to my dad for all the money that he spent on the car, and we might put like a portion of that money towards like just some upgrades on the car, so I could come stronger the next year.
Well, I'll tell you, what of an unexpected turn of events. There are probably some signs.
My name's Nick Ward. I'm from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and I am 1/3 owner of Taxi Garage, the crazy, crazy cart you guys see. So I drive a 95 Nissan 240 SX. It is the chalk gray Porsche colored car, super clean, with LS2 that's dry sump on E85. Last round was definitely my best qualifying score I've ever had in a competitive driving level, I guess, in this type of atmosphere and environment. So I qualified 6th, out-qualifying some of the bigger names here, and it was actually quite surprising to myself. So we went into top 64 battles, and I ended up going against Davey Peoples, one of my homies with the S550 Mustang. Went to put it on his door as we were coming on his lead run, chasing him. Probably put a little bit too much pressure than I feel I probably should have. It was a learning experience. And came through, and we came out of outer zone 2, and I think I stayed too deep in the pocket, went on this weird late transition, and like just looped the car. But that was a super bummer because we got knocked out in 64, and at least right now I'm sitting okay in points. We're 20th in points. We are running an Accelera 651. We went to a 200 tread wear this round instead of a 100, and I went from a 265 to a 285 to get a little bit more tire height, so I have a little bit more gear for the bank. Mid to high line on the bank is going to be acceptable in most of the judges' eyes, I feel. And then just really tight line on outer zones in the center, like round 2, and I think that we'll do pretty well. Right, so KBD is doing its thing.
All right, and welcome to the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. My name is Tim Murphy. I'm here with my co-host, Captain Ben, and we are at the Freedom Factory, located in beautiful Bradenton, Florida. And it has been an eventful, exciting, just thrills-packed event so far. We are about to get into the finals, where we have Adam LZ going against Jonathan Naren, and then the next battle we also have Dirk Stratton.
Against Alec
Honadale. So it's going to be exciting to watch these guys do battle. I mean, these drivers have been on point. They've been pushing their vehicles just beyond the limit. But right now, we're going to just go ahead and take a little look at what Jonathan Naren's been going through during his day to day and throughout the season.
Yeah, and to start off with the #1 qualifier, just going into top 32, he got a bye run, so his first battle was up against Brandon McDowell. As you see here, Jonathan Naren looking solid, looking good, but if you recall, Brandon McDowell sustaining that fire, sustaining that engine damage, so that knocked him out of the competition, so that made things very easy for Jonathan Naren to progress against Matt Shulman on the top 16 battle.
Right. Yeah, it's been, it hasn't been an easy road for him. He was our #1 qualifier. He's been taking out competitor after competitor through his whole road to victory. Going against Brandon McDowell right in the first battle of the top 32. Brandon McDowell, unfortunately, blowing his engine, suffering a catastrophic engine failure, not able to complete the run. But as you see before us right now, this is him going against Shulman, and Jonathan Naren has been at battle after battle, just taking out competitor after competitor. And as you can see, Shulman struggling a little bit in the front and lead position, but Jonathan Naren maintaining his composure, calm, cool, and collective as they made their way throughout the course. So hats off to Jonathan Naren, showing us that he is that #1 qualifier. And then here you go. Now he's going against Alec Honadale, last season's returning champion, coming back out here. Unfortunately for Alec Honadale, he made some contact with the wall, took himself out of competition, but Jonathan Naren was on fire, almost a complete lead and chase run, so it was great to see this battle. Here you go right here, Alec Honadale throwing it hard. He knows he has to push it. Jonathan Naren right there behind. Jonathan maintaining control, avoiding collision. Unfortunately, Alec Honadale coming too close for comfort and causing himself to straighten out and almost ride that wall. We've seen that in round 1 of the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. So it's a shame to see that happen again. But nonetheless, Jonathan Naren's going to move on, and he's going to be battling Adam LZ. So here we go. We're in the pits now, and I believe that's Alec Honadale making some repairs to some suspension. He did sustain some significant damage to the driver's side portion of his vehicle. So there is his crew is working feverishly, trying to make the repairs necessary in order to get him back on the track so he can battle it out for third position. He's going to be going against Dirk Stratton for that third place spot. So we'll see what happens here. Jonathan Naren versus Adam LZ for first and second, and Alec Honadale versus Dirk Stratton for 4th and 3rd.
Yeah, and usually what happens at times when you replace a suspension component is that you have to worry about possibly perhaps your alignment and some other settings. And then we've seen it before, like for instance with Savio, where he had an issue, he had the fire, he had to go ahead and rebuild the car to actually get it back together. But then there could be some other mechanical gremlins that may arise that you may have not looked over in the haste of you trying to get it back together. But
right, I mean these cars, the level that they're driving, and as you can see, the bracket, the top 32 competition has unfolded throughout top 16 bracket that's before us right now. As these drivers, I mean, look at some of the battles we've seen. Taylor Ray versus Jonathan Naren, Ordandale versus Josiah Felice, which we saw that not too long ago. Even early on in the competition, you just seen some fierce battles. These drivers putting everything on the line, pushing their cars to the limit, and the crew to the limit as well, because these crew, the crew of Ordandale, as you can see, working, trying to get this car back on track so we can see that 3rd and 4th place battle between Ordandale and Dirk Stratton. We also want to thank you guys for joining us here we're halfway through the 3rd season of the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. If you're taking pictures here live, hashtag Freedom Factory, hashtag Klutch Kickers, and you see Ordandale right there to the left of our screen, watching his crew try to repair the vehicle. Hopefully we can get that back together, get on track so we can have a battle for the 3rd and 4th place finish. But we will be back here October 21st and through October 23rd for round 4. And round 5 in November 11th through the 13th. On track already, you see Dirk Stratton in that Oracle Lighting Lingenfelter Chevy Corvette ready to battle. Will Ordandale's crew be able to get that car back on track as soon as possible so we can see a battle for 3rd and 4th?
Yeah, that's a great question. And so we've seen instances before where drivers are not able to actually get the car back together on time. And even though there's all hands on deck trying to get the crew members, but we're getting a word that Ordandale is going to call it. It's not going to be able to get the car ready and fixed on time, so that's going to hand over the win to Dirk Stratton.
Wow, it's very unfortunate. We want to congratulate Dirk Stratton. I know that obviously he doesn't want to take the win this way, and Alec doesn't want to give him this win because we know Alec is a fierce competitor, just an absolute monster behind the wheel, always out there giving a show, putting it all on the line. But right now we're going to see, it looks like Dirk Stratton is going to go ahead and do his bye run. Just kind of a little parade lap, I guess, as you will. Just that, he looks like he's going to take that 3rd place finish. Unfortunately, we like to leave a little suspense, but it's kind of speak for itself. What can you do, right? Here we go, our 3rd place finisher, Dirk Stratton, doing a great job in that Oracle Lighting Lingenfelter, the Chevy Corvette, lighting up those tires as he works his way throughout the track, showing us what that car is capable of. We've seen what he's capable of, so give it up for Dirk Stratton as he makes his way across the grandstands. Give it up for Dirk Stratton with that Oracle Lighting Lingenfelter Chevy Corvette. It's a beautiful car. I love that car. All right. All right, but you guys, who's excited for the next battle? I'm excited for the next battle. Adamus, our current points leader, going up against our #1. Wait, what's going on?
Oh.
Wow, Adamus, his car is up and on jack stands in the pits right now, and his crew is attacking the front end of this vehicle. What is going on in the pits? I just see like 3 or 4. I mean, I don't think you could fit any more hands in that engine bay. His crew is, look at them going to town on that vehicle right now.
Valve covers off.
Yeah, valve covers off. Guys, just wanted to let you guys know that if you're here on the stands, Adamus looks like he's having mechanical issues. His crew is working on his vehicle as we speak. He needs to get that car up to the line. I'm not sure if he used his 5-minute timeout or if he's called it or what's going on, but they are working on that car. That car has to be at 100% to go against Jonathan Naren. Jonathan Naren's vehicle seems to be like just steady as a rock all event. What is going on? What a turn of events.
Oh, indeed. I mean, it's one of those things where we're so caught up with what was happening with Dirk Stratton and Ordandale trying to get his car back together for that battle. Meanwhile, this was happening at the same time.
Wow.
On the other side of the pits.
Who's that underneath the car?
I believe that's... it's hard to tell. It might be Johan.
I think it is. He's out there. Jonathan Naren's out on the track. Looks like he's approaching in the burnout box. And Adamus's crew is just, I mean, they are just attacking this vehicle, trying to get it put back together. Look at him. I mean, it looks like I see some, I see the Drift HQ all there. Just, I mean, he's got a great crew there. Drift HQ always providing not just support for their drivers, but also for those drivers bringing their mobile parts wagon. They bring it up to events. That saved my life a couple times trying to get parts at an event. But you can just see the Drift HQ crew working hard, trying to get that car back. It looks like they're, he's got pulling tension on that belt there. Wow. And Jonathan Naren, he's ready to go. Not, come on. We want to get this car together. We want to see we want to see a battle. We want to see the, this first, second place battle take place.
I mean, he's had issues before with the power steering, the belt coming off.
But he's done so well. The car seems like it's been solid throughout the whole event. Trying to get some information, the feedback for everybody to see exactly what's going on. Adam LZ's car is still up on jack stands. I mean, it looks like they're about ready to close the hood, though. Looking at the vehicle. Not sure what's going on. I don't know if any of you guys in the pits message us, give us a little information, see what's going on.
Well, car's on.
Car's on. Sorry, guys, if we're a little quiet. We're just watching the live stream right now because the cameras are live in the pits, and it does look like they got Adam LZ's cars down off jack stands. He's putting on his helmet, and it looks like he's about ready to roll out. Thank goodness that is not the way. I mean, we've been working. Last round not able to finish the competition, getting rained out. This round, I'm like, no, we got, Aldecondale taking himself out of competition. Unfortunately, Dirk Stratton was able to edge out because of that collision. But definitely the first and second place finish, we really want to see a battle. And we're going to see a battle right now. Here comes Adam LZ. Adam LZ able to get his crew. Bro,
give us a scare for a moment.
Give us a scare, but shout out to the Drift HQ crew, just on point, right? Just making sure that car is put back together quickly and providing that support for Adam LZ so Adam LZ can go out there and compete against the #1 qualifier in Jonathan Naren. Yeah, it looks like judges are ready. Jonathan's ready to go. He's just waiting. He's been hanging out on the track a lot. I mean, he was out there for like about a good half hour just camping out. He's ready to go. He's like, come on, guys. I'm ready to battle. Let's do it. And there you go. You see Adam LZ now. Hopefully that, whatever issues he's had with that car, he's able to, hold it together. Hopefully that vehicle stays together. We don't want any issues. We want to see a full pull. We want to see a fierce battle from Adam LZ as well as Jonathan Naren. We want to see these guys door to door and just banging rev limiter and providing, just a world-class show that is the Klutch Kickers for all you guys watching here live and at home. Ben, what do you think? I mean, can you even choose who could possibly win this? Adam LZ, like we said before, the #1 points leader, but Jonathan Naren proven to be the #1 qualifier today.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that. It's #1 qualifier, #1 points leader, and I mean, both drivers looking solid, with both drivers having solid teams, solid support in back of them. So it's anybody's game at this moment. There's no clear winner, and it's going to be a tough, fierce battle.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I'm excited to see what's going to happen. It's any man's game. I'm sure Adam LZ, I'm sure there's some mechanical failure. It's got to be playing in the back of his mind, right? So going into this battle, he knows his car has to be 100%. He can't second guess his crew, and he can't second guess his vehicle. He's going to have to give it his all and hope that that vehicle stays together.
Freedom Factory, this is your final battle. This is what you've been looking for. Jonathan Naren going up against Adam LZ. Get up. Let's make this happen. 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Make some noise as they make their way down the straight. Jonathan Naren out front. Adam LZ closely behind both drivers, attacking that first outside zone. Jonathan Naren right on the wall. Adam LZ right there with them. It doesn't look like he's... Oh, no! What happened? Jonathan Naren losing drift. Adam LZ quickly avoiding collision. Woo. There is got to be something going on there. That was exciting. My heart's pumping. Oh, let's see here, Ben. Let's take a look at the replay. What happened?
I'm still trying to de-stress from this because that just escalated very quickly, and then just de-stressing it as they go ahead to What happened? Maybe loss of power, maybe a mechanical problem. Who knows? You see Jonathan Naren is actually making his way off the track, so now he may be calling a 5-minute timeout. Adamus back on the line, ready to do battle. So exactly what, maybe we could get word from the pits exactly what's going on, because Jonathan Naren was looking solid throughout the entire weekend until now.
Yeah, Jonathan Naren, that car was solid as rock. We were talking about it, almost like I feel like we jinxed him a little bit.
Oh, boy.
Adam LZ, car holding together. Unfortunately, it does look like Jonathan Naren lost power coming off the first outside zone. Well, we'll see. It looks like track workers talking to Adam LZ. While we figure out what's going on here and Jonathan Naren takes his car back to the pit, we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to go through the second run of this final battle between Adam LZ and Jonathan Naren.
Pretty late. I don't have anyone in my family that's into cars. My dad's not into cars at all. When I was 16, I found out that stunts was a potential job option, so I really started working towards that, training martial arts, and I got a motorcycle license, and I took a stunt driving course when I was 18. I just always wanted to get better, and I found a Mustang at a pawn shop. I didn't know anything about angle kits. I didn't know anything about really setting up a car. I just had a handbrake. After that, I went to a drift school, and I learned a little bit more. Then I bought a 350Z. About a year into driving that car, somebody put a bug in my head, said, why don't you put an LS in there? And that's basically how I started down the road of competitive drifting. I found a guy in New Jersey that makes LS swap kits, LJ conversions, and I called him up. I was like, hey, I really want to do this. I'm kind of already spending all my money on driving, and he was willing to help me out. And the condition was that I had to go to LS Fest. Starting in April, I did LS Fest in Vegas the weekend before Clutch Kickers round 1. But yeah, we basically were doing as many grid lifes as don't conflict with either LS Fest or Clutch Kickers. Hyperfest, we hit Club Loose. I just want to meet all the drifters and drive with as good of other drivers as I can to build my skill set. Yeah, my plan was to qualify high so that I could hopefully move through the ranks. With the rain and the aborted qualification, I got paired up with a really good driver in a car that I actually had driven with in Washington, and I knew it was going to be a hard battle. But it worked in my favor. I thought we had a pretty good battle, and I know the judges took a really long time to decide that, so I'm pretty proud of that because he has 3 times the horsepower I do. For me, I think that a smaller course works to my advantage because the high horsepower cars can't run away from me as much, so my goal at this event is just to be as aggressive as possible. The money is a piece of it, but for me, what the money means is the kind of drivers that it's attracting. You know, the driver pool here is incredibly strong for an event that is so young. There's no other way I could get access to these kind of drivers to actually battle them, to learn from them, to practice with them at any other event. To me, that's a little bit more important than the money, but the money would be really nice.
Just because I was saying that right when I first saw him kicking it out,
definitely get the score. Yeah, so look at him getting nice and deep into that first outer zone. How deep into that first inside zone was he, is how much would I definitely put the clinic down on that second outer zone. And Arquette was out of California. Here we go, right there, throwing it in that first outer zone, doing a good job getting in deep early in that first outer zone, pouring out the smoke already. Nice angle, flicking in, right past that first, looks like just nudging it. Is right there, making his way through the second outer zone. Nice, right on the edge, getting deep. second outer zone. Whoa, coming in hot. Together.
All right, welcome back to the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series here at the beautiful Freedom Factory located in Bradenton, Florida. My name's Tim Murphy. Alongside me is Captain Ben. As you can see, we have Adam LZ on the track. We got word that Jonathan Naren had some electrical issues and almost completely shut down, so he had to go back to the pits to try to repair that in order to do battle against Adam LZ. But it hasn't been an easy road for Adam LZ. Adam LZ, especially at the last minute, almost suffering mechanical damage. But here you go, starting off today with his battle against Nick Ward. Nick Ward doing a great job out front, trying to outrun Adam LZ. Adam LZ, definitely, he just can't sleep on his competitors, can he, Ben?
Oh, definitely not. Nick Ward, a rookie to the series, so he knew that Adam LZ is a seasoned veteran, and he had to actually give it 160%. And so once he got past through that battle, he went up against Billy Mitchell.
Yeah, and Billy Mitchell, like it was mentioned before, he is relatively new to drifting, but you wouldn't know it by the experience and the way he throws down and drifts. I mean, he's very, very fierce competitor. Both drivers did an excellent job. Unfortunately, Billy Mitchell just having little issues here and there. Very aggressive from the chase position. Like I said, very new to drifting within a few years, but not showing it in his driving. And here as a chase position, Adam LZ laying down a solid chase run. Billy Mitchell doing a great job in the lead position, but it just seems like as they were working their way throughout the course, Billy Mitchell just making too many little mistakes here and there.
Whoa,
Adam
right
LZ
there.
maintaining composure, able to take out Billy Mitchell and advance on against the next component, which is Eric Conkling.
Yeah, Eric Conkling. I mean, Adam LZ was able to bonk the conk in this case, and they're actually doing battle again because last time around we saw that Eric Conkling lost his battle, and then unfortunately we had a repeat of that as when they did battle in this weekend's event. Eric Conklin wasn't able to edge out a victory.
Yeah, and then when we swap positions there, Adam LZ showing the pro that he is in the chase position, applying that pressure to Eric Conklin. Eric Conklin doing a great job of just maintaining his composure, but just unfortunately it's not enough to edge out a victory over Adam LZ. Adam LZ taking out Eric Conkling also. And here you go, this is what we just saw the first half of this battle, Jonathan Naren versus Adam LZ. Jonathan Naren right at the end of the first outer zone, losing all electrical power, straightening out. Adam LZ doing a great job of maintaining composure, keeping control, not causing collision, but it does look like we're gonna get a second half of the battle as I can hear both drivers out there warming up their tires. So right now, Adam LZ is sitting on an advantage. Can Jonathan Naren force a mistake from Adam LZ in the chase position? Adam LZ is gonna lead. Jonathan Naren's going to give chase. It's an exciting battle. Jonathan Naren is definitely capable of knocking Adam LZ out of the #1 position. But either way, I believe Adam LZ has secured a good amount of points where after this round, he still may be the #1 points leader going into round 4. But nonetheless, Jonathan Naren, he wants to gain his position up in the position in the standings. But here they go, Adam LZ and Jonathan Naren working away the final half of this final battle between Adam LZ and Jonathan Naren. Adam LZ on that wall, Jonathan Naren trying to close that gap as both cars make their way past the second. Look at Jonathan Naren diving in for the attack, applying that pressure. Adam LZ staying calm and cool. Jonathan Naren, unfortunately, making a little bit of contact. Oh, wow, that was amazing.
Wow, look at that wheel.
Look at that wheel. Definitely making a little too much contact. We can look down at Jonathan Naren's vehicle. I mean, he definitely sustained some damage to the front end of that car on that driver's side. Give it up for Jonathan Naren and Adam LZ putting it all on the line, giving the fans what they came here to see. Just all-out battles. Great job, both drivers, as we're watching the replay here. But we do have the rescue workers going down to check on Jonathan Aaron. There was a little bit of collision, and Jonathan Aaron did sustain some damage to the front end of that vehicle. Wow. Ben, what do you think?
Wow, that was just very exciting, very eventful. As they go into outer zone number 3, you see that contact there, and that was just enough to really just mess with the suspension. It just became like just cambered out very significantly to the point where like he wasn't able to actually get the car through.
All right, well, we do have a final decision, but we're going to try to get all the drivers down here before us so we can announce the winners. But we're going to have to get up,
or if not, he might have to just evacuate the vehicle and just come up by himself.
Yeah, just come up. We're going to try to get all those drivers that have competed 1st through 5th out here so we can go ahead and announce the winners. Guys, I want to thank you once again for joining us for the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. Thank goodness we were able to avoid the rain today. Got a little bit of a shot, a little bit of a sprinkle, but nothing that was going to affect the performance today. These drivers have put it all on the line. I want to thank the fans, the drivers, and those of you watching on the live stream around the world. We couldn't do it without you. We appreciate your support. And as you can see on the Sky Cam, Bald Eagle Cam as you call it, Ben, showing a little shot of Adam LZ, but we want to go ahead and see if we can't get those drivers down here. We can go through and give out these prizes. So what's at stake? Well, I'm glad you asked, Ben.
Oh, you're welcome.
5th place is going to get $500. 4th place is going to get $1,000. 3rd place will get $1,500. 2nd place, $5,000, and 1st place finish gets $10,000 for competing in round 3 of the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. It's been a lot of ups and downs. They've been playing with my emotions. Ben, what do you think?
Yeah, so you've had fires, you've had collisions, you've had just contacts. It's just been jam-packed, and the best thing about this today, in my opinion, compared to last round, we got to finish.
Yes, that's definitely, compared to last round, we were able to get a full pull and complete today's event, so I am most grateful for that, and the Klutch Kickers crew for running such a tight shift here, just making sure everything is in order, going right through the competition, battle after battle after battle, in order to determine who a victor is. Guys, like I said before, we still have round 4. We're halfway through, just past halfway through of the 3rd season of the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. Round 4 is going to take place here at the Freedom Factory with a new layout on October 21st through the 23rd, and round 5 on November 11th through the 13th. Guys, log on to the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series to get more details. But we have some other events, I believe, as well, right, Ben?
Yeah, Cletus and Cars happening Saturday, September 3rd at Bristol Motor Speedway. If you can't make it, you could also purchase tickets at baldeagle.com for the pay-per-view, so you don't want to miss that.
Yeah, thanks to our judges for just, just staying glued to the television and the live stream, making the replay. Thanks to the live stream crew for providing all that just amazing up close and slow motion footage to be able to provide that to the judges so that way they can determine a winner. But as I mentioned before, we want to go ahead and just get these drivers out here so we can go ahead and start announcing the winners. I see Adam LZ over on the other side of the track. I see Josiah, Felice in the FDF Fab Race Shop 240SX. We have Jonathan Naren, unfortunately. Looks like they're about to tow him off the course. But nonetheless, we need to hand out some money. We got some big checks, and I don't just mean in money. We got some physically big checks that we need to hand out here.
Might need a whole team to just carry it off.
Might need the whole team.
Oh, whew.
Shout out to the judges, Michael Castleberry and his crew of the Klutch Kickers, Cletus McFarland and his crew at the Freedom Factory, doing a great job staying on making sure everybody's safe. The rescue crew, we want to shout out to them. The tow truck driver, we want to shout out to the tow truck driver because he's had his hands full today.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, and then of course the tire changer. That tire changer, what was that?
Gulf Coast.
Yeah, Gulf Coast out there. Man, that man was changing tires like you wouldn't believe. When we left the track yesterday, he had at least 60 or 70 rims and tires around his tire changer that he was just going through one after another. I mean, these guys, they go through so many tires, there's just no way possible they can do it without the efforts of a tire changer.
Gulf Coast Mobile Tire, just to clarify.
Okay. Yeah,
Oof,
Gulf
wow.
Coast Mobile Tire providing, yeah, look at that wheel, taking some, well, I'm sure Cosmos Wheel is going to have to put one in the mail for him. Yeah, maybe he can hang that on the wall, you know, have Adam LZ sign it and just say, listen, you know, maybe I'll keep this, I'll put it on the wall, hang it up as a little trophy inside my garage. So, hey guys, if you want to see what the standings are, stay tuned to the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series webpage. The current standings will be updated to reflect round 3. Currently, if you look at it, Adam LZ, prior to this round, this is not the current standings, but prior to this round, Adam LZ is at the #1 spot. Taylor Hull, not too far behind. Dirk Stratton, Jonathan Naren, Brandon McDowell, Alec Honadale, Savio in the 7th position, Taylor Ray 8th, Nate Hamilton 9th, and 10th place position, Eric Conkling. So it's definitely exciting to see how these points are starting to play out and what it's going to entail as the season progresses. Well, it looks like they're backing the tow truck up. And I see Adam LZ. And I see Josiah Felice. I don't see Dirk Stratton. I don't see Alec Honadale's vehicles down there. They may be down there.
Oh, there's Alec.
Okay. You see Alec?
Yeah, he's waving. Hey.
Okay, oh, all right, there we go. There we go. All right, so Alec's down there. Are we missing Dirk Stratton still? Is Dirk Stratton on there? Oh, there's Dirk Stratton. Here he goes, coming out. Once Dirk Stratton gets out here, since we have all the drivers out here, we will go ahead, and I guess we're going to focus on the right-hand side of the track here and go through the announcements. The 5th through 1st placed winners here at the Klutch Kickers round 3 of the $100,000 Drift Series. We're now in our 3rd season. We're looking forward to many years to come of nonstop drift action. So guys, if you just new to Klutch Kickers, please find them on Instagram, stay up to date on all the upcoming events and information. And if you want to become a competitor here at the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series, you can go ahead and check out the rulebook as well.
Well, definitely. If you don't have a car, you can rent one from Klutch Kickers.
That's
Zach
right.
Poloff has the rent event.
Yep, the rent event, Klutch Kickers. Mr. Zach Poloff providing that to some of the drivers today, Nate Hamilton. So able to utilize that as well. All right. All right. Just want to make sure all the drivers are ready before I start announcing the winners. We want to thank again the fans here that have joined us live and on the live stream for staying tuned and watching this up and down roller coaster of a round 3 that we've seen before us. All right, I'm seeing the drivers getting together. I'm seeing some daps and some handshakes, some smiles. And it looks like we're about ready to start announcing these winners. Do we got the champagne down there? All right, those of you fans that are here, let's give it up for these 5 drivers. Give it up for these 5 drivers battling out round after round, battle after battle, battered, bruised, as you can see Jonathan Naren's car taking a beating. We're going to go ahead and we're going to announce these winners. In 5th place, taking home $500, the FDF Fab Race Shop, Josiah Felice. Look at that check. Nice big check. I like big checks and I cannot lie, right? Michael Castleberry, thank you to his crew. And I believe that's a Grip Royal steering wheel as well. All right, moving on to the 4th place finisher, taking home a check for $1,000, Mr. Alec Honadale on the ISR Performance Nissan 240SX. 4th place finish. Congratulations. He's got his hands on a bottle. Somebody's getting champagne in their eye. Oh, he's going to drink it all, he says. Okay. Next up is going to be our 3rd place finisher. Going to take home a check for $3,500. 3rd place finisher in Oracle Lighting, Lingenfelter Chevy Corvette, Dirk Stratton. Give it up for Dirk Stratton. Congratulations, my man. Taking home a check and some points that he needs in order to move up in the series. Good job. All right, next I'm going to announce the 1st place winner. The 1st place winner of round 3, the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series, taking home $10,000 in the Drift HQ BMW E36, Adam LZ. 2nd place going to Jonathan Naren, taking home $5,000. Congratulations to Jonathan Naren, Adam LZ, Dirk Stratton, Alec Ordandale, Josiah Felice, and all the other drivers and fans out here. You guys have done a tremendous job. Watch your eyeballs. Go ahead, start going. Go, go, go. There you go. Shake it up, shake it up. All right, guys, we got the next round coming up. You guys want to stay tuned to the website, see how the points race is turning out. Our next round, round 4, back here at the Freedom Factory on October 21st and the 23rd, round 5 in November 11th and the 13th. Guys, you want to stay tuned. Thank you so much for joining us. I believe we're watching some highlights here, and it's just been an amazing day, ups and downs. We can't thank you guys enough. Ben, what do you have to say to the people that are watching?
Thank you for watching. If you can't make it, check out baldeagle.com. And if you can, we prefer you come on out to Freedom Factory. It's a great time.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. Stay tuned for some more drift action. We'll be back in a few months back here at the Freedom Factory. Thank you so much. Have a great night.